What if Deku wasn't born quirkless, but was actually the reincarnation of Thor? Divine lightning crackling through UA, Mjolnir appearing during the sports festival, and villains realizing they're not fighting a student, they're fighting a god. Today, we're covering the most insane crossover where the God of Thunder gets a second life in My Hero Academia. Trust me, you've never seen Deku like this.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The halls of Asgard stood silent, golden light streaming through vast windows as the All-Father lay upon his bed. Rune King Thor, ancient beyond mortal comprehension, gazed at the cosmic tapestry visible through his chamber's ceiling. His white beard flowed like a river of snow across his chest, his once mighty frame now thin with the passage of eons. "My time comes," he whispered, his voice still carrying the weight of thunder. Around him, the Einherjar stood at attention, heads bowed in respect. Sif, impossibly old yet still regal, clasped his weathered hand. "You have earned your rest, my king," she said softly. Thor's eyes, still electric blue despite his age, gazed beyond the realm eternal. "I wonder if I have done enough. So many mistakes, so many battles. You saved the Nine Realms countless times," Sif reminded him. "Your name will echo through eternity." Thor smiled faintly. "Not eternity. Not even gods live forever." His thoughts drifted to his father, to his brother, to the countless friends and foes who had preceded him into death's embrace. "I wish one more chance to protect, to guide, to be worthy without the arrogance of youth." As the words left his lips, the air around him began to shimmer with golden light. The Bifrost energy, recognizing its master's final wish, swirled around his failing body. "Thor?" Sif's voice held alarm as his form began to dissolve into pure light. "Do not fear," he managed, feeling himself becoming one with the cosmic forces he had commanded for millennia. Valhalla, or perhaps something new awaits. His consciousness expanded beyond his dying form, beyond Asgard, beyond his universe. His essence, memories, power, wisdom, stretched across the multiverse, drawn by an inexplicable pull toward a distant reality where humanity had evolved differently, where power manifested not through divine birthright, but through genetic lottery. The god of thunder, last of the Asgardians, died with a smile upon his lips. Hisashi Midoriya gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, windshield wipers fighting a losing battle against the torrential downpour. Lightning split the sky in continuous flashes, illuminating his wife's pain-contorted face in the back seat. "Hang on, Inko," he shouted over the storm's fury. "We're almost there." Inko Midoriya gasped, her hands cradling her swollen belly. "The baby's coming now, Hisashi, I can feel it." The hospital's emergency entrance appeared through the curtain of rain, its lights a beacon in the storm. As Hisashi turned sharply into the parking lot, the most massive lightning bolt he had ever witnessed split the sky directly above them. Time seemed to slow. The bolt, impossibly bright, blindingly blue, struck their small car with pinpoint precision. Instead of destruction, the electricity wrapped around the vehicle like a living thing seeking entrance. It found its way through metal and fabric, straight to Inko's womb, just as she screamed with her final push. A newborn's cry joined the thunder's rumble. The lightning coursed through the tiny body, not harming but transforming, infusing divine essence into mortal flesh. For one brief moment, the infant's eyes flashed electric blue, tiny fists raised as if in triumph. The storm ceased instantly, rain stopped mid-fall, clouds parted to reveal stars twinkling with unusual brightness. "A boy," Inko whispered in wonder, cradling her son as medical staff rushed toward their car. "Our Izuku." Hisashi, still shaking from what should have been a fatal lightning strike, placed his hand gently on his son's head. "Born in thunder. Perhaps it's a blessing." Neither parent noticed the faint blue electricity that occasionally sparked between their son's tiny fingers, nor the ancient knowledge slowly awakening behind those innocent green eyes. "Katsuki, stop it! You're hurting him!" 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya stood protectively in front of a sobbing child, facing down Katsuki Bakugo and his 2 friends in the neighborhood playground. Despite being the same age, Izuku already stood nearly a head taller than his peers, his frame unusually solid for a child. Katsuki's palms crackled with small explosions. "Get out of the way, Deku! Just because you finally got your quirk doesn't mean you can tell me what to do." The truth was more complicated. 3 days earlier, Izuku had awakened to find small sparks dancing between his fingers. His mother had taken him for quirk registration immediately, excited that her son wasn't quirkless after all. The doctors had labeled it a standard electrokinesis quirk, though they'd been puzzled by his unusual physical development. What the doctors couldn't see were the dreams, memories of battles across rainbow bridges, of hammers and lightning, of beings beyond mortal comprehension. Each night, more knowledge unlocked within Izuku's mind, though his 4-year-old consciousness couldn't fully process what it meant. "Hurting people isn't what heroes do," Izuku said, his voice carrying unusual authority. "You're being a bully, Katsuki." "What did you call me?" Katsuki's face contorted with rage. "I'll show you who's strong." He launched himself forward, palm extended. Without thinking, Izuku raised his hand. A sharp crack split the air as a small bolt of blue lightning shot from his fingertips, striking the ground before Katsuki's feet. The explosion quirk user stumbled back, eyes wide with shock. Izuku looked as surprised as everyone else. "I didn't mean to." For a moment, something ancient flickered behind his eyes, a battle-hardened warrior's assessment, categorizing the threat as minimal, plotting countermoves, considering collateral damage. Then it was gone, leaving just a confused child. Katsuki recovered quickly, scowling to hide his momentary fear. "Lucky shot, Deku. Your quirk is nothing compared to mine." He backed away, motioning for his friends to follow. "You'll see. I'm going to be the #1 hero." As they left, the child Izuku had defended looked up at him with awe. "That was amazing. You were like a real hero." Izuku helped the boy up, suddenly feeling strange, older somehow, weighed down by responsibility he couldn't articulate. "Are you okay?" "Thanks to you, your quirk is so cool." Izuku stared at his hand, where faint electricity still danced between his fingers. "I don't think it's just a quirk," he murmured, too quietly for anyone to hear. That night, as Inko tucked him into bed, she noticed her son seemed pensive. "What's wrong, sweetie? You should be excited about your quirk." Izuku looked up at her, his green eyes occasionally flickering with blue light. "Mom, I had a weird dream last night. I was really big and strong, and I could make storms, and I had a magic hammer no one else could pick up." Inko smiled, brushing his hair back. "That sounds like a wonderful dream. Maybe you were imagining being like All Might." "No," Izuku said with unusual certainty. "I wasn't All Might. I was someone else. Someone older than stars." Inko laughed nervously. "Such an imagination. That's why you'll make a wonderful hero someday." As she kissed his forehead and left, Izuku stared at the ceiling, watching invisible constellations that his mind somehow recognized, mapping realms that shouldn't exist in this universe. "Asgard," he whispered, testing the word on his tongue. It felt right. It felt like home. Outside, clouds gathered inexplicably in the clear night sky, swirling gently above the Midoriya household. By the time he reached middle school, Izuku Midoriya was impossible to ignore. Standing nearly 6 feet tall at 13, with a muscular build that defied his age, he moved with the fluid grace of someone completely comfortable in his body. His once dark green hair had lightened to an unusual auburn with golden highlights, and his eyes shifted between emerald and electric blue, depending on his mood. The transformation had been gradual enough that those who knew him simply accepted it, while new acquaintances assumed he was years older than his classmates. His mother had taken him to several specialists, all of whom concluded his quirk was affecting his physical development, an unusual but not unheard of side effect. What they couldn't explain were the other changes. Young Midoriya, his history teacher, called, "You've written extensively about Norse mythology in your free response essay, but the assignment was about the Warring States period in Japan." Izuku stood, towering over his desk. "My apologies, Sensei. I found myself distracted by the parallels. His voice had deepened considerably, carrying an unusual cadence that occasionally slipped into archaic patterns. The teacher sighed. While your knowledge of Norse customs and battle tactics is impressively detailed, please stay on topic for future assignments. Katsuki snorted from his seat. Show off, he muttered, though without the venom of their childhood confrontations. Their relationship had evolved into an uneasy respect, Katsuki still determined to surpass Izuku, but grudgingly acknowledging his former friend's abilities. Later, as they changed for physical education, Izuku caught Katsuki staring at him. What? Izuku asked, pulling his shirt over his head. You're different, Katsuki said bluntly. And not just your body. You talk weird. You know things you shouldn't. It's like, he struggled to articulate his suspicion, like you're not really Deku anymore. Something ancient flickered behind Izuku's eyes. We all change, Katsuki. You're not the same boy who used to chase frogs at the pond either. That's not what I mean, and you know it, Katsuki insisted. Your quirk is weird. The doctors can't properly classify it. Sometimes when you think no one's watching, you look old. Izuku smiled faintly. Perhaps I'm an old soul. Cut the cryptic bullshit. Katsuki's palms sparked with irritation. Just tell me straight, what are you? For a moment, Izuku considered telling the truth, or what he suspected was the truth. The memories had become clearer over the years, less like dreams, and more like lived experiences. He remembered the weight of Mjolnir, the responsibility of kingship, the bitter taste of mead, the heat of battle alongside warriors whose names he could recite without hesitation. He remembered being Thor. Instead, he clapped Katsuki on the shoulder. I am Izuku Midoriya, your classmate, and I would hope your friend. Nothing more mysterious than that. Katsuki knocked his hand away, but without real anger. Whatever. Just don't hold back in training today. I want to see what you can really do. The physical education test that day was a simple set of exercises: sprints, long jumps, strength tests. Izuku deliberately kept his performance impressive, but within the realm of possibility for a quirk-enhanced teenager. When it came to the ball throw, however, something inside him stirred at the familiar motion. As he wound up to throw, a memory flashed through his mind. Countless hammers thrown across countless battlefields, always returning to his hand. The ball left his fingers with more force than he intended, breaking the sound barrier with a sharp crack before disappearing into the distance. The teacher's measuring device maxed out, displaying only an error message. Midoriya, the teacher shouted, impressed despite himself. I don't even know how to measure that. Katsuki stared at him, jaw clenched. The message in his eyes was clear. I knew it. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. Sorry, sensei. I got carried away. Later that night, alone in his room, Izuku placed his hand against the wall and concentrated. Blue electricity crackled around his fingers, then spread outward, forming runic patterns that glowed briefly before fading. I know who I am, he whispered to the empty room. I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder, all-father of Asgard. The words felt right on his tongue, like coming home after a long journey. He closed his eyes, extending his senses upward, feeling the clouds above Japan, tasting the potential for storms. With the slightest effort of will, he called a small thundercloud directly above his house. Rain began to fall, gentle at first, then increasing to a downpour precisely limited to the Midoriya property. Outside his door, Inko Midoriya listened, one hand pressed to her mouth. She had suspected for years that her son's quirk was something beyond normal understanding. The doctor's explanations had never satisfied her mother's intuition. Now, hearing him speak with such certainty, she faced a choice: confront what she had heard or continue the comforting fiction that her son was merely an unusually gifted boy. She chose, as she always had, to protect him with her silence. Whatever Izuku was becoming, her love remained unchanged. The morning of UA's entrance exam dawned clear and bright, though dark clouds lingered on the horizon, as if hesitant to disturb the day's proceedings. Izuku stood before the massive gates, dressed in his middle school uniform, towering over most of the other applicants. At 15, he had reached his full height of 6 feet 4 inches, his body having settled into the powerful build of a warrior in his prime. You've got this, he muttered to himself, adjusting the notebook in his hand. Despite the memories and power gradually awakening within him, Izuku had maintained his habit of analyzing heroes and quirks, though now his notes contained occasional comparisons to warriors he had known in another life. A familiar voice cut through his thoughts. "Get out of my way, Deku." Katsuki pushed past him, his expression set in determination. Their middle school years had established an uneasy rivalry, Katsuki driving himself to match Izuku's seemingly effortless abilities, Izuku respecting Katsuki's relentless pursuit of strength. "Good fortune in battle, Katsuki," Izuku called after him, slipping into formal speech as he often did in moments of sincerity. Katsuki paused, not turning around. "Just don't hold back in there. I want to see what you can really do when you're not pretending." As Katsuki disappeared into the crowd, Izuku sighed. His former childhood friend had grown increasingly convinced that Izuku was hiding his true capabilities, which, in fairness, was accurate. Despite the gradual awakening of his powers and memories, Izuku had deliberately kept himself restrained, instinctively understanding that revealing his full divine nature would bring complications he wasn't ready to face. Lost in thought, he failed to notice a small figure stumbling beside him until she began to fall. His hand shot out, catching the girl's arm with gentle precision. "Careful there," he said, steadying her. "Important day to keep your footing." The girl, round-faced with brown hair, looked up at him with wide eyes. "Wow, thanks! That was amazing reflexes." She studied his face. "Are you sure you're a first-year applicant? You look like you could be a teaching assistant." Izuku chuckled, a rumbling sound that carried hints of thunder. "I assure you, I am 15, despite appearances. Izuku Midoriya," he added with a slight bow. "Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you." Her smile was genuine and warm. "Good luck on the exam. Maybe we'll both make it into UA." As she bounced away, Izuku felt a pang of something familiar. The camaraderie of warriors before battle, the simple joy of friendly faces amidst uncertainty. For a moment, Uraraka's face overlapped with memories of Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, causing Izuku to blink rapidly to clear his vision. The written portion of the exam passed without incident. Izuku's dual nature gave him an interesting advantage. Thor's millennia of experience, combined with young Izuku's sharp analytical mind and modern education, created a formidable intellect. He finished with time to spare, his answers demonstrating both technical knowledge and wisdom beyond his years. It was the practical exam that would prove more challenging, not in terms of difficulty, but in maintaining his cover. As Present Mike explained the rules, Izuku found himself categorizing the exercise as a standard warrior's trial similar to those young Asgardians might face. "Begin!" Present Mike suddenly shouted, catching most applicants off guard. Izuku, however, was already moving, his battlefield instincts having recognized the abrupt start as part of the test. He entered Battle Center B at a controlled run, quickly assessing terrain and potential targets. The first robot, a one-pointer, lunged from between buildings. Without breaking stride, Izuku delivered a precisely calculated punch, his fist connecting with metal that crumpled like paper. He continued forward as the robot collapsed behind him, careful to use only what would appear to be enhanced strength rather than godly power. 2 three-pointers emerged ahead, their weapons trained on a group of slower applicants. Izuku felt a surge of protectiveness. These were innocents in danger, even if the danger was controlled. His pace increased, electricity beginning to dance across his skin. "Move aside," he called to the frightened applicants, his voice carrying command that had once directed armies. They scattered just as Izuku reached the robots. This time he allowed a fraction more of his power to emerge. Blue lightning crackled around his fists as he drove them through the robot's central processors. The machines didn't simply fall, they exploded in showers of components, leaving nothing but smoking frames. Nearby applicants stared in awe. "What kind of quirk is that?" someone whispered. "Is he related to All Might?" another wondered. Izuku ignored the comments, continuing his methodical progress through the battle center. By the 5-minute mark, he had accumulated over 70 points without breaking a sweat, moving with the fluid efficiency of someone who had fought in countless battles across millennia. Then the ground shook. The 0-pointer emerged from between buildings, a towering monstrosity designed to be avoided rather than confronted. Izuku's first instinct was dismissive. He could destroy such a machine with minimal effort, but then he heard a cry of pain. Uraraka lay trapped beneath debris near the robot's path, her leg pinned and face contorted with pain. Other applicants fled in the opposite direction, leaving her directly in the zero-pointer's path. In that moment, restraint became secondary to protection. Izuku's eyes flashed electric blue, his hair lifting slightly as if in an unfelt breeze. With a single powerful leap, he soared upward, ascending to eye level with the massive robot. Time seemed to slow as he raised his right hand, palm forward. The gathering storm clouds that had lingered on the horizon all morning suddenly darkened and swirled overhead, responding to his unspoken command. Thunder rumbled, growing louder until it shook the testing ground. "For Midgard," he whispered, the words coming unbidden to his lips. Lightning, natural yet directed by divine will, struck Izuku's raised hand, channeling through his body before blasting outward in a focused beam that tore through the zero-pointer's head and torso. The machine froze, electricity arcing across its surface, before collapsing backward away from the trapped applicants. Izuku landed beside Uraraka, the concrete cracking under his feet. With careful precision, he lifted the debris pinning her leg. "Are you injured, Lady Uraraka?" he asked, his voice carrying concern and formality that seemed at odds with the chaos around them. Uraraka stared at him, eyes wide. How did you... the lightning?" Before she could finish, Present Mike's voice announced the end of the exam. Izuku helped Uraraka to her feet, supporting her weight as Recovery Girl approached. From the observation room, the UA faculty watched in stunned silence. "What did we just witness?" Snipe finally asked. Nezu studied the monitors, his expression unreadable. Something unexpected, his quirk registration lists him as having an electrical emission quirk with enhanced physical parameters, but that... He gestured to the smoking remains of the zero-pointer. That was something else entirely. All Might, in his emaciated true form, leaned forward with particular interest. There was something familiar about that power. Not just the strength, but the way he moved, the way he commanded the lightning. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It almost reminded me of... "Of what?" Aizawa prompted. All Might shook his head. "Nothing. Just an old memory." But privately, he thought of stories his mentor had told him. Legends of heroes from before the age of quirks, beings of myth who commanded forces beyond human understanding. After the exam, as Izuku walked home alone, he finally allowed himself to reflect on what had happened. The power had flowed more naturally than ever before, responding to his will without resistance. The ancient memories had surged forward in the moment of crisis, guiding his actions. He raised his hand, watching blue electricity dance between his fingers, feeling the weather respond to his emotions as clouds gathered overhead. "I am Thor," he whispered to himself, testing the truth of it. "And I am Izuku Midoriya." Both felt equally true, two halves of the same soul merging into something new. Rain began to fall, gentle and warm, as if the sky itself were confirming his identity. The acceptance letter from UA had been a formality. Izuku had known he would pass from the moment he'd left the examination grounds. His perfect score on both written and practical portions had earned him not just admission but recognition as the top incoming student, surpassing even Katsuki Bakugo. On the first day of classes, Izuku arrived early, pausing outside the imposing door to Class 1A. He closed his eyes briefly, centering himself. The memories of Thor had been growing stronger, more integrated with his daily consciousness. No longer did they feel like dreams or visions, but rather his own experiences, as natural as his childhood in this life. "Here we go," he murmured, sliding the door open. Several students had already arrived, turning to assess the newcomer. Izuku could feel their surprise as he entered. At 15, he had the build and presence of a professional hero in his prime. His auburn gold hair was pulled back in a short ponytail, and his uniform, despite being the largest size available, still strained slightly across his shoulders. "Greetings," he said with a slight nod, moving to an empty desk. He noted with amusement that most of the students straightened unconsciously in response to his entrance, responding to the natural authority he projected. A tall student with glasses approached immediately, moving with mechanical precision. "You must be Izuku Midoriya, the highest scorer on the entrance exam. I am Tenya Ida from Some Private Academy." Izuku extended his hand. "Well met, Ida. I look forward to training alongside you." Ida blinked at the formal phrasing but shook the offered hand, eyes widening slightly at Izuku's firm grip. Your performance in the practical exam was remarkable. May I ask about the nature of your quirk? The lightning you summoned was unlike any electrokinesis I've previously observed. Before Izuku could respond, the door slammed open and Katsuki entered, his perpetual scowl deepening when he spotted Izuku. "Deku," he acknowledged curtly, moving to his assigned seat. "Katsuki," Izuku returned with a small smile. "Congratulations on your admission." Katsuki merely grunted, but there was less hostility than in their younger years. Their relationship had evolved into something complex. Not friendship exactly, but a warrior's respect born from years of Katsuki pushing himself to match Izuku's seemingly effortless capabilities. More students filed in, each reacting to Izuku's presence in their own way. He noted their quirks with interest, categorizing them as he might have once assessed new recruits to Asgard's forces. The invisible girl, Hagakure, seemed particularly intrigued, circling him while chattering excitedly. "Are you really our age? You're huge. Your quirk must be amazing to get the top score." Izuku smiled politely. "I assure you, I am 15 despite appearances, and yes, my quirk has served me well." Uraraka entered, her face lighting up when she spotted him. "Midoriya, I never got to properly thank you for saving me during the exam. That was amazing how you took down that huge robot with lightning." Before he could respond, a gruff voice came from the doorway. "If you're here to socialize, you should leave." The students turned to find a disheveled man in a sleeping bag on the floor. Izuku immediately recognized him as the underground hero Eraserhead, though he kept this knowledge to himself. As the man introduced himself as their homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, Izuku observed him carefully. There was something familiar about the man's weary cynicism. It reminded him of warriors he had known who had seen too much battle, whose idealism had been tempered by harsh reality. This was someone who would not be impressed by power alone. "Put these on and meet me at the training ground," Aizawa instructed, tossing out gym uniforms. "We're having a quirk assessment test." As the class changed and headed to the training ground, Izuku found himself walking alongside a boy with dual-colored hair, white and red split down the middle. The boy's mismatched eyes occasionally flickered toward Izuku with carefully concealed interest. "Todoroki, correct?" Izuku offered, extending a hand. "I am Midoriya." Todoroki nodded, but didn't take the offered hand. "I know who you are. Everyone does after your entrance exam performance." Izuku lowered his hand without offense. "And I know of you, son of Endeavor. Your reputation precedes you as well." Something flashed in Todoroki's eyes. Surprise, perhaps, that Izuku had addressed his parentage so directly. "My father has nothing to do with me being here." Izuku studied him thoughtfully. "The shadows of our fathers can be long indeed, but we need not walk the same paths they chose." The words carried the weight of his memories, of Odin, of complicated legacies, of the burden of living up to a parent's expectations. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly before his expression closed off again. He walked ahead without responding, but Izuku noted the slight tension in his shoulders had eased somewhat. At the training ground, Aizawa explained the assessment, a series of physical tests to gauge their quirk capabilities. When he mentioned that the lowest scorer would be expelled, nervous murmurs spread through the class. "Midoriya," Aizawa called, fixing him with a penetrating stare. "You finished first in the entrance exam. Step up for the ball throw." Izuku moved forward, accepting the ball. He could feel the class's attention, particularly Katsuki's burning gaze. This was a moment of choice. How much of his power should he reveal? Too little would be dishonest. Too much would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. He wound up for the throw, deliberately keeping his movement within human parameters. As he released the ball, he channeled a fraction of his strength, enough to be impressive but not enough to betray his divine nature. The ball soared through the air, a small sonic boom marking its passage. Aizawa held up his device, 958.3 meters. Impressive, but deliberately less than what he was capable of. Izuku returned to the group, noticing Aizawa's narrowed eyes. The teacher had expected more. "Bakugo, you're next," Aizawa called. Katsuki stepped forward, his expression intense. "I'll show you what a real hero looks like, Deku," he muttered as he passed Izuku. His throw, powered by his explosion quirk, reached 770. 2 meters, excellent by any standard, but visibly less than Izuku's. Katsuki's face tightened with frustration. The remaining tests followed a similar pattern. Izuku carefully modulated his performance, demonstrating exceptional ability without revealing the true extent of his power. He finished the 50-meter dash in 3.04 seconds, completed the endurance test without breaking a sweat, and lifted the grip strength tester to its maximum reading. Throughout the assessment, he noticed Aizawa watching him with increasing suspicion. During the sidestep test, the teacher activated his erasure quirk while focusing on Izuku, clearly expecting some change in performance. There was none. Divine power was not a quirk to be erased. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly before narrowing again. Izuku pretended not to notice, completing the test with the same controlled excellence he had shown throughout. When all tests were complete, Aizawa displayed the rankings. Izuku stood firmly at the top, followed by Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Bakugo. At the bottom was Mineta, whose face had gone pale with fear. "By the way," Aizawa said, "I was lying about the expulsion. It was a logical ruse to draw out your best performances." Relief washed over the class, all except Yaoyorozu, who commented that she had suspected as much, and Izuku, who had recognized the deception from the beginning. He had seen similar tactics used in training Asgard's warriors. As they headed back to change, Aizawa called out, "Midoriya, a word." The class continued without him, Katsuki shooting one suspicious glance over his shoulder before leaving. "Yes, sensei?" Izuku asked, standing respectfully before the teacher. Aizawa studied him with calculating eyes. "Your quirk didn't disappear when I used my erasure on you." Izuku had prepared for this question. "My quirk has physical enhancement aspects that may be mutations rather than emitter properties. Perhaps those cannot be erased once active." "Perhaps," Aizawa said, clearly unconvinced. "Or perhaps you're not showing your full capabilities. I noticed your ball throw in the entrance exam went significantly further than today's attempt." Izuku met his gaze steadily. "I'm still learning to control my output, sensei. The entrance exam was an emotional situation." After a long moment, Aizawa nodded. "Control is important, but in this class I expect my students to give their all. Whatever you're holding back, whatever you're hiding, it won't serve you or your classmates in the long run." As Aizawa walked away, Izuku released a slow breath. The teacher was perceptive, dangerously so. But he wasn't ready to reveal the full truth, not when he himself was still reconciling his dual nature. That evening, as Izuku walked home, he felt a peculiar tingle at the base of his skull, a sensation he recognized from his memories as Thor. Someone was watching him. He turned casually, scanning his surroundings, and caught a glimpse of a gaunt figure ducking behind a building, a skeletal man with wild blonde hair. Interesting. The symbol of peace himself, in his true form, taking an interest in a first-year student. Izuku smiled faintly and continued walking, wondering what had drawn All Might's attention. Perhaps the entrance exam had revealed more than he intended. Or perhaps the hero sensed something familiar in Izuku's power, an echo of the divine that resonated with One for All's own mysterious origins. Whatever the reason, the game of concealment had become more complicated. Izuku would need to be careful, but also perhaps begin preparing for the day when his true nature would inevitably be revealed. The next day brought hero basic training, and with it, All Might himself in all his muscled glory. Izuku studied the symbol of peace carefully as he announced the battle trial exercise, noting the subtle signs of strain beneath the hero's perpetual smile. Having lived for millennia in his previous existence, Izuku recognized the look of someone maintaining a facade over physical deterioration. "Today's training will pull no punches," All Might declared, explaining the indoor battle trial, heroes versus villains, with teams of 2 competing to either secure a mock weapon or capture their opponents. When the lots were drawn, Izuku found himself paired with Uraraka against Ida and Bakugo. He couldn't help but smile at the irony. His first true combat exercise would pit him against the one person most suspicious of his abilities. In the preparation room, Uraraka fidgeted nervously. "Bakugo seems really intense, especially about you, Midoriya. Do you two have history?" Izuku nodded, adjusting the simple domino mask that comprised his temporary costume. "We grew up together. He's always been driven to be the best." Finding himself second to anyone challenges his self-image. He looked ready to explode when All Might announced our matchup. "Katsuki is a warrior at heart," Izuku said, his voice carrying a hint of Thor's battlefield assessment. He faces challenges head-on and never retreats. We can use that. He crouched down, drawing a quick diagram of the building on a piece of paper. Here's how we'll approach this. Bakugo will come for me immediately. He won't be able to help himself. That predictability is our advantage. His finger traced paths through the building. While I engage him, you should use your zero-gravity quirk to move silently through these routes to the weapon room. Uraraka looked impressed. You sound like you've planned military operations before. Izuku paused, realizing he had slipped into the strategic thinking of a general who had commanded armies across 9 realms. I analyze hero battles as a hobby, he covered smoothly. Let's focus on Ida. He'll likely stay with the weapon, using his speed to intercept you if you're discovered. By the time All Might called for the exercise to begin, Izuku had outlined a comprehensive strategy that left Uraraka wide-eyed but determined. Just remember, Izuku said as they entered the building, we're not just fighting opponents, we're fighting their expectations of us. Surprise is our ally. They separated immediately, Izuku taking the most direct route through the building, making no attempt to conceal his approach. As predicted, he'd barely made it to the 2nd floor when an explosion blasted through a wall and Bakugo emerged, his expression fierce. Finally, Deku, he shouted, palms crackling with explosive sweat. No more holding back. Show me what you're really capable of. Izuku shifted into a relaxed combat stance, one that had served him through countless battles across the 9 realms. Katsuki, I was wondering when you'd appear. Don't talk down to me. Bakugo launched himself forward, leading with his right hand, his favorite opening move since childhood. Izuku sidestepped with fluid grace, his movement almost casual. You always start with a right swing, some habits never change. Bakugo's eyes widened with fury and surprise. He pivoted quickly, using an explosion to change direction mid-air, his left hand aimed at Izuku's face. I'm not the same kid from the neighborhood, Deku. This time, Izuku caught Bakugo's wrist, careful to use only enough strength to stop the attack without causing injury. Neither am I, Katsuki. For a moment, they stood locked in position, Bakugo's explosion quirk continuing to detonate harmlessly against Izuku's palm. Through the communication device, Izuku could hear Uraraka's careful movement through the upper floors. Why are you so damn calm? Bakugo growled, frustration evident in his voice. Fight me seriously. Izuku released him with a slight push, sending Bakugo skidding backward. This is a tactical exercise, not merely a display of power. True battle requires strategy as well as strength. Don't lecture me, Bakugo charged again, this time using his explosions to propel himself in an erratic pattern, making his approach less predictable. Izuku nodded slightly, acknowledging the improvement. As Bakugo closed in, Izuku allowed a fraction of his divine reflexes to surface. He moved with preternatural speed, weaving between Bakugo's explosions as if they were moving in slow motion, occasionally touching Bakugo's arms or shoulders to redirect his momentum. To observers, it looked like an elaborate dance. Bakugo all fury and explosive force, Izuku all precision and economy of movement. Through their earpieces, All Might and the watching class could hear Bakugo's increasingly frustrated shouts contrasted with Izuku's calm instructions. Your right arm is dropping too low after each explosion. You're overcommitting to attacks, leaving your center exposed. Your strategy relies too heavily on overwhelming force rather than tactical advantage. In the monitoring room, the students watched in amazement. Is Midoriya teaching Bakugo how to fight better while they're battling? Kirishima asked incredulously. Yaoyorozu nodded, her expression thoughtful. He's identifying weaknesses and suggesting corrections, even as he defends. It's like watching a master instructor with a talented but undisciplined student. All Might said nothing, but his smile had faded to a look of intense concentration. Something about Midoriya's movement, his battle awareness, triggered old memories, stories his mentor had told him of heroes from an age-long past. Meanwhile, Uraraka had reached the weapon room, where Ida was guarding the missile with exaggerated, villainous behavior. Using the distraction techniques Izuku had suggested, she managed to float debris past one entrance while approaching from another. In the hallway below, Bakugo had reached his breaking point. "Stop toying with me," he roared, pulling the pin on his gauntlet. "If you won't show your real power, I'll force it out of you." The massive explosion tore through the corridor, powerful enough to damage the building's structural integrity. Through the smoke, Bakugo expected to find Izuku finally injured or at least defensive. Instead, Izuku stood unmoved, one hand extended. Around him, the force of the explosion seemed to have bent, leaving him untouched in the center of the destruction. His eyes glowed faintly blue, electricity crackling around his fingertips. "Enough, Katsuki," he said, his voice carrying an authority that momentarily froze Bakugo in place. "This exercise is about heroism, not personal vendettas. Your attack endangered the structural integrity of this building and potentially your teammates." Through their earpieces, they heard All Might's voice, uncharacteristically stern. "Young Bakugo, that level of destruction is prohibited in this exercise. One more such attack and you'll be disqualified." Bakugo stared at Izuku, his expression a complex mixture of rage, confusion, and, for the first time, a hint of fear. "What are you?" he whispered. Before Izuku could respond, Uraraka's voice came through their communicators. "Midoriya, I've secured the weapon. We win." All Might's booming announcement confirmed their victory. As they regrouped outside, Bakugo remained uncharacteristically silent, his eyes never leaving Izuku. During the post-exercise review, All Might named Izuku as the MVP, citing his strategic approach, minimal property damage, and effective teamwork. Young Midoriya displayed excellent situation awareness and combat discipline, All Might explained. Rather than simply overpowering his opponent, he controlled the engagement to create opportunity for his partner while simultaneously offering constructive feedback to improve his opponent's technique. Izuku accepted the praise with a humble nod, though he noticed both All Might and Aizawa, who had slipped into the monitoring room during the exercise, watching him with increased interest. As class ended, Todoroki approached Izuku in the hallway. "That wasn't just skill," he said without preamble. "You moved like someone who has been in countless battles." Izuku met his heterochromatic gaze steadily. "Perhaps I have an old soul." "Perhaps," Todoroki agreed, his expression unreadable. "Or perhaps there's more to your quirk than you've shared." Without waiting for a response, he walked away, leaving Izuku to contemplate how many of his classmates were beginning to sense that something about him didn't quite fit the expected mold. Later that evening, as Izuku walked home, he again felt the sensation of being watched. This time, he deliberately turned down an empty side street before stopping. "You can come out, All Might," he called without turning around. "Your stealth skills need considerable work." A choking sound came from behind a dumpster, followed by the emergence of All Might in his true form, skeletal and gaunt. "Young Midoriya, how did you know I was following you?" Izuku turned, smiling faintly. "I've been aware of your presence since yesterday. Was there something you wished to discuss?" All Might studied him with unexpected intensity. "Your performance today was reminiscent of something I've seen before, or rather, something I've heard about." "Oh?" Izuku kept his expression neutral. "My mentor once told me stories of heroes from before the age of quirks, beings of great power who moved with the assurance of those who had seen centuries of combat." All Might stepped closer, his sunken eyes searching Izuku's face. "Your quirk registry says electrokinesis with physical enhancement, but that doesn't explain what I've observed." Izuku considered his options. Complete honesty wasn't possible, not yet, but perhaps a partial truth would satisfy the symbol of peace. "My quirk is difficult to categorize," he said carefully. "It comes with certain instincts and abilities that I'm still discovering myself. I mean, no deception, but I'm not ready to fully explain what I don't yet understand." All Might seemed to weigh this answer before nodding slowly. "Fair enough, young man. We all have our secrets." He coughed slightly, blood speckling his lips. "Just remember that UA is a place for growth, not just in power, but in understanding oneself." As All Might turned to leave, Izuku called after him. "Your injury, from your battle with All for One 5 years ago, it troubles you greatly, doesn't it?" All Might froze, then turned back slowly, his expression shocked. "How could you possibly know about that?" Izuku tapped his temple lightly. "I see more than most, All Might. Your secret is safe with me, as I hope mine is with you. For now." The symbol of peace stared at him for a long moment before his face broke into a genuine, if confused, smile. "You are a mystery, young Midoriya. Perhaps someday you'll share your story with me." "Perhaps," Izuku agreed. when the time is right. As All Might departed, Izuku gazed up at the evening sky, where storm clouds gathered in response to his thoughtful mood. The boundaries between Izuku Midoriya and Thor Odinson were blurring further each day. Soon, he suspected, the truth would emerge, not by choice, but by necessity. The question was whether this world of heroes was ready for the return of a god. The bus ride to the unforeseen simulation joint hummed with excited conversation. Class 1A had been training together for nearly 2 weeks, developing the beginnings of genuine camaraderie. Even Bakugo had settled into a slightly less hostile demeanor, though he continued to watch Izuku with smoldering suspicion. Izuku sat near the back, listening to his classmates discuss their quirks. Asui, or Tsuyu, as she'd asked to be called, had just finished describing her frog-like abilities when she turned to him. "What about you, Midoriya? Your quirk seems really powerful, but we haven't seen its full capabilities yet, Ribbit?" The bus quieted, students turning to hear his response. Even Aizawa, pretending to nap at the front, opened one eye slightly. Izuku smiled. "My quirk allows me to generate and control electrical energy, along with some physical enhancements." "That's putting it mildly," Kaminari chimed in. "I've seen how you move in training. It's like you're not even trying when the rest of us are giving it everything." "And during the battle trial," Uraraka added, "Bakugo's explosion didn't even touch you. You just redirected it somehow." Bakugo scoffed, but didn't contradict her. Izuku chose his words carefully. "I've had my quirk since I was 4 and have worked hard to master its applications. As for the explosion," he glanced at Bakugo, "I simply created an electromagnetic field that diverted the force around me. It wasn't entirely a lie. What he couldn't explain was that the knowledge of how to manipulate such forces came from millennia of experience wielding similar powers across 9 realms." Todoroki, who rarely participated in group discussions, spoke up. "Your fighting style doesn't match your age. You move like someone with decades of combat experience." The observation hung in the air, too accurate to be comfortably dismissed. Izuku felt Aizawa's attention sharpen from the front of the bus. Before he could formulate a response, the USJ came into view, and excitement over the facility provided a welcome distraction. As they disembarked, Izuku noticed a subtle pressure at the base of his skull, the same sensation that had alerted him to danger countless times across his many battles as Thor. He scanned the massive facility as they entered, his senses extending beyond normal human perception. Something felt wrong, a disharmony in the natural energy of the place that are a sense of malicious intent gathering like storm clouds on the horizon. 13's explanation of the facility barely registered as Izuku discreetly surveyed their surroundings. When the space hero began their speech about quirk usage and responsibility, Izuku's attention was drawn to the central plaza, where the air seemed to shimmer with unnatural distortion. "Sensei," he said suddenly, cutting across 13's words. "Something's coming." Aizawa turned sharply. "What do you mean, Midoriya?" Before Izuku could elaborate, the lights flickered. At the central plaza, a dark portal materialized, swirling with ominous purple-black energy. "Everyone back," Aizawa commanded, pulling his goggles into place. 13, protect the students." Figures began emerging from the portal, dozens, then scores of villains of various shapes and sizes. Last came 2 distinctive figures, a man covered in disembodied hands and a massive, bird-like creature with an exposed brain. "Is this part of the exercise?" Kirishima asked uncertainly. "No," Izuku said, his voice dropping into the commanding tone of a battlefield general. "Those are real villains. The one with hands appears to be their leader. The black mist is their transport method. And that creature," his eyes narrowed, ancient instincts recognizing an abomination against natural order, "is something engineered for destruction." Aizawa shot him a sharp look. "How could you possibly know that?" "I can sense it," Izuku replied simply. "The creature has been modified to counter multiple quirks, likely including yours, Sensei." The teacher's eyes widened slightly before his expression hardened with resolve. "Stay back with 13, I'll handle this." As Aizawa leapt into battle against the crowd of villains, 13 began herding the students toward the exit. Izuku, however, remained rooted in place, his eyes tracking the Erasure Hero's movements. Aizawa was skilled, impressively so for a mortal, but Izuku could see the inevitable conclusion. One against many with a bioengineered weapon waiting in reserve, The odds were insurmountable. When the dark mist villain appeared before them, blocking their escape, Izuku was already moving. His hand shot out, grabbing Bakugo's arm as the explosive student lunged forward to attack. "Wait," he commanded. "That's not a physical body you can damage with explosions." The mist villain chuckled. "Perceptive, aren't you? I am Kurogiri, and we are the League of Villains. We have come to kill All Might," Izuku finished, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of ancient power. "But he isn't here, so you'll settle for harming his students. A coward's strategy." Kurogiri's yellow eyes narrowed. "You're an observant one, too dangerous to leave with the group." The mist expanded suddenly, engulfing several students before anyone could react. Izuku felt the spatial distortion surrounding him, attempting to teleport him elsewhere in the facility. With a thought, he summoned electricity to his skin, creating a counterfield that temporarily disrupted the warp gate around him. It wasn't enough to stop the teleportation completely, but it allowed him to reach out and grab Uraraka's hand as the darkness claimed them. They rematerialized above the shipwreck zone, falling toward the artificial lake below. Izuku pulled Uraraka close with one arm, using his other hand to summon a controlled current of air that slowed their descent. They landed on the ship's deck with barely a sound. "Midoriya," Uraraka gasped. "How did you do that? We were falling, and then it was like we just floated down." "Air current manipulation," he explained briefly. "Part of my quirks application." He scanned the water where villains with aquatic quirks were circling the ship. "We have company." Tsuyu emerged from the water, climbing the ship's side with her frog-like abilities. "I managed to escape the warp. Ribbit. There are at least 15 villains in the water." Izuku nodded, his mind already formulating strategy. "They've separated us to pick us off gradually. We need to regroup with the others." He closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses across the facility. Through the natural electricity in the air, he could perceive the rough locations of his classmates, scattered throughout the various zones. More concerning was what he sensed in the central plaza. Aizawa was still fighting, but his movements were slowing. The hand-covered villain was watching with disturbing glee, while the monstrous creature stood motionless, awaiting command. "Aizawa-sensei is in trouble," he said, opening his eyes, "and the other students are scattered, but alive." Uraraka looked bewildered. "How can you possibly know that?" "No time to explain," Izuku replied. He glanced at the villains circling below. "Uraraka, your quirk can make objects weightless. Asui, you can throw objects with your tongue. I'm going to create a distraction, then I want you both to get to the central plaza and help evacuate any students you find along the way." "What about you?" Tsuyu asked. Izuku's eyes flashed with blue electricity. "I'm going to help Aizawa-sensei." Without waiting for their response, he stepped to the edge of the deck. The villains below called up taunts and threats, unaware of what they were truly facing. "Hey kid, gonna jump? Save us the trouble!" Izuku looked down at them calmly. "You came here seeking to battle a symbol of power." He raised his hand, electricity beginning to dance between his fingers. "You should have been more specific about which one." Lightning erupted from his palm, striking the water with precisely controlled force. The electrical current spread across the surface, shocking the unprepared villains into unconsciousness without being lethal. As the last villain slumped in the water, Izuku turned back to his classmates. "Now," he said simply. Uraraka used her quirk on a broken piece of the deck, which Tsuyu then hurled toward the central plaza with her powerful tongue. As it sailed through the air, the two girls grabbed hold, using it as improvised transport. Izuku waited until they were safely away before raising his face to the sky. The ceiling of the USJ was designed to simulate various weather conditions, currently a clear blue sky. With a thought, he began to alter it, drawing upon his connection to the primal forces of nature. Clouds formed rapidly, darkening from white to gray to near black. Static electricity built in the air, raising the hair on everyone in the facility. A low rumble of thunder reverberated through the dome. In the central plaza, the hand-covered villain, Shigaraki, looked up in confusion. "Weather control? That wasn't in the intel. Kurogiri, whose quirk is this?" Before the mist villain could respond, lightning struck the plaza floor just meters from where they stood. A second bolt followed immediately after, then a third, each closer than the last. Through the artificial storm walked Izuku Midoriya, electricity crackling around his body, his eyes glowing electric blue. The wind whipped his hair around his face, and each step left brief impressions of scorched footprints that quickly faded. He reached Aizawa, who lay bloody and broken on the ground, the Nomu standing over him with one massive foot on the teacher's shattered arm. "Step away from him," Izuku commanded, his voice carrying the authority of one who had led armies. Shigaraki tilted his head, studying this unexpected development with childlike curiosity. "Interesting. You're not in the data we collected. Who might you be? NPC? I am Izuku Midoriya," he replied simply, "and you have made a grave tactical error bringing harm to this place." Shigaraki scratched his neck nervously. "Nomu, kill him." The creature moved with shocking speed, appearing before Izuku with one massive fist already swinging toward his head. To most observers, the blow would have been too fast to even see, let alone dodge. Izuku caught the fist in his open palm. The impact created a shockwave that rippled across the plaza, cracking the concrete beneath their feet. The Nomu's momentum stopped completely, its strength, designed to rival all mights, held in check by a teenager's hand. Shigaraki's eyes widened behind the hand covering his face. Impossible. Nomu has shock absorption and super strength specifically designed to kill all might. Shock absorption, Izuku noted calmly, electricity intensifying around his captured fist. Not shock immunity. Blue lightning surged from his hand directly into the Nomu's body, bypassing its durability defenses and attacking its nervous system directly. The creature convulsed violently, but didn't release its attack. "Interesting," Izuku said, almost clinically. "Enhanced pain tolerance as well. Let's try something else." With his free hand, he delivered a single, precise strike to the Nomu's exposed brain. The creature froze, then staggered backward, its movements suddenly uncoordinated. Shigaraki began scratching his neck frantically. "What are you? This isn't fair. Nomu is supposed to be All Might's equal. All Might is a mortal man with extraordinary power," Izuku replied, stepping forward as lightning continued to dance across his skin. "I am something else entirely." The Nomu recovered enough to charge again, both arms outstretched to grab Izuku. This time, Izuku didn't bother to dodge or block. Instead, he raised both hands, summoning a bolt of lightning directly from the storm clouds above. It struck him first, charging his body with energy that he immediately redirected through his palms into the charging Nomu. The creature's momentum carried it forward onto his outstretched hands, where it received the full force of a divine lightning strike. Its flesh charred and muscles spasmed as electricity coursed through its body, overloading even its enhanced healing factor. When Izuku finally released it, the Nomu collapsed to the ground, still twitching but incapacitated. Shigaraki stood frozen, his confident demeanor shattered by the casual defeat of their ultimate weapon. This is cheating! You're cheating! What kind of quirk can do that?" Izuku turned to face him fully, storm clouds swirling directly above his head. "You came to this place of learning with intent to kill. You injured a teacher who sought only to protect his students. And now you question the fairness of facing consequences?" He took a step forward. Shigaraki took an involuntary step back. "Leave," Izuku commanded. "Take your wounded and go. And know that should you return, you will face not just me, but the full might of those who train to be heroes." For a moment, it seemed Shigaraki might attack regardless, his hands twitching with the desire to disintegrate this unexpected obstacle. Then a new portal opened beside him. "Tamura Shigaraki," Kurogiri said urgently. "The pro-heroes will arrive any moment. We must retreat." Shigaraki's red eyes remained fixed on Izuku. "I'll remember you," he promised, his voice a venomous whisper. "This isn't over." "It never is," Izuku replied with the weariness of one who had fought countless battles across millennia. As the villains disappeared through the portal, taking the incapacitated Nomu with them, Izuku immediately knelt beside Aizawa. The teacher's injuries were severe. Broken bones, facial trauma, and internal bleeding. Without intervention, he might not survive until emergency services arrived. Izuku placed his hands gently on Aizawa's chest, summoning the most delicate application of his power, healing lightning, a skill he had rarely used in his previous existence, but which now came to him with surprising clarity. Soft blue electricity flowed from his palms into the teacher's broken body, accelerating natural healing processes and stabilizing critical injuries. It wouldn't fully heal him. That was beyond even divine power without proper artifacts, but it would ensure he survived. Aizawa's eyes flickered open, bloodshot and unfocused. "Midoriya?" he whispered. What are you doing?" "Helping," Izuku replied simply. "Rest now, sensei. The villains are gone." As Aizawa slipped back into unconsciousness, Izuku heard the main doors of the USJ burst open. All Might arrived in his heroic form, followed closely by other UA teachers. "I am here," the symbol of peace announced before taking in the scene before him. The devastated plaza, the unconscious Aizawa, the dissipating storm clouds, and Izuku Midoriya kneeling in the center of it all, blue electricity still flickering occasionally across his skin. All Might's perpetual smile faltered for perhaps the first time in public. Young Midoriya? What happened here? Before Izuku could answer, his classmates began emerging from various zones, led by 13 despite the space hero's own injuries. They gathered at the plaza's edge, staring in awe at the destruction, and at their classmate who knelt at its center, looking both completely out of place and strangely at home amidst the chaos. "Midoriya fought that bird monster?" Uraraka explained, her voice filled with disbelief despite having witnessed it herself. He summoned lightning and stopped it with one hand. "He knew the villains were coming before they appeared," Yaoyorozu added, "and he somehow coordinated our locations despite us being scattered throughout the facility." As the teachers organized emergency response and student evacuation, Izuku rose to his feet, the last traces of divine power fading from his eyes. He felt the weight of his classmates' stares, the questions that now couldn't be avoided, the secret that had become too large to contain. All Might approached him slowly, his characteristic bombast subdued. "Young man," he said quietly, "I believe we have much to discuss." Izuku nodded solemnly. "Yes, I suppose we do." As they left the USJ, Izuku felt something shifting within him. The final barriers between his mortal existence as Izuku Midoriya and his divine essence as Thor Odinson beginning to dissolve. The storm was coming, both literally and figuratively. Soon, this world would know exactly what had been reborn into their midst, and he would need to be ready. The aftermath of the USJ attack brought changes both subtle and profound. While the official report described a coordinated defense by students and teachers, rumors spread throughout UA about the first-year student who had supposedly faced down the villain's biological weapons single-handedly. Izuku found himself under increased scrutiny from all directions. His classmates regarded him with a mixture of awe, curiosity, and, in some cases, wariness. The faculty, particularly Aizawa, now recovered thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk and Izuku's secret intervention, watched him with analytical intensity during training exercises. 3 days after the attack, Izuku received a summons to Principal Nezu's office. He wasn't surprised. He had been expecting this conversation. "Ah, young Midoriya!" Nezu greeted him cheerfully from behind his desk. "Thank you for coming. Please, have a seat." Izuku noted that they weren't alone. All Might sat in his true form in one corner, looking gaunt but attentive. Aizawa leaned against the wall near the window, his face still partially bandaged but his eyes sharp. "You wish to speak with me, Principal?" Izuku said, taking the offered seat. Nezu poured tea with meticulous precision. "Indeed, it seems we have something of a mystery on our hands, and you appear to be at the center of it." The principal's beady eyes studied him over the rim of his teacup. "Your quirk registration lists you as having an electrical emission quirk with enhanced physical parameters. Yet what we witnessed at the USJ suggests abilities far beyond that classification. Not to mention," Aizawa added, "that my erasure had no effect on you during our assessment test. That shouldn't be possible for an emitter-type quirk." All Might leaned forward. "Young Midoriya, we're not here to accuse you of anything, but as your teachers and those responsible for your education, we need to understand what we're working with." Izuku took a sip of tea, considering his options. The time for complete concealment had passed, but full disclosure might not be wise either. A partial truth, then. "My abilities are complicated," he began. "They manifest in ways that don't conform to standard quirk classifications. I can manipulate electrical energy, yes, but also weather patterns, air currents, and to some extent, life force itself." "Life force?" Nezu's ears perked up. "Fascinating, and the enhanced strength and durability?" "Intrinsic to my nature," Izuku replied carefully, Not a separate aspect of my quirk, but a fundamental alteration of my physical being. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You're choosing your words very precisely, Midoriya. You haven't actually said these abilities are a quirk at all. Izuku met his gaze steadily. No, I haven't. A heavy silence filled the room as the implication sank in. All Might broke it first. If not a quirk, then what? I'm still determining that myself, Izuku said, which wasn't entirely untrue. While he recognized the divine essence within him, understanding how Thor's soul had merged with Izuku Midoriya's mortal form was still a mystery even to him. What I can tell you is that my abilities come with certain knowledge, combat experience, tactical awareness, understanding of forces beyond conventional science. Like memories not your own, Nezu suggested, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. Izuku nodded slightly. Something like that. Aizawa pushed away from the wall. That would explain how you knew the Nomu was engineered to counter my quirk, and how you coordinated students during the attack with information you shouldn't have had. I sense energy patterns, Izuku explained. Electrical impulses in the brain, nervous system signals, the natural bioelectricity in all living things. It allows me a certain awareness. Nezu set down his teacup with a decisive clink. Well, this is certainly unprecedented. A quirk that may not be a quirk at all, possibly connected to some form of inherited memory or awareness. His beady eyes gleamed with scientific curiosity. I must say, young Midoriya, you present a fascinating case study. All Might looked less convinced. There's still something you're not telling us, isn't there, my boy? Izuku smiled faintly. There are some truths I'm not ready to share, even with myself. But I assure you, my goal is to become a hero worthy of this school's legacy. My powers, whatever their source, will be used to protect. After a thoughtful pause, Nezu nodded. Very well. For now, we'll accept your explanation. Incomplete though it may be. However, I'll ask that you work closely with the faculty to better document your abilities. Understanding your limits and potential is crucial both for your development and for the safety of those around you. Of course, Izuku agreed. And, Aizawa added, no more holding back in training. Whatever you did at USJ, your classmates need to be prepared for that level of ability if they're going to work alongside you professionally. Izuku considered this request. Revealing more of his power meant accelerating the inevitable questions, but it would also allow him to better prepare his classmates for the dangers they would face. Agreed, he said finally. Though I suggest a controlled introduction, some aspects of my abilities might be disconcerting without proper context. As he left the principal's office, Izuku found Bakugo waiting in the hallway, leaning against the wall with his usual scowl. They want answers about your mysterious quirk? Bakugo asked, making air quotes around the word. Something like that, Izuku confirmed, continuing to walk. Bakugo fell into step beside him. I've known you since we were 4, Bakugo said after a moment of silence. You were quirkless until that thunderstorm, and then suddenly you had this electricity quirk. But that wasn't all that changed. Izuku glanced at him. Oh? You started talking differently. Walking differently. You knew things no kid should know. Bakugo's eyes burned with intensity. At first I thought you were just trying to act cool, but it was more than that. It was like someone else was looking out through your eyes sometimes. The observation was surprisingly astute. Bakugo had always been perceptive beneath his explosive exterior. Perhaps there was, Izuku admitted quietly. Bakugo stopped walking, grabbing Izuku's arm. Just tell me one thing, and don't give me any cryptic bullshit. Are you still Deku, the same kid I grew up with? Or are you something else now? The question struck at the heart of what Izuku himself had been reconciling for years, the dual nature of his existence, the merging of divine essence with mortal soul. Was he Izuku Midoriya with Thor's memories and powers, or Thor Odinson inhabiting Izuku's form? I am both less and more than the child you knew, he answered finally. I am Izuku Midoriya, but with something ancient awakened within me. The core of who I was remains, Katsuki. The desire to help others, to be a hero, that has never changed. Bakugo studied his face intently before releasing his arm. Fine. Keep your secrets for now, but eventually you're going to have to stop hiding behind riddles and half-truths. His expression hardened with determination. And when you finally show what you really are, I'll still surpass you. Remember that. As Bakugo stalked away, Izuku smiled faintly. Some things truly never changed, including Katsuki Bakugo's indomitable spirit. The following day brought the first test of his agreement with the faculty, combat training supervised by Aizawa and Midnight, with the entire class participating in quirk against quirk sparring matches. Midoriya and Todoroki, Aizawa announced for the final match. Center ring. The class gathered around the designated area, excitement rippling through them. Todoroki was considered one of the most powerful students in class, his dual ice and fire quirk presenting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. As they took their positions, Todoroki spoke quietly. Aizawa-sensei told me not to hold back against you, said you had permission to use your full abilities. Izuku nodded. That's correct. Are you comfortable with that? I've been waiting to see what you're really capable of, Todoroki replied, frost already forming around his right side. Just know that I'll be using my ice only. I have no intention of using his fire. The his needed no clarification. Todoroki's rejection of his father's flame was well known among their classmates by now. Begin, Midnight called. Todoroki didn't hesitate, sending a massive wave of ice surging toward Izuku with speed that would have caught most opponents completely off guard. The attack was considerably more powerful than what he had used against previous sparring partners, a glacier rather than a mere wall of frost. Izuku didn't move. As the ice reached him, electricity crackled around his body, intensifying to a blue aura that melted the incoming attack on contact. Steam billowed around him, obscuring him momentarily from view. When it cleared, Izuku stood unmoved, not a crystal of ice having touched him. The temperature differential had created a perfect circle of clear ground around him, beyond which Todoroki's ice still covered the ring. Impressive control, Izuku commented. Your precision has improved significantly since our first training sessions. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He slammed his right foot down, sending a more concentrated ice attack drilling directly toward Izuku. This time, instead of melting it, Izuku simply sidestepped with preternatural speed, appearing to almost blur as he moved. You rely too heavily on overwhelming force, Izuku observed, his voice carrying across the training ground. Against opponents of similar power levels, technique becomes more crucial than raw output. To demonstrate, he moved forward, not charging, but advancing with deliberate, measured steps. Todoroki sent ice spike after ice spike toward him, each more precisely aimed than the last. Izuku either melted them with controlled electrical discharge or evaded with minimal movement, all while continuing his steady approach. When he reached striking distance, Todoroki attempted to encase him directly, ice forming around Izuku's legs. Blue electricity pulsed once, shattering the ice instantly. Your ice approaches absolute zero, but energy can always overcome stasis, Izuku explained, sounding more like a teacher than an opponent. Now, observe proper close quarters technique. What followed was less a fight and more a demonstration. Izuku moved with fluid precision, each strike pulled just short of contact, each movement illustrating vulnerabilities in Todoroki's defense. Throughout, he provided calm commentary, pointing out adjustments and alternatives. Your right side remains overextended when you attack. Shift your weight center to maintain balance. Creating distance is effective only if you use the time gained tactically. Otherwise, you merely delay the inevitable. Your quirk has defensive applications beyond simple barriers. Consider how ice can redirect an opponent's momentum rather than just blocking it. From the sidelines, the class watched in fascinated silence. This wasn't the explosive spectacle they had expected, but something arguably more impressive, a masterclass in combat theory delivered in real time. Is he teaching Todoroki while they fight? Kirishima whispered. Yaoyorozu nodded, her expression thoughtful. Just as he did with Bakugo during the battle trial. It's like he's drawing from centuries of combat experience. Finally, Izuku closed the distance completely, one hand coming to rest lightly on Todoroki's chest. And this, he said gently, is why balance is essential. When you favor one side of your power, you create a fundamental weakness that can be exploited. A tiny spark jumped from his finger to Todoroki's training uniform. Not enough to harm, just enough to make the point. Had this been a real fight, that same position could have delivered a lethal strike. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes widened slightly in understanding. For a brief moment, flames flickered along his left side before he suppressed them again. Match concluded, Aizawa called. Midoriya wins by technical knockout. As they stepped out of the ring, Todoroki regarded Izuku with newfound respect. You could have ended that immediately, he said quietly. Why didn't you? Because the purpose of training is growth, not victory, Izuku replied. You have potential beyond what you've allowed yourself to explore. Limiting yourself to half your power isn't just tactically unsound, it denies the fullness of who you are. Todoroki's expression tightened. You don't understand what this fire represents. Don't I? Izuku's voice carried the weight of one who had wrestled with complicated paternal legacies across lifetimes. Power is neither good nor evil, Todoroki. It simply is. The fire is yours, not his, just as my abilities are mine to define, regardless of their origin. Before Todoroki could respond, Aizawa called the class together for final observations. As expected, much of the discussion centered on Izuku's performance. Midoriya demonstrated several important principles today, Aizawa noted. First, that overwhelming power means nothing without tactical application. Second, that understanding an opponent's technique is as important as countering their quirk. And third, he fixed Izuku with a pointed look, that holding back can sometimes be more instructive than going all out. After class, as students headed to the changing rooms, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates buzzing with questions. Dude, that was amazing, Kirishima exclaimed. You moved like a pro. How did you analyze Todoroki's fighting style so quickly? Ida asked, hands chopping the air with enthusiasm. Can you teach me some of those techniques? Uraraka added. Izuku smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with his powers. This was what had drawn Thor's essence to this world, to this life. The opportunity to guide and protect, to pass on knowledge gained through countless battles across the cosmos. I'd be happy to share what I know, he told them. After all, a warrior's greatest legacy is not his own victories, but the strength he helps awaken in others. The words were Thor's, spoken through Izuku's lips, yet they felt entirely natural, the two existences continuing their gradual, harmonious integration. Later that evening, as Izuku walked home, the sky darkened with gathering storm clouds that mirrored his thoughtful mood. The barriers he had maintained were beginning to fall, piece by piece. Soon, the truth would be fully revealed, not just to his teachers and classmates, but to the world. And when that happened, everything would change. The sports festival approached with the inevitability of changing seasons. Throughout UA, students trained with renewed intensity, each determined to showcase their abilities on Japan's most watched heroics event. For Class 1A, fresh from the USJ incident, the festival carried additional significance, a chance to prove their resilience and potential to the watching world. For Izuku, it represented something more complex, a public debut that would make continued concealment of his true nature increasingly difficult. The controlled environment of classroom training was one thing. The unpredictable demands of competitive combat were another entirely. Are you worried about the festival? Inko asked over dinner 2 nights before the event. She had noticed her son's unusual quietness, the distant look in his eyes that had become more frequent lately. Izuku glanced up from his food. Not worried exactly, more contemplative. About what your classmates will think when they see what you can really do, she asked perceptively. He smiled faintly. Among other things. Inko set down her chopsticks and reached across the table to take his hand. Izuku, I've watched you change over the years, not just your appearance or your abilities, but something deeper, something in your eyes that sometimes makes you seem like the parent and me, the child. His expression softened. Mom, I don't know exactly what's happening to you, she continued, her voice steady despite the tears gathering in her eyes. But I know my son. Whatever else you are, whatever else you're becoming, your heart remains the same. That's what matters to me. Izuku squeezed her hand gently, careful of his strength. Thank you, he said simply, the words carrying the weight of both Thor's ancient wisdom and Izuku's youthful sincerity. That night, as he slept, his dreams were more vivid than ever. Not fragmented memories, but a continuous vision of Asgard in its prime. He walked the Rainbow Bridge, feeling Bifrost energy hum beneath his feet. The golden spires of the palace gleamed in eternal twilight. And waiting in the throne room, held in stasis since his departure from that reality, was Mjolnir, the hammer that had been his constant companion through countless battles. In the dream, he extended his hand, feeling the connection that transcended universes. "If I am truly still worthy," he whispered, "then return to me when I have need of you." He awoke to thunder, though the sky outside was clear and star-filled. Something had shifted, a connection re-established across dimensional barriers. The hammer had heard his call. The morning of the sports festival dawned bright and clear. UA's campus transformed by the addition of massive viewing stands, media platforms, and security checkpoints. Class 1A gathered in their waiting room, a mixture of nervous energy and determined focus filling the space. "Remember," Ida announced, taking his role as class representative seriously, "this is our opportunity to show the professional hero community what we're capable of. Let's all do our best." Bakugo scoffed from his corner. "Doing our best isn't enough. The only thing that matters is winning." His eyes fixed on Izuku. "No holding back this time, right, Deku?" Izuku met his gaze steadily. "I will compete as the situation demands, Katsuki." "That's not an answer," Bakugo growled. "It's the only one I can give," Izuku replied. "Victory isn't always about displaying maximum power." Their conversation was interrupted by the announcement to proceed to the stadium. As they walked through the tunnel toward the bright light of the arena, Todoroki stepped alongside Izuku. "Midoriya," he said quietly, "objectively speaking, you're stronger than me. Your control, your experience, whatever the source of your power, they put you on a different level." Izuku said nothing, waiting for him to continue. "But today, I'm going to defeat you using only my right side," Todoroki stated, frost gathering briefly around his fingers. "I won't use his fire." Izuku sighed. "Your power is your own, Todoroki. Until you accept that, you'll never reach your full potential." "I don't need lectures from you," Todoroki replied coldly, moving ahead to join the others. As they emerged into the stadium, the roar of the crowd washed over them like a physical force. Tens of thousands of spectators filled the stands, cameras broadcasting the event across Japan and internationally. President Mike's voice boomed over the speakers, introducing each class with his characteristic enthusiasm, and special attention to Class 1A, who recently faced real villains in the line of duty. These first years have already had a taste of what it means to be pros. The preliminary event was announced, an obstacle race around the stadium perimeter. As Midnight explained the rules, Izuku assessed the competition. His classmates were formidable, but he also needed to consider students from other courses, particularly those from Class 1B who would be eager to prove themselves against their more publicized counterparts. When the signal to start came, the mass of participants surged toward the narrow exit tunnel, the first obstacle being the bottleneck itself. Most students pushed and shoved, trying to force their way through. Todoroki immediately used his ice to clear a path for himself while impeding others. Izuku took a different approach. With a small application of his power, he created an electromagnetic field around himself, reducing friction and allowing him to slip through the crowd with minimal contact. He emerged from the tunnel just behind Todoroki, moving at a comfortable pace that didn't yet reveal his true speed. The next obstacle appeared, massive robots like those from the entrance exam, including several of the towering zero-pointers. Todoroki froze one in place as he passed beneath it, while other students employed various strategies to navigate around or through the mechanical barriers. Izuku simply ran straight toward the largest robot. As it swung a massive arm toward him, he leapt, not with superhuman power, but with precisely calculated momentum that carried him onto the robot's arm. Using it as a springboard, he vaulted over the machine's head, landing lightly on the other side and continuing his run without breaking stride. From the commentary booth, President Mike's excitement was palpable. "Would you look at that technique? Midoriya from Class 1A treats a zero-pointer like a gymnastic apparatus. What do you think, Eraserhead?" Aizawa's dry voice cut through the enthusiasm. "He's being efficient, no wasted energy or unnecessary display. That's the mark of someone who understands real combat isn't about showmanship." The next obstacle was a series of stone pillars connected by tight ropes, the fall, as Midnight dramatically named it. Many students slowed considerably here, carefully balancing or using their quirks to create safer passages. Izuku didn't bother with the tight ropes at all. Calculating angles and distances instantly, he simply jumped from pillar to pillar, each landing precise and controlled. While not overtly superhuman, the display of spatial awareness and physical control was remarkable for someone his age. He maintained his position near the front of the pack, deliberately keeping pace with Todoroki rather than overtaking him. This wasn't about winning through overwhelming power, but demonstrating technique and judgment, qualities equally important for a hero. The final obstacle was a minefield, designed to slow competitors without causing serious injury. Todoroki and Bakugo, now neck and neck in the lead, navigated it carefully, their progress slowed by the need to identify and avoid the buried explosives. Izuku paused at the field's edge, assessing the pattern of disturbed soil that indicated mine placement. With his enhanced perception, he could detect the subtle electromagnetic signatures of the detonation mechanisms. Rather than avoiding them entirely, he plotted a course that would trigger specific mines in a calculated sequence. He began running, each footstep deliberately triggering mines just as he pushed off, using the force of the explosions to propel himself forward with greater speed, while controlling his trajectory with minute adjustments to his body position. To observers, it appeared as if he was dancing through explosions, each blast becoming an asset rather than an obstacle. Present Mike's commentary reached new heights of excitement. Incredible! Midoriya is using the mines to accelerate. He's turning the obstacle against itself. Izuku quickly closed the gap with Todoroki and Bakugo, joining them at the front of the race as they neared the exit tunnel. All three entered simultaneously, running at full sprint toward the stadium finish line. At that moment, something changed in the atmosphere. Izuku felt it first, a distortion in the electromagnetic field around the stadium, a ripple in reality that seemed to emanate from somewhere far beyond Earth itself. The air crackled with unseen energy, causing the hair on everyone's arms to stand on end. In the commentary booth, equipment briefly malfunctioned. Stadium lights flickered. Even the ground seemed to tremble slightly, though not from any earthly source. As Izuku crossed the finish line, a fraction of a second before Todoroki and Bakugo, he felt the dimensional barrier thin. Without conscious thought, he raised his right hand skyward, palm open in a gesture of reception. The sky above the stadium darkened instantly, clouds swirling into existence where none had been moments before. Lightning flashed between them, accompanied by thunder that shook the foundations of the arena. Spectators gasped, cameras swiveled upward, and commentary fell silent, as everyone witnessed the sudden manifestation of a localized storm directly above the finish line. A single bolt of lightning, brighter and more focused than any natural phenomenon, struck downward with pinpoint precision, connecting with Izuku's raised hand. There was a blinding flash, a concussion of air, and when vision cleared, Izuku stood unharmed, holding something that had not been there before. Mjolnir, hammer of the gods, crafted from enchanted Uru metal, had returned to its master's hand. The stadium fell into stunned silence. Izuku lowered his arm slowly, feeling the familiar weight of the hammer. A weight that was both physical and symbolic, representing the responsibility of power and the burden of worthiness. Blue electricity crackled along the hammer's surface, responding to his touch as if greeting an old friend. Bakugo was the first to break the silence. The actual hell? Todoroki stared at the hammer with wide eyes, his usual composure shattered. That wasn't part of your quirk before. From the stands, teachers and pro heroes watched with varying degrees of shock and confusion. All Might, present in his true form away from public view, felt something stir in his memory. Old stories his mentor had told him, legends of a time before quirks when gods walked among mortals. Midoriya, Midnight called, approaching cautiously. What is that object? Support items weren't permitted in this event. Izuku turned to her, the hammer held comfortably at his side. This is Mjolnir, he said simply. It is not a support item, but a part of me that has been absent until now. Before further questions could be asked, Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers, trying to restore normalcy to the increasingly bizarre situation. Well, folks, it seems we have our winners. In first place, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, followed closely by Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo, also from 1A. The announcement broke the spell of silence, though conversations immediately erupted throughout the stadium. Izuku could hear the whispers spreading. Did he just summon a hammer from lightning? What kind of quirk is that? Is it registered? Is that even legal in competition? As the other participants crossed the finish line, they gave Izuku a wide berth, eyeing the hammer with nervous curiosity. Only his classmates from 1A approached, drawn by familiarity and burning questions. Dude, Kirishima ventured, that was awesome, but what exactly just happened? Yeah, Uraraka added. Did your quirk evolve or something? Can that happen in the middle of a competition? Izuku looked at the hammer in his hand, then at his classmates' confused faces. It's complicated, he said finally, but this changes nothing about the competition. I will continue to participate as before. Officials conferred hurriedly at the side of the field. After several minutes of animated discussion, midnight returned. After review, the judges have determined that since the object appears to be an intrinsic manifestation of Midoriya's quirk rather than an external support item, its use will be permitted in the remaining events. She eyed the hammer skeptically. However, any damage to the stadium or injury to other participants will result in immediate disqualification. The next event was announced, a cavalry battle, with teams formed based on points assigned from the obstacle race. As the top finisher, Izuku was valued at 10 million points, making him everyone's primary target. Students began forming teams quickly, strategy discussions breaking out across the field. Izuku stood alone, the hammer still in his hand, as others deliberately avoided him, partly due to his point value making him a target, but largely because of the inexplicable event they had just witnessed. Finally, Uraraka approached, her expression determined despite her obvious nervousness about the hammer. Midoriya, let's team up. Whatever that thing is, it doesn't change that we work well together. Her courage and loyalty touched something in him, both Thor's appreciation for faithful comrades and Izuku's gratitude for genuine friendship. Thank you, Uraraka, he said warmly. I would be honored. Tokoyami joined them next, his dark shadow quirk peering curiously at Mjolnir but refusing to touch it. There is something ancient about your power, he observed in his characteristically dramatic tone. I find myself drawn to its mystery. Their final team member was Hatsume Mei from the support course, who approached not out of loyalty but pure technical curiosity. That hammer is giving off energy readings unlike anything I've ever seen, she exclaimed, immediately trying to examine it without asking permission. Is it some kind of conductive metal? An amplifier for your electrical quirk? Izuku gently but firmly kept the hammer out of her reach. It is unique, he said simply, and it responds only to me. To demonstrate, he set Mjolnir down on the ground. You may try to lift it if you wish. Hatsume grabbed the handle confidently, then pulled with increasing effort, her expression changing from excitement to confusion as the hammer refused to budge. Uraraka tried next, even using her zero-gravity quirk to no effect. Tokoyami's dark shadow made an attempt before retreating with what almost seemed like respectful fear. It's not just heavy, Uraraka observed. It's like it's deciding not to be moved. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. Only the worthy may wield Mjolnir. As the cavalry battle began, Izuku's team immediately became the focus of nearly every other group's attention. What they lacked in numbers, however, they made up for in Izuku's tactical experience and the defensive capabilities of his teammates. Rather than using Mjolnir's full power, which could have easily overwhelmed the competition, Izuku employed it sparingly, mainly as a defensive tool to deflect approaching teams, while Uraraka's zero-gravity, Tokoyami's dark shadow, and Hatsume's support items provided mobility and offensive options. They're coming from the left, Uraraka called as Todoroki's team approached, ice spreading before them. Hold steady, Izuku instructed, raising Mjolnir slightly. A controlled burst of wind emanated from the hammer, not enough to harm but sufficient to disrupt Todoroki's ice path and force his team to change direction. Throughout the event, Izuku demonstrated restraint and precision, using just enough power to keep their team safe without overwhelming their opponents. When Bakugo launched himself directly at them, Izuku simply deflected his explosive attack with Mjolnir's handle, redirecting rather than countering force. Damn you, Deku! Bakugo shouted in frustration. Fight properly! This is a training exercise, not a battlefield, Izuku reminded him calmly. True strength lies in control, not destruction. When the cavalry battle ended, Izuku's team had maintained their 10 million points, securing first place despite being targeted by every other group. As they dispersed to prepare for the tournament portion of the festival, Izuku found himself approached by All Might in his true form, who had slipped away from the teacher's box to find him in a quiet corridor. "Young Midoriya," the symbol of peace said quietly, "that hammer. It's not technology, is it?" Izuku regarded him thoughtfully. "No, it is much older than any technology of this world." "This world," All Might repeated, catching the phrasing. "My mentor once told me stories, legends really, about beings from other realms who visited Earth in ancient times, beings of immense power who were worshipped as gods by primitive cultures." Izuku remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. One such being, All Might continued, was said to command thunder and lightning. He carried a hammer that only he could lift, which returned to his hand when thrown. The emaciated hero's sunken eyes searched Izuku's face. The Norse called him Thor. A faint smile touched Izuku's lips. "Myths often contain kernels of truth, All Might." "Are you saying," All Might's voice dropped to a whisper, "that you're somehow connected to those ancient beings? That hammer, Mjolnir, you called it, it came to you through a dimensional rift. I felt it. Everyone in the stadium felt it." "What I am saying," Izuku replied carefully, "is that I will use whatever power I possess to protect this world and its people, just as you have done with One for All." All Might's eyes widened at the casual mention of his closely guarded quirk. "How do you?" "As I told you before, I see more than most," Izuku said. "Your secret is safe with me, as I hope mine is with you, at least until I better understand it myself." The tournament bracket was announced, setting up 16 students in one-on-one battles. Izuku found himself matched against Shinso from General Studies for the first round, a student whose quirk remained unknown to most participants. As he waited for his match, Izuku sat alone in the preparation room, Mjolnir resting beside him. He ran his fingers along the inscribed runes that decorated its surface, feeling the connection to his former existence growing stronger with passing moment. "We have much to discuss, old friend," he murmured to the hammer. "This world is different from the Nine Realms. Its heroes are different, its challenges are different, and I am different as well. No longer just the god of thunder, but something new. Something, perhaps, better." The hammer pulsed with blue energy, as if in agreement. When his name was called, Izuku rose, lifting Mjolnir with casual ease. As he walked toward the arena, he could feel the weight of expectations, from his classmates, from his teachers, from the watching world, and from himself. The sports festival had begun as a showcase for aspiring heroes. It was becoming the debut of something this world had not seen for millennia. He stepped into the sunlight, the hammer at his side, ready to face whatever came next. The tournament portion of the sports festival progressed with the intensity expected of UA's premier event. Izuku's first match against Shinso proved more challenging than anticipated, not physically, but strategically. The General Studies student's brainwashing quirk nearly claimed victory when Izuku responded to a deliberate provocation, only for Mjolnir's divine energy to disrupt the mental control before it fully took hold. "Interesting," Izuku had commented as he felt the foreign influence attempt to seize his mind. "Your quirk targets the electrical patterns of thought. Clever, but insufficient against one whose consciousness extends beyond merely physical parameters." Shinso's shocked expression as his quirk failed had been matched only by his resignation when Izuku gently but firmly pushed him out of bounds with a controlled gust of wind from Mjolnir. Subsequent matches saw Izuku advance through the bracket, facing increasingly determined opponents. Against Ida, he demonstrated tactical combat without Mjolnir, setting the hammer aside to engage in a contest of speed and technique that showcased both students' abilities before ultimately securing victory through superior combat experience. When paired against Tokoyami in the quarterfinals, Izuku used Mjolnir's lightning to create controlled illumination that weakened Dark Shadow while simultaneously acknowledging his opponent's strength. "Your quirk has tremendous potential," he told Tokoyami as they exchanged blows. "It merely requires the right conditions to truly shine." Now, in the semi-final match, Izuku faced Todoroki, a confrontation laden with significance beyond mere competition. As they stood opposite each other on the concrete stage, the dual quirk user's expression was resolute, frost already gathering around his right side. "Midoriya," Todoroki stated flatly. I will defeat you using only half my power. Izuku set Mjolnir down beside him, the hammer resting on the concrete with a soft thud. Then you will lose, Todoroki, not because your ice isn't powerful, it is formidable indeed, but because you come to battle divided against yourself. Begin, Present Mike announced. Immediately, a massive wave of ice surged toward Izuku, larger and faster than anything Todoroki had displayed previously. Rather than countering with Mjolnir, Izuku simply placed his palm against the approaching ice wall. Blue electricity crackled around his hand, melting the ice on contact and creating a protective sphere of heated air that the frozen assault couldn't penetrate. Is this truly all you wish to be? Izuku asked, his voice carrying across the arena despite the roaring ice. A fragment of your potential, forever fighting with one arm tied behind your back? Todoroki gritted his teeth, sending another, more concentrated ice attack. Shut up! I don't need his fire to win. Izuku sidestepped this assault, moving with fluid grace that spoke of countless battles across multiple lifetimes. This isn't about winning or losing, Todoroki. This is about becoming whole. With deliberate restraint, he advanced through Todoroki's ice barriers, each step precise and measured. When he reached striking distance, Todoroki created an ice wall directly between them, thicker than any previous barrier. Izuku placed his palm against it, but instead of melting it, he spoke through it. I understand the burden of a father's legacy. In my previous existence, I too struggled with the shadow of a powerful, complicated father. On the other side of the ice, Todoroki's eyes widened. Previous existence? What are you talking about? The fire is yours, Todoroki, not his, just as my power is mine, not merely inherited from what came before. Izuku's hand began to glow with blue energy. We are more than our origins, we are what we choose to become. The ice between them shattered as Izuku pushed through with controlled strength. He stood before Todoroki, close enough to see the conflict in the other boy's heterochromatic eyes. Show me who you truly are. Izuku challenged. Not Endeavor's legacy, not your mother's tragedy, you. Something broke in Todoroki's expression, a dam holding back years of suppressed emotion and power. Flames erupted along his left side, small at first, then growing in intensity until they matched the ice on his right in a perfect balance of opposing forces. That's it, Izuku encouraged, stepping back to give him space. Both sides in harmony. The temperature in the stadium fluctuated wildly as Todoroki's dual quirk manifested at full strength for the first time in years. Ice and fire swirled around him in a spectacular display of raw power finally unleashed. I remember now, Todoroki said, voice thick with emotion. Why I wanted to be a hero in the first place, before his training, before everything. Izuku nodded, understanding. Then show me that resolve. What followed was not merely a match, but a catharsis. Todoroki attacked with both elements simultaneously, creating combinations of ice and fire that displayed remarkable creativity and control. Izuku responded in kind, using his divine strength and agility without Mjolnir, meeting Todoroki's newfound balance with measured power of his own. From the commentary booth, Present Mike struggled to keep up with the increasingly spectacular exchange. These first years are fighting at a level that would make pros envious. Todoroki has unleashed his fire side for the first time in public, and Midoriya is matching him without even using that mysterious hammer. In the teacher's box, Endeavor leaned forward, his flaming beard intensifying with excitement as he watched his son finally embrace his fire quirk. Yes, Shoto, that's it. Show them your true power. The battle reached its climax when Todoroki, eyes clear with newfound purpose, created his most powerful combined attack yet, a swirling vortex of ice shards propelled by superheated air, creating a devastating cyclone aimed directly at Izuku. In response, Izuku extended his hand, calling Mjolnir to him for the first time in public. The hammer flew from where it rested at the edge of the arena, slapping into his palm with a crack of thunder. As Todoroki's ice-fire vortex approached, Izuku spun Mjolnir once and brought it down against the concrete. A shockwave rippled outward, disrupting the vortex and sending a controlled pulse of force that knocked Todoroki off his feet. Before the dual quirk user could recover, Izuku was beside him, Mjolnir held casually at his side. Well fought, Izuku said, extending his free hand to help Todoroki up. Todoroki stared at the offered hand for a moment before accepting it. I lost. You found yourself, Izuku corrected. That is a far greater victory than advancing in a tournament. Midnight approached, declaring Izuku the winner by ring out. As they left the arena together, Todoroki spoke quietly. What did you mean by previous existence? And that hammer. It's not just a quirk manifestation, is it? Izuku considered the question as they walked through the tunnel toward the waiting area. Have you ever felt that you were meant for something beyond ordinary understanding? That your soul might be older than your body? Todoroki frowned. Not exactly, no. A small smile touched Izuku's lips. The hammer is called Mjolnir. In Norse mythology, it belonged to Thor, the god of thunder. And you're saying, what? That you're somehow connected to that myth? I'm saying that there are truths in this world that extend beyond quirk theory and hero society, Izuku replied. When the time is right, I'll explain more fully. As they parted ways, Todoroki paused. Midoriya, thank you for helping me remember who I am. The final match of the tournament pitted Izuku against Bakugo, a confrontation that had seemed inevitable from the start. As they faced each other across the concrete stage, years of complicated history hung between them. Childhood friendship, rivalry, mutual growth, and unresolved questions. No more holding back, Deku, Bakugo demanded, palms already sparking with explosive sweat. I want to see what you really are. Izuku nodded solemnly. Very well, Katsuki, but remember, you asked for this. When Midnight gave the signal to begin, Bakugo launched himself forward with an explosion more powerful than any he'd used previously, his trajectory aimed directly at Izuku's chest. Instead of dodging, Izuku stood his ground, Mjolnir held loosely at his side. The impact of Bakugo's attack created a concussive blast that rippled across the stadium, smoke obscuring both combatants momentarily. When it cleared, Bakugo found his fist caught in Izuku's open palm, the explosion's force completely neutralized. You've grown stronger, Katsuki, Izuku observed. Your control has improved significantly. Don't patronize me, Bakugo snarled, unleashing a barrage of explosions directly against Izuku's body. Each detonation was more powerful than the last, creating a continuous series of blasts that would have incapacitated any normal opponent. When this assault finally ceased, Izuku stood unmoved, his UA uniform singed but his body unharmed. Is that sufficient demonstration? He asked calmly. Or do you require more convincing? Fight back, Bakugo roared, frustration evident in his voice. Stop treating me like I'm beneath you. Izuku's expression softened slightly. You have never been beneath me, Katsuki. Different, yes, but never lesser. With that, he finally responded in kind. Moving with controlled speed, he closed the distance between them before Bakugo could react. One hand grasped Bakugo's arm, redirecting an explosion harmlessly skyward, while the other pressed Mjolnir's handle, not the head, against Bakugo's chest with just enough force to push him back several meters. Your explosions are powerful, Izuku acknowledged, but power without technique has limitations. Bakugo recovered quickly, using his quirk to propel himself in an erratic pattern around the arena, approaching from different angles with increasing speed. Each attack was met with precise defense, Izuku's movements economical and measured. You've always looked down on me, Bakugo shouted between attacks. Ever since that day in the rain, when your quirk first appeared, acting like you know something I don't. Because I do, Izuku replied simply, deflecting another explosion, but that doesn't diminish your worth or potential. As the battle continued, Bakugo's attacks grew more desperate and uncoordinated, his frustration mounting with each failed attempt to land a decisive blow. Finally, in a last-ditch effort, he prepared his most devastating attack, the howitzer impact he had been developing in training. I'll show you who's stronger, he screamed, spinning rapidly to build momentum, his explosions creating a cyclone of destructive force. Izuku watched the technique develop with genuine appreciation. Impressive, he murmured. Truly impressive. As Bakugo launched his attack, Izuku finally raised Mjolnir with purpose. The hammer began to spin in his grip, gathering electrical energy that crackled in a rapidly expanding sphere around him. When Bakugo's howitzer impact connected with this energy field, the result was a spectacular collision of forces. Bakugo's explosion expanding outward while Izuku's lightning contracted inward. For a moment, they existed in perfect balance, neither overwhelming the other. Then, with careful precision, Izuku directed the combined energy upward through Mjolnir, sending a brilliant beam of light into the sky that dispersed both the explosive force and electrical charge harmlessly above the stadium. When the light faded, Bakugo found himself held in place by Izuku's firm grip on his hero costume, his feet dangling above the concrete. "It was never about strength, Katsuki," Izuku said quietly. "It was about understanding the responsibility that comes with power." With gentle care, he set Bakugo down outside the boundary line. "Midoriya wins," Midnight announced. "The tournament champion is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. The stadium erupted in cheers, but Bakugo stood silent, his expression a complex mixture of rage, confusion, and dawning comprehension. "What are you?" he asked, voice barely audible over the crowd. Izuku stepped closer, speaking so only Bakugo could hear. "I am Izuku Midoriya, but I am also Thor Odinson, god of thunder, reborn into this world. The lightning that struck the day of my birth brought more than a quirk. It brought a divine soul seeking redemption and purpose." Bakugo stared at him, momentarily speechless. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound. "Of course, of fucking course, you'd turn out to be a literal god. Nothing normal about you, is there, Deku?" "Not for a very long time," Izuku admitted with a small smile. The awards ceremony proceeded with characteristic UA pageantry, All Might presenting medals to the top 3 finishers. Bronze to Tokoyami, silver to Bakugo, who accepted it with uncharacteristic quietness, and gold to Izuku. As All Might placed the medal around Izuku's neck, he leaned in to whisper, "We need to talk properly after this, young man, about hammers and gods and whatever else you've been keeping to yourself." Izuku nodded. "It's time," he agreed, "not just for you, but for everyone who needs to know." That evening, in Principal Nezu's office, Izuku finally revealed the full truth to those who would be most affected by it. Nezu himself, All Might, Aizawa, and his mother, whom he had specially requested be present. "I am Thor Odinson," he began, Mjolnir resting on his lap. "God of thunder, former king of Asgard, reborn into the body of Izuku Midoriya 15 years ago. The night of my birth in this world, a storm of unusual magnitude manifested above the hospital. What witnesses perceived as lightning striking the building was actually my divine essence entering this reality, seeking a new vessel after my death in another universe." He explained his gradual awakening, memories returning in dreams, power manifesting alongside physical changes, the slow integration of Thor's ancient wisdom with Izuku's youthful perspective. "The hammer," he continued, "is Mjolnir, crafted from Uru metal by dwarven smiths in ancient times. It responds only to those it deems worthy, channeling and focusing divine power. When I called to it across dimensions during the sports festival, it found its way back to me." The reactions varied significantly. Nezu appeared fascinated, his analytical mind already considering the implications and possibilities. Aizawa remained skeptical, though he couldn't deny the evidence of his own observations. All Might seemed to accept the revelation with surprising readiness, as if it confirmed suspicions he had long held. Inko Midoriya, however, simply wept, not from fear or confusion, but from relief. "I always knew," she said through tears. "From that first night when the storm came and your eyes glowed blue, I knew my son was something more. I just didn't have the words for it." She reached across to take his hand. "But you've always been my Izuku. God or not, you're my son first." Izuku squeezed her hand gently. "Always," he promised. "Thor's soul may inhabit this body, but Izuku Midoriya's heart remains intact. I am both, and neither is complete without the other." After answering countless questions about Asgard, about his previous life, about the extent of his powers, Izuku addressed the most pressing concern. "I understand this revelation complicates things for UA and for hero society in general. A student who is not merely quirked, but divine, presents unique challenges. I am prepared to withdraw from the hero course if that seems best." "Absolutely not," Nezu responded immediately. "UA exists to train those with extraordinary abilities to use them responsibly. Your situation may be unprecedented, but our mission remains the same." Aizawa nodded in reluctant agreement. "You've demonstrated restraint and judgment so far. As long as that continues, there's no reason to change your educational path. However," All Might added, "we should consider how to present this to your classmates and the wider world. The truth will inevitably emerge after today's festival performance." "I would prefer honesty," Izuku said. Not necessarily all at once, but I no longer wish to hide what I am. Deception serves neither my development nor the trust of those around me. It was decided that Izuku would gradually reveal his true nature to his classmates, beginning with those closest to him, while the faculty would develop an official explanation that acknowledged his unique status without causing undue public concern. As the meeting concluded, All Might asked to speak with Izuku privately. In an empty classroom, the symbol of peace regarded him with newfound understanding. A god walking among us, he mused. My mentor would have been fascinated. She always believed there were forces beyond quirks shaping our world. One for all itself suggests as much, who observed. A power passed from person to person, growing stronger with each generation. That is not merely a quirk, but something more mysterious. All Might studied him thoughtfully. In my weakened state, with limited time left as the symbol of peace, I had been searching for a successor. I wonder now if you were meant to cross my path for that purpose. Izuku shook his head. I believe One for All is meant for someone else, someone whose growth would be truly transformed by its power, not merely augmented. My path lies elsewhere. Perhaps you're right, All Might agreed. Still, I hope you'll allow me to continue guiding your development as a hero, divine origins notwithstanding. I would be honored, Izuku replied sincerely. Even gods have much to learn about heroism in this world. The following day, Izuku approached his closest classmates during lunch, Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki. Leading them to a quiet corner of the campus, Mjolnir in hand, he shared a simplified version of his story. The hammer chose me because I am, in essence, its original wielder reborn, he explained. My quirk is not truly a quirk at all, but divine power awakening in this new existence. Their reactions were predictably varied. Ida struggled with the concept, his structured worldview temporarily short-circuiting before his respect for Izuku overrode his confusion. Todoroki accepted the revelation with surprising ease, perhaps because his own complicated relationship with power made him more open to unconventional explanations. Uraraka, after her initial shock, asked the most insightful question. Does this mean you're not really Deku? That you've been someone else all along? I am both, Izuku assured her. Thor's memories and power exist within me, but they've merged with who Izuku Midoriya was always meant to be. I haven't replaced your friend. I've simply become more fully myself. Over the following weeks, understanding spread gradually through Class 1A. Some accepted it readily, others required demonstration or explanation, but all eventually came to terms with having a reincarnated deity among them. Surprisingly, once the initial shock passed, most treated him no differently than before. He was still their classmate, still Midoriya, regardless of divine status. Bakugo, characteristically, had the most direct response. After avoiding Izuku for several days following the festival, he confronted him after class, expression set in determined lines. So you're actually Thor, the Thor, from the myths. Yes, Izuku confirmed, though the myths aren't entirely accurate. Bakugo considered this for a moment before punching Izuku's shoulder with moderate force. Fine, you're a god. Whatever. I'm still going to surpass you. Izuku smiled at the familiar determination. I would expect nothing less, Katsuki. As word spread beyond UA, the public reaction ranged from skepticism to awe to concern. Some religious groups declared it blasphemy. Others embraced Izuku as confirmation of their beliefs. Scientists demanded tests and evidence, while quirk theorists debated whether divine reincarnation could be classified within existing frameworks. Through it all, Izuku maintained his focus on becoming a hero, not because of his divine nature, but despite it. In training, he worked to integrate Mjolnir fully into his combat style, while continuing to develop techniques that didn't rely on overwhelming power. With his classmates, he shared tactical knowledge gained across millennia of battle experience, elevating everyone's performance. 2 months after the sports festival, as Class 1A prepared for their internships with pro heroes, Izuku found himself on the roof of the dormitory late one evening. Mjolnir rested beside him as he gazed at the stars, identifying constellations both familiar to Earth and those visible only from Asgard in his previous life. He sensed rather than heard someone approaching. Aizawa, moving with his characteristic stealth. Stargazing? The teacher asked, coming to stand beside him. Remembering, Izuku replied, and looking forward. Aizawa studied him with his perpetually tired eyes. You know, when I first noticed your quirk couldn't be erased, I thought you might be a threat. Someone with powers outside the established system always is. A reasonable concern, Izuku acknowledged. But I've watched you these past months. How you train, how you help your classmates, how you restrain your power even when using it would be easier. Aizawa's gaze shifted to the stars above. God or not, you're showing the instincts of a true hero. That means more than you know, Izuku said quietly. In my previous existence, I was not always worthy. Pride, arrogance, thoughtless action. I made many mistakes across thousands of years. This second chance isn't just about power or destiny. It's about doing better this time. Aizawa nodded. Well, God of Thunder or not, you still have homework due tomorrow. Don't stay up too late contemplating the cosmos. As the teacher left, Izuku smiled to himself. Divine or mortal, some experiences remained universal, including the mundane responsibilities of student life. He picked up Mjolnir, feeling its comfortable weight in his hand, a weight that represented not just power, but purpose. The hammer had found him across dimensions because, despite everything, he remained worthy. Now his task was to live up to that worthiness. Not as the Thor who had been, but as the Izuku Midoriya he was becoming. Above him, stars continued their eternal dance, while on the horizon, storm clouds gathered and dispersed in rhythm with his thoughts. The God of Thunder had returned to the world, not as a conquering deity or distant figure of myth, but as a young hero in training, ready to face whatever challenges this new existence might bring. And he would not face them alone. The provisional license exam arena sprawled before Class 1A, an expansive facility designed to test every aspect of heroic capability. As they stood at the entrance, Aizawa delivered his final instructions with characteristic bluntness. Remember your training. This isn't just about power, it's about judgment, rescue operations, and communication. Don't embarrass me. His tired eyes lingered on Izuku. Midoriya. A word. As the others moved ahead, Izuku approached his teacher, Mjolnir hanging from his belt. Since the sports festival and his partial revelation, he had incorporated the hammer openly into his hero costume, a sleek, dark blue and silver design with subtle Nordic patterns etched along reinforced armor plates. You understand the nature of this exam is different, Aizawa said quietly. The proctors will be watching you specifically after your performance at the sports festival. Izuku nodded. I'll exercise appropriate restraint. That's not what concerns me, Aizawa replied. These exams simulate real disasters and villain attacks. In a real situation, would you hold back if lives were at stake? The question struck at something fundamental. For weeks, Izuku had been carefully calibrating his power during training, maintaining the pretense of being merely an exceptional student rather than divine. But in genuine crisis? No, he answered honestly. I wouldn't. Aizawa sighed. Then don't pretend here either. These scenarios are designed to push students to their limits, show them what those limits actually are. He turned to leave, then added, just try not to destroy the facility entirely. Inside, over 200 students from hero schools across Japan gathered in a central atrium. The proctor explained the first phase, a battle royal where only the first 100 students to secure 2 targets from their competitors would advance. As the explanation concluded, Izuku felt Bakugo's presence beside him. Don't you dare hold back, Deku, he growled. Not anymore. I want everyone to see exactly what they're up against. Before Izuku could respond, the walls retracted, revealing the sprawling cityscape of the exam arena. A horn blared, and chaos erupted as students scattered, quirks activating in a dazzling display of power and creativity. Class 1A had planned to stick together initially, but they immediately came under concentrated attack. Their performance at the sports festival and the USJ incident had made them priority targets. Scatter, Ida called, activating his engines. Rendezvous at point B when you've secured your targets. Izuku found himself surrounded by a dozen students from Ketsubutsu Academy, led by a confident young man with messy black hair. Midoriya, right? He called. The one with the hammer? I'm Shindo. Let's see if you live up to the hype. He slammed his hands to the ground, sending vibrations that shattered the concrete beneath Izuku's feet. Simultaneously, the other students attacked with a coordinated barrage of quirks. Acid spray, sonic waves, hardened projectiles. In previous months, Izuku would have responded with careful restraint. Now, With Aizawa's words fresh in his mind, he simply raised Mjolnir. A pulse of energy expanded outward from the hammer, disrupting Shindo's vibrations and deflecting the incoming attacks. With a casual flick of his wrist, Izuku summoned a targeted gust of wind that knocked 3 attackers off their feet without harming them. "Interesting approach," he commented, stepping forward through the debris. "However, grouping against a single opponent leaves your flanks exposed." Before they could regroup, he was among them, moving with divine speed that made him appear almost to teleport. Each movement was precisely calculated, a tap here to disable a quirk activation, a gentle push there to unbalance an attacker, Mjolnir's handle position to block rather than strike. Within seconds, half the group was down, their targets secured by Izuku's casual efficiency. Shindo stared in disbelief. That's not possible. You didn't even hit us." "Force isn't always necessary," Izuku replied, securing the targets to his belt. "Precision often proves more effective." Suddenly, screams erupted from across the arena. A student with a massively destructive quirk had lost control, sending concrete debris raining down on competitors. Several were trapped, injured, or in immediate danger. Without hesitation, Izuku raised Mjolnir skyward. Lightning struck the hammer, charging it with crackling energy that illuminated the arena. When he brought it down against the ground, a controlled shockwave rippled outward, pulverizing falling debris into harmless dust before it could strike the endangered students. He was at the first victim's side before anyone registered his movement, lifting a concrete slab that would have required 5 pro heroes working together. The trapped student looked up at him with wide eyes. "You just lifted that like it was nothing," she whispered. "Are you injured?" Izuku asked, helping her to her feet. No, but there are others." "I know." He could sense them, the electrical patterns of distressed nervous systems, elevated heart rates, the distinctive energy signature of fear. Without another word, he was gone, moving at speed that made him little more than a blur to observers. From the control room, the examination committee watched in stunned silence as a single student systematically rescued every endangered participant within minutes. Gang Orca, one of the overseeing heroes, leaned forward with narrowed eyes. "That's not a speed quirk," he observed. "Look at how he's moving. It's like gravity barely affects him." Miss Joke, standing beside him, whistled. "UA has something special this year. Is that the kid everyone's been talking about? The one with the hammer?" "Midoriya Izuku," confirmed Mera, the chief examiner. "His quirk is registered as electromagnetic manipulation with physical enhancement, but this..." He gestured at the monitors where Izuku was now flying, literally flying between rescue points, hammer extended before him. "This goes beyond that description." The arena's speakers crackled to life. "Attention examinees. The first phase has concluded. The following 100 students have qualified for the second phase." As names were called, Izuku rejoined his classmates. Most of Class 1A had qualified, though some had struggled against the concentrated opposition. "Dude," Kirishima said, wide-eyed, "you were amazing out there. You actually flew." "I've been practicing," Izuku replied simply. Uraraka studied him with a mixture of awe and concern. "That wasn't just practice, Midoriya. The way you moved, it was like you weren't even trying." "Because he wasn't," Bakugo interjected, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "Were you, Deku?" Before Izuku could respond, the second phase was announced, a rescue operation in a simulated disaster zone. As they moved toward the new arena, Todoroki fell into step beside him. "You're not holding back anymore," he observed quietly. Izuku glanced at him. "Not as much, no." "Good." Todoroki's mismatched eyes held unexpected approval. It was becoming disingenuous. The disaster zone was impressively realistic. Collapsed buildings, spreading fires, flooding, and injured civilians portrayed by professional actors. Rescue equipment was provided, but limited, forcing students to rely on their quirks and judgment. The examiners expected this phase to take at least an hour. Izuku completed his assigned sector in under 5 minutes. With Mjolnir's aid, he extinguished fires with controlled windstorms, like diverted flooding with precisely placed lightning strikes that vaporized water and lifted structural components that would have required heavy machinery. When medical attention was needed, he employed the subtle healing lightning he had used on Aizawa after the USJ incident, stabilizing victims until proper treatment could be administered. "This is unprecedented," Mera muttered in the control room, watching Izuku's performance. He's operating at the level of a top 10 pro. Gang Orca's eyes narrowed. Initiate the villain attack early. I want to see how he handles combat and rescue simultaneously. Alarms blared across the arena. From concealed entrances, professional heroes dressed as villains emerged, led by Gang Orca himself. They spread throughout the disaster zone, adding deliberate complications to the rescue operations. When 3 villains converged on a building where Izuku was evacuating injured civilians, he didn't immediately engage. Instead, he positioned himself between the attackers and civilians, Mjolnir held casually at his side. "This area is under evacuation," he stated calmly. "I suggest you withdraw." Gang Orca stepped forward, his sonar attack already activating. "Make us, hero student." The sonic wave struck Izuku directly, a debilitating attack that should have left him disoriented and incapacitated. He didn't flinch. The sound simply bent around him, redirected by an invisible field of energy that Mjolnir generated almost automatically. "Interesting," Izuku commented. "Sound-based attacks rely on medium transmission. By altering the electromagnetic properties of the air around me, I can create a disruption barrier." Gang Orca's eyes widened slightly before narrowing with determination. He signaled his companions, who charged from multiple directions. What followed wasn't a fight so much as a demonstration. Izuku moved with casual precision, each action calculated for maximum efficiency with minimum force. When one attacker lunged with enhanced strength, Izuku redirected his momentum with a gentle touch. When another unleashed a barrage of projectiles, he twirled Mjolnir lazily, creating a shield of spinning energy that harmlessly deflected them. Not a single blow landed on him. Not a single civilian was further endangered. Finally, Gang Orca himself engaged directly, his powerful physique and professional experience making him a formidable opponent. He managed to corner Izuku against a partially collapsed wall, apparently limiting his movement options. "What will you do now, student?" he challenged. "Your escape routes are blocked, and I'm between you and the civilians." Izuku smiled faintly. "Who said I needed to escape?" He tapped Mjolnir gently against the ground. A controlled tremor rippled outward, destabilizing Gang Orca's footing without damaging the surrounding structures. In that moment of imbalance, Izuku simply stepped around him, moving so quickly he seemed to blur, and continued evacuating civilians as if the interruption had been trivial. Gang Orca stared after him, then pressed his communication device. "Central, are you seeing this?" "We're seeing it," Mera confirmed, his voice tight. "The question is, what exactly are we seeing?" By the time the exercise concluded, whispers had spread throughout the arena. Students who had witnessed Izuku's performance watched him with a mixture of awe and unease. Some began using a nickname that would quickly spread beyond the examination hall: the Thunder God. If only they knew how accurate that title truly was. As results were announced, Izuku was unsurprised to learn he had passed with the highest score in examination history. What did surprise him was being asked to remain behind as other students were dismissed. In a private conference room, he found himself facing a panel of somber-faced examiners. "Midoriya," Mera began, "your performance today was exceptional." "Thank you," Izuku replied simply. "Too exceptional," Gang Orca continued, leaning forward. "My attack registers at 97 decibels. It can temporarily incapacitate most pro-heroes. You didn't even blink. As I explained, I manipulated the electromagnetic. No quirk registered in our database can do what you did today." Another examiner interrupted. "The speed, the strength, the environmental manipulation, it exceeds even the theoretical limits for your registered abilities." Izuku met their suspicious gazes calmly. "I've been training intensively." "Training doesn't explain flying," Gang Orca countered, "or lifting structural components that weigh several tons, or the fact that our monitors detected massive energy outputs from that hammer that don't match any known quirk signature." A heavy silence fell across the room. Izuku considered his options carefully. Full disclosure seemed premature, yet continued deception would only increase suspicion. "My abilities are evolving," he said finally. "UA's faculty is aware and monitoring my development. I assure you, I pose no threat to public safety." The examiners exchanged glances before Mera sighed heavily. "We're provisionally accepting that explanation, Midoriya. Your license is approved." His expression hardened slightly. However, we'll be forwarding our observations to the Public Safety Commission for further review. Izuku nodded, understanding the implicit warning. The days of operating in relative obscurity were ending. Questions were being asked at increasingly high levels. As he left the examination center, provisional license in hand, he found All Might waiting by the gate in his true form. "I heard you made quite an impression," the former symbol of peace said, falling into step beside him. "I followed Aizawa-sensei's advice," Izuku replied. "I didn't pretend." All Might nodded thoughtfully. "The world isn't ready to know everything yet, but they're starting to ask the right questions." He glanced sideways at his student. "Are you prepared for what comes next?" Izuku's hand drifted to Mjolnir at his belt, feeling the subtle pulse of divine energy that connected them across realities. "Ready or not, it comes," he said quietly. "The truth has a way of emerging, regardless of our preferences." Above them, storm clouds gathered and dispersed in rhythm with his thoughts, a silent reminder of the power that stirred beneath the surface of his mortal form, power that would not remain contained much longer. The briefing room at Sir Night-Eye's agency was silent as the former sidekick of All Might outlined the threat posed by the Shi Hasaikai. Images displayed on the wall showed Chisaki Kai, Overhaul, and evidence of his criminal enterprise, including the development of quirk-destroying bullets. "Our intelligence suggests they're using a young girl, codenamed Eri, as the source material," Night-Eye explained, his expression grim behind rectangular glasses. "Her quirk appears to involve some form of biological rewinding or deconstruction." Izuku studied the information with growing concern. Something about this case resonated on a deeper level. Children exploited for power was a pattern he had witnessed across multiple lifetimes. In his memories as Thor, he recalled civilizations that had fallen precisely because they sacrificed their most vulnerable for temporary advantage. "When do we move?" he asked, his voice carrying an undercurrent of authority that made several pro-heroes glance his way. Night-Eye adjusted his glasses. "We're still gathering information. A direct assault would be premature and potentially dangerous for the girl." "Every moment we delay is another moment she suffers," Izuku countered. "I understand your concern, Midoriya," Night-Eye replied, "but rushing in without proper intelligence would be reckless. Chisaki's quirk is extremely dangerous. One touch can disassemble anything, including people." Izuku's hand drifted to Mjolnir, secured at his waist. Some threats transcend normal operational parameters. An uncomfortable silence followed. Since the provisional license exam 2 weeks prior, Izuku's reputation had spread throughout the hero community. The footage of his performance, particularly his casual dismissal of Gang Orca's attack, had become required viewing at hero agencies. Those present in the room had been briefed about his unique circumstances, though most remained skeptical of the more extraordinary claims. Night-Eye, however, had reasons for his caution beyond standard protocol. His foresight quirk had shown him glimpses of potential futures involving the young hero before him, and what he had seen disturbed him deeply. Not because of failure, but because of success achieved through means that defied comprehension. "We proceed as planned," Night-Eye said firmly. "Surveillance continues for 3 more days before we coordinate with police for the raid." The meeting adjourned, and Izuku found himself approached by Mirio Togata, Lemillion, whose perpetually cheerful expression had dimmed somewhat during the briefing. "You're worried about the girl," Mirio observed. "So am I. I encountered her briefly during my patrol. She was terrified." Izuku's eyes flickered with blue energy, a momentary lapse in control that he quickly suppressed. Children should never be used as tools. "We'll save her," Mirio assured him, though his optimism seemed forced. Night-Eye's plans always work. That night, as Izuku meditated in his temporary quarters at the agency, he extended his senses beyond normal perception. It was an ability he had been refining since the sports festival, using the natural electromagnetic field of the Earth as an extension of his awareness. Through subtle variations in energy patterns, he could detect disturbances miles away, particularly those involving significant quirk usage. He felt it immediately, a spike of power from the Shi Hasaikai compound. Not just any power, but the distinctive signature of Overhaul's quirk, followed by a smaller, more chaotic energy that could only be Eri's rewind ability. The pattern suggested experimentation. Painful experimentation. Izuku's eyes snapped open, now glowing electric blue without restraint. Outside, thunder rumbled across a previously clear sky. He made his decision. Securing Mjolnir to his belt, he left a brief note for Night Eye explaining his actions, then slipped from the agency unseen. The night air crackled with static electricity as he moved through the city, no longer concerned with maintaining the appearance of normal human limitation. When he reached the Shi Hasai Kai compound, he paused on a nearby rooftop, assessing the situation. His enhanced senses detected at least 30 Yakuza members inside, including several with powerful quirks. Overhaul was underground in what appeared to be a laboratory complex beneath the main building. And with him, radiating fear and pain, was Eri. Security systems protected the compound. Motion sensors, quirk detectors, reinforced barriers. For a normal hero, even a top professional, infiltration would require careful planning and likely team support. Izuku simply walked through the front gate. The first alarm triggered immediately. Armed guards emerged from concealed positions, quirks activating as they surrounded the intruder. "You're trespassing on private property," one called. "Leave now or..." His threat died in his throat as Izuku's eyes flashed blue, electrical energy beginning to crackle around his body. "I have come for the child," Izuku stated, his voice carrying echoes of the divine being whose soul he shared. "Stand aside, and you may yet walk away from this encounter." Instead of complying, the guards attacked, a coordinated assault from multiple directions using various quirks. A barrier of earth erupted from the ground. Projectiles launched from another guard's fingertips. A third generated blinding light intended to disorient. Izuku didn't move. Mjolnir hummed at his side, responding to his will without needing to be drawn. A sphere of electromagnetic energy expanded around him, disintegrating the earth barrier, deflecting the projectiles, and absorbing the light attack. When the dust settled, he remained standing untouched, his expression unchanged. "I offered you mercy," he said quietly. "Remember that." What followed wasn't a battle so much as a demonstration of power, so far beyond human comprehension that it bordered on the divine. Izuku moved through the compound with inexorable purpose, each step deliberate and measured. Guards who attacked found themselves gently but firmly neutralized, quirks temporarily disrupted by precisely calibrated electrical pulses, movements halted by localized gravitational distortions generated by Mjolnir's control over fundamental forces. Not a single guard was seriously injured. Not a single one remained conscious or capable of resistance. When he reached the hidden entrance to the underground complex, Izuku didn't bother with the security measures or concealed mechanisms. He simply placed his hand against the wall and sent a pulse of energy through the structure, mapping its composition and weaknesses in an instant. Then, with surgical precision, he applied pressure to exactly the right point. The reinforced barrier, designed to withstand explosives and the strongest quirks, simply crumbled. Alarms blared throughout the complex as Izuku descended into the maze of tunnels and laboratories. His senses guided him unerringly toward Eri's location, even as the compound's defenders mobilized to stop him. The first true resistance came from Tengai and Hekiji, the shield and spear of the 8 expendables. Tengai's barrier quirk encased them both as Hekiji launched his vibration spear attack, a combination that had defeated numerous pro-heroes in the past. The spear attack struck Izuku directly and dissipated harmlessly against his aura. He regarded them with something approaching pity. "Your loyalty is misplaced," he told them, raising Mjolnir slightly. "And your methods are inadequate." A gentle tap of the hammer against the floor sent a controlled wave of energy outward. Tengai's barrier shattered like glass, and both villains collapsed, their nervous systems temporarily overloaded by the electromagnetic pulse. Deeper into the complex, Izuku encountered more of the 8 expendables. Each fell before him with the same efficient inevitability. When Tabe attempted to devour the intruder with his foodception quirk, his teeth couldn't penetrate Izuku's skin. When Setsuno tried to steal Mjolnir with his larceny, the hammer refused to budge from Izuku's belt, its enchantment recognizing only the worthy. "What the hell are you?" Setsuno gasped as Izuku casually disabled him with a touch. "Someone who should have come sooner," Izuku replied, continuing deeper into the maze. In the surveillance room, Chisaki watched the systematic dismantling of his organization with growing rage and disbelief. Beside him, Chronos, his most trusted lieutenant, reviewed the footage with clinical detachment. "That's the UA student," he observed. "Midoriya, the one they've been calling the Thunder God. He's just a kid with a powerful quirk," Chisaki snarled, though doubt crept into his voice as he watched Izuku casually deflect Rappa's assault, a barrage of punches so fast and powerful they had killed multiple pro heroes. "No ordinary quirk does that," Chronostasis countered. "Look at his eyes. That's not human." Chisaki's fingers twitched with agitation. "Prepare Eri. If he wants her so badly, we'll see how he handles her quirk directly. And ready the completed samples. I want to erase whatever abnormal power he's using." Meanwhile, Izuku had reached the deepest level of the complex. His pace slowed as he approached a heavily reinforced door, behind which he could sense two presences: the chaotic, frightened energy signature of Eri and the disturbing void that was Overhaul's destructive quirk. He placed his hand against the door. "Eri," he called gently, "I've come to take you away from this place. You don't need to be afraid anymore." Inside, a small girl with white hair and a single horn looked up in confusion. Never in her short, painful life had anyone come specifically to help her. Chisaki tightened his grip on her shoulder, his expression contorted with rage. "Stay back," he warned her. "That's not a hero. Heroes follow rules, they negotiate, they don't walk through front doors and disable an entire organization single-handedly." Izuku's voice came again, softer but somehow penetrating the thick barrier between them. "Eri, I promise you this. No one will ever hurt you again. Not while I draw breath." Something in his tone, an authority beyond his apparent years, a certainty that transcended normal human assurance, reached through Eri's fear. For the first time, she felt something unfamiliar. Hope. The door between them disintegrated as Chisaki activated his quirk, restructuring the material into a barrage of stone spikes that launched toward the intruder. Simultaneously, Chronostasis activated his Chronostasis quirk, his minute, hand-shaped hair extending toward Izuku to slow his movements. Neither attack reached its target. The stone spikes dissolved into dust before making contact, and the Chronostasis effect simply washed around Izuku like water flowing around an immovable stone, the temporal manipulation unable to affect his partially divine nature. Chisaki stared in disbelief. "What are you?" Izuku's eyes blazed electric blue, his voice resonating with power that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the physical realm. "I am what nightmares fear, Chisaki Kai. I am judgment for those who harm the innocent." He took a step forward. Chronostasis moved to intercept, only to find himself gently but firmly pushed aside with such speed that he couldn't track the movement. One moment, Izuku was at the doorway. The next, he stood before Chisaki and Eri, his expression conveying a calm that somehow contained immeasurable rage. "Release her," Izuku commanded. Instead, Chisaki grabbed Eri roughly, his quirk activating. "Stay back, or I'll disassemble her molecule by molecule." What happened next occurred too quickly for normal human perception to track. Izuku moved, Mjolnir humming at his side. A precise application of electromagnetic energy disrupted the activation of Chisaki's quirk, just as Izuku's hand closed around his wrist. Eri was simultaneously lifted away by a controlled current of air, safely deposited several meters away. Chisaki found himself immobilized, his quirk neutralized by an electromagnetic field that prevented him from making contact with anything. "You would threaten a child?" Izuku asked, his voice terrifyingly quiet. "You would experiment on her? Harvest her body for your schemes?" For the first time in his life, Chisaki felt genuine fear. The being before him, for he was increasingly certain this was not merely a human with a quirk, radiated power beyond his comprehension. Not just physical strength, but something older, something that seemed to judge him on levels he couldn't articulate. "She's just a tool," Chisaki managed, his voice strained. "Her quirk is meant to be used." He didn't finish the sentence. Izuku's control, maintained through months of careful restraint, finally slipped. Divine rage, the wrath of a being who had witnessed and punished the abuse of power across countless worlds, surfaced fully. Lightning erupted from his body, arcing across the room in controlled patterns that somehow avoided Eri entirely, while transforming the laboratory into a storm of electrical energy. The complex's power systems overloaded instantly. Deep fissures appeared in the reinforced walls as Mjolnir resonated with its wielder's fury. "She is a child!" Izuku roared, his voice no longer entirely his own. The echo of Thor Odinson, god of thunder and protector of realms, reverberated through the disintegrating complex. Not a tool, not a resource, not a means to your pathetic ends. The underground laboratory began to collapse around them as the electromagnetic disturbance affected the structural integrity of the entire complex. With one hand still restraining Chisaki, Izuku turned to Eri, his expression immediately softening. "Don't be afraid," he told her gently, extending his free hand. "I'm going to get you out of here." Eri stared at him with wide red eyes. This boy with lightning in his gaze and thunder in his voice was unlike anyone she had ever encountered. Despite the destruction around them, despite the terrifying display of power, she felt no fear of him, only an instinctive recognition that he represented safety. She placed her tiny hand in his. The moment their skin made contact, her quirk activated involuntarily, a defensive response ingrained by years of trauma. Rewind energy flowed from her horn into Izuku, attempting to deconstruct his cellular structure back to a previous state. Under normal circumstances, this would have been catastrophic, but Izuku's nature was far from normal. The divine essence that had merged with his mortal form recognized the temporal manipulation and simply accommodated it. Rather than fighting against the rewind, he allowed it to flow through him, guiding it harmlessly away from his core being. Eri gasped, pulling back her hand. "I'm sorry." "I didn't mean to. I can't control it." "It's all right," Izuku assured her, crouching to her level despite still restraining Chisaki. "Your quirk cannot harm me, and soon you'll learn to control it, not fear it." The complex continued to crumble around them. With swift decision, Izuku secured Chisaki with restraints formed from reshaped metal components, then lifted Eri gently into his arms. To Chronostasis, who remained conscious but immobilized, he offered a simple warning: "This organization is finished. When the authorities arrive, surrender or face consequences far worse than imprisonment." Cradling Eri protectively, Izuku raised Mjolnir overhead. Lightning answered his call, connecting with the hammer and surrounding them in a sphere of pure energy. The collapsing ceiling, which would have crushed them moments later, instead struck an impenetrable barrier of electromagnetic force. "Hold tight," he instructed Eri softly. "We're leaving." With a controlled application of power that would have astonished even the most experienced pros, Izuku propelled them upward, Mjolnir carving a path through the collapsing structure. They emerged from the ruins of the Shi Hasai Kai compound in a pillar of light and electricity that illuminated the night sky over this district of Musu Tafu. As they descended gently to the ground outside the devastation, Izuku found Sir Night-Eye and a contingent of pro-heroes who had apparently mobilized after discovering his absence. Their expressions ranged from shock to awe to deep concern as they beheld the complete destruction of the Yakuza compound and the student who emerged from it untouched, carrying a small child and dragging an unconscious villain. "Midoriya," Night-Eye began, his voice uncharacteristically unsteady. "What have you done?" Izuku met his gaze calmly, the divine light slowly fading from his eyes. "What was necessary? Chisaki and his key lieutenants are incapacitated. The quirk-destroying bullets are secured in this container." He handed over a metal case he had retrieved during their escape, and most importantly, Eri is safe. The small girl clung to him, face buried against his shoulder, unwilling to look at the assembled heroes or release her grip on her rescuer. "You directly contravened my orders," Night-Eye stated, though his reprimand lacked conviction, as he surveyed the scale of what had transpired. A coordinated operation was planned, during which Eri would have remained in captivity for at least 3 more days, Izuku interrupted, his voice hardening slightly. 3 more days of experimentation and abuse. That was unacceptable. Something in his tone, the absolute moral certainty, the complete absence of doubt, gave Night-Eye pause. The former sidekick of All Might adjusted his glasses, studying the young hero before him with growing unease. "My foresight showed a very different outcome to this operation," he said quietly. "In every future I glimpsed, the raid was complicated, dangerous, and in some versions resulted in significant casualties." "Perhaps your quirk cannot fully account for mine," Izuku suggested. "Or perhaps," Night-Eye replied with sudden insight, "it cannot account for what you truly are." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of police and emergency services. As Izuku gently transferred Eri to the care of medical professionals, a process that required considerable coaxing as she refused to release him initially, he became aware of how the other heroes were watching him. Not with the admiration usually directed at successful rescues, but with a wary respect bordering on fear. The Thunder God. The name whispered among them took on new significance in light of what they had witnessed. Later, after debriefing and preliminary reports had been filed, Izuku found himself alone with Sir Night-Eye in the agency's private office. The pro-hero's expression was troubled as he reviewed the surveillance footage recovered from the compound, particularly the moment when Izuku's eyes blazed with blue fire and lightning responded to his rage. "I used my foresight on you," Night-Eye admitted without preamble. "The night you arrived at my agency, what I saw disturbed me." Izuku waited silently for him to continue. "I saw you standing amidst what appeared to be Ragnarok, the Norse apocalypse, giants, creatures of myth, a rainbow bridge connecting worlds." Night-Eye's gaze was penetrating behind his glasses. "You wore armor that no support company designed, wielding that hammer against beings that have no place in our world of quirks and heroes." A heavy silence filled the room. "The most disturbing part," Night-Eye continued, "wasn't the battle itself. It was that my vision seemed to extend backward as well as forward, showing me not just what might be, but what has been. Thousands of years of existence, multiple lifetimes, a throne in a golden realm." Izuku regarded him thoughtfully. "Your quirk is more perceptive than most." "Who are you, Midoriya?" Night-Eye asked directly. "Or perhaps more accurately, what are you?" For a moment, Izuku considered continuing the partial deception that had served him thus far, but something about Night-Eye's direct approach and the fact that his quirk had already revealed much of the truth prompted honesty. "I am Izuku Midoriya," he began, "born to Inko and Hisashi Midoriya 15 years ago in this city. But I am also Thor Odinson, god of thunder, former king of Asgard, reborn into this world when my previous existence ended." He expected disbelief, perhaps even mockery. Instead, Night-Eye simply nodded slowly. "That explains the anomalies in your file," he said. "The inconsistencies in your quirk registration, the hammer that responds only to you, the weather patterns that seem to follow your emotional state." "You believe me?" Izuku asked, somewhat surprised. "My quirk showed me truth beyond what my rational mind wanted to accept," Night-Eye replied. "And today I watched you walk through one of the most dangerous villain organizations in Japan as if they were children playing at being threats." He removed his glasses, suddenly looking tired. "Besides, All Might warned me." "All Might?" "Not explicitly, but he suggested you were special beyond normal parameters." A faint smile touched Night-Eye's normally serious face. "He said you reminded him of stories his master told him about beings who walked the earth before quirks existed." Izuku nodded. "There is truth in many myths. The Norse weren't describing imaginary beings. They were recording encounters with Asgardians who visited Midgard, Earth, millennia ago. And now one of those beings has reincarnated as a Japanese teenager who wants to become a licensed hero." Night-Eye shook his head, the absurdity of the situation finally registering. "The paperwork for this is going to be challenging." Despite the gravity of the conversation, Izuku found himself smiling. "Bureaucracy exists in all realms, Sir Night-Eye. Even gods must sometimes complete forms in triplicate." The next morning, as Izuku prepared to return to UA, he visited Eri in the secure medical facility where she was being treated. The small girl's face lit up when she saw him, the first genuine smile she had shown since her rescue. "You came back," she said softly. "I promised I would," Izuku replied, sitting beside her bed. "How are you feeling?" Eri glanced at the bandages covering her arms where Overhaul's experiments had left their mark. "The doctors are nice. They don't hurt me when they take blood." The simple statement, highlighting how abnormal her previous existence had been, stirred anger deep within Izuku's core. Outside, thunder rumbled despite the clear sky. "Eri," he said gently, "what happened to you was wrong, deeply wrong, but it's over now, and it will never happen again." She studied him with eyes too old for her young face. "Because you'll stop them? With your lightning? If necessary," he acknowledged. "But also because there are many good people who want to protect you now. Heroes, doctors, teachers." "Are you a hero?" she asked innocently. The question gave him pause. Was he? In this world of licensed professionals and quirk regulations, the ancient mantle of protector he had carried for millennia didn't quite align with modern definitions. "I'm training to become one," he answered finally, "in the way this world recognizes heroes." Eri seemed to consider this seriously before offering her own assessment. "You feel like one. When you carried me out, I wasn't scared anymore, even with all the lightning and the building falling down." From the mouth of a child who had known nothing but fear and pain, this simple validation carried weight that no professional license or public acclaim could match. Izuku felt something settle within him, the ongoing integration of Thor's divine purpose with Izuku's mortal ambition finding new harmony in this moment of connection. "Thank you, Eri," he said softly. "That means more than you know." As he left the medical facility, Izuku found Mirio waiting outside, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "Night Eye told me," Mirio said without preamble, "about you, about what you really are." Izuku nodded. "And what do you think?" A smile broke across Mirio's face, the genuine, radiant optimism that defined his character reasserting itself. "I think it's awesome. A real god deciding to become a hero? That's like the ultimate validation of what we do." The enthusiastic response, so typical of Mirio yet so unexpected given the circumstances, startled a laugh from Izuku. "I'm glad you see it that way. Plus," Mirio continued, "it explains why you're so ridiculously overpowered. I was starting to feel inadequate, but competing with actual divinity, that's like comparing apples and, well, thunder." As they walked together toward the train station, Mirio's expression sobered slightly. "Night Eye's worried, though, not about you specifically, but about what your existence implies." "What do you mean?" "Well, if you're real, a literal Norse god reborn into our world, then what other myths might be real? What other beings might exist beyond our understanding?" Mirio glanced at him. Night Eye's quirk showed him things that scared him, not just your past, but potential futures. Threats coming that make our current villains look like, how did he put it, children playing with matches before a forest fire. Izuku's hand drifted to Mjolnir at his belt, feeling the subtle pulse of divine energy that connected him to realities beyond this mortal realm. "Your mentor is perceptive," he acknowledged. "My presence here is not random chance. Thor Odinson did not simply happen to be reborn on Earth without purpose." "You think something's coming?" Mirio asked, his voice hushed despite the busy street around them. "I don't know." Izuku admitted, "Not with certainty, but there are patterns across realms and lifetimes. Balance, action, and reaction. When great power manifests in one form, an opposing force often appears," Mirio finished, understanding. "Like All Might and All for One," Izuku nodded. "Precisely." As they parted ways at the station, Mirio offered a final observation that would linger in Izuku's thoughts during his journey back to UA. Even if you're technically a god, you still act more human than some people with regular quirks. You care. That matters more than where your power comes from." The sentiment echoed in Izuku's mind as the train carried him back toward UA and the next phase of his increasingly complicated existence. The balance between divinity and humanity, between ancient purpose and modern identity, remained his greatest challenge, one that would only grow more complex as his true nature became impossible to conceal. Above the train, clouds gathered and dispersed in shifting patterns that meteorologists would later struggle to explain through conventional atmospheric science. The god of thunder was troubled, and the skies responded in kind. "You're drifting," Todoroki observed, without preamble, sitting across from Izuku in the common room of the Heights Alliance dormitory. Izuku looked up from the ancient text he'd been studying, one of several Norse manuscripts he had requested from international collections, seeking connections to his previous existence. "What do you mean?" "From us. From humanity." Todoroki's mismatched eyes regarded him steadily. "Since the Shi Hasaikai incident, you've been elsewhere, even when you're physically present." The observation struck uncomfortably close to truth. In the weeks following the rescue of Eri, Izuku had found himself increasingly immersed in the divine aspects of his nature. The destruction of Overhaul's organization had represented a significant shift, the first time he had employed his powers without substantial restraint in a combat situation. The experience had awakened aspects of Thor's consciousness that had previously remained dormant, bringing ancient memories and godly perspective into sharper focus. "I've had much to consider," Izuku acknowledged, closing the manuscript. "Certain events have accelerated my understanding of my true nature." "Your divine nature," Todoroki clarified, saying openly what most classmates still discussed in whispers despite Izuku's gradual revelations about his origins. "That's precisely my point. You're leaning into being Thor and leaving Izuku behind." Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo dropped heavily onto the couch beside them, his perpetual scowl somehow more pronounced than usual. "Icy Hot's right," he declared bluntly. "You're getting weird, Deku. Weirder than usual, which is saying something considering you're apparently a fucking god." Izuku regarded them both with mild surprise. "I wasn't aware my behavior had changed significantly." "Yesterday," Bakugo continued, "Raccoon Eyes asked if you wanted to join the movie night. You said, and I quote, 'I thank you for the invitation, but I must decline, as I have matters of cosmic significance to contemplate.'" "That does sound rather formal," Izuku admitted. "It sounds like you're auditioning for a Renaissance fair," Bakugo retorted. "And in training this morning, when Kaminari accidentally shocked himself again, you just stared at him like he was some fascinating insect before saying something about mortals and their amusing relationship with electricity." Todoroki nodded agreement. "You've started referring to us as mortals. Frequently. Had he?" Izuku reflected on his recent interactions and realized with uncomfortable clarity that they were right. Subtle changes in his speech patterns, perspective, and priorities had been occurring, shifting from the balanced integration of Thor and Izuku toward something more distantly divine. "I hadn't noticed," he said finally. "The overhaul situation affected me more than I realized. Seeing such cruelty toward Eri awakened aspects of my divine consciousness that view human struggles from a more detached perspective." "Well, detach yourself back," Bakugo demanded. "It's fucking creepy. And besides, you're supposed to be training to be a hero in this world, not floating above it looking down on us mere mortals." The criticism, delivered with Bakugo's characteristic lack of tact, nonetheless contained genuine concern. Izuku sensed that beneath the explosive student's aggression lay actual worry for his childhood friend, concern that Izuku might lose himself entirely to the ancient entity whose soul he shared. "Your point is valid," Izuku conceded. "I'll be more mindful of maintaining balance." "Good," Todoroki said, rising from his seat. "Because we've been assigned to a special training exercise tomorrow, and if you show up acting like the distant god of thunder rather than our classmate, I suspect it won't go well." The special training turned out to be a remedial course, specifically designed for students whose provisional license exams had raised concerns with the examination committee. To Izuku's surprise, he found himself grouped with Bakugo and Todoroki, standing before Gang Orca at a remote training facility. "You three," the cetacean hero began, his deep voice carrying clear authority, "demonstrated exceptional quirk prowess during your exams. Too exceptional in some cases." His eyes lingered meaningfully on Izuku. "But power without proper integration into society creates dangerous precedents. This remedial course will focus on one thing: connecting with ordinary citizens." He gestured to a group of school children who entered the facility, ranging from 6 to 11 years old. They stared with wide-eyed curiosity at the hero students, particularly at Bakugo's spiky hair and Todoroki's distinctive appearance. "These children will be your responsibility for the day," Gang Orca continued. "Your task is simple. Help them understand heroes, quirks, and safety. Make them feel secure in your presence. Demonstrate that exceptional power can exist alongside normal human interaction." Bakugo immediately scowled. "Babysitting? That's the remedial course?" "Consider it the most important aspect of heroism," Gang Orca replied evenly. "The ability to connect with those you protect. If citizens fear you as much as they fear villains, you have failed as a hero, no matter how many battles you win." The words carried specific weight when directed at Izuku, who had recently witnessed professionals regarding him with exactly that mixture of awe and unease following the Shi Hasaikai incident. As the children were divided among them, Izuku found himself approached by a small girl with glasses too large for her face. She stared up at him with undisguised "Are you really the one they call the Thunder God?" she asked. The directness of the question took him aback. His reputation had apparently spread even to elementary schools. I have been called that, yes. Can you make lightning? Like in the videos? Izuku hesitated. This was precisely the kind of interaction Gang Orca was evaluating, how they handled their power in relation to ordinary citizens, particularly impressionable children. I can, he acknowledged, crouching to her level. But power isn't what makes someone a hero. It's how they use that power to help others. The girl seemed to consider this seriously before asking, "Do you like ice cream?" The non sequitur surprised a genuine laugh from him, the first spontaneous, purely Izuku reaction he'd had in weeks. "Yes, I do, particularly green tea flavor." "That's gross," she declared with childish certainty. "Chocolate is better." Just like that, the divine being who had faced down Overhaul without blinking found himself drawn into a detailed debate about ice cream flavors with a 7-year-old. And strangely, it felt more important than the cosmic considerations that had occupied his thoughts recently. Across the facility, similar scenes unfolded. Bakugo, despite his initial reluctance, was demonstrating controlled explosions to an enthralled group of boys, carefully explaining the science behind his quirk while maintaining safety boundaries. Todoroki had created a small ice rink where children took turns sliding while he monitored them with surprising patience. As the day progressed, Gang Orca observed with growing approval. The exercise was having its intended effect, particularly on Midoriya, whose formal speech patterns gradually relaxed as he engaged with the children's uncomplicated curiosity. By midday, he was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by youngsters asking increasingly imaginative questions about his abilities. Could you fly to the moon? Can your hammer break anything? If you're super strong, do you have to be careful not to break your toothbrush? Each question, no matter how whimsical, received thoughtful consideration and an answer pitched at their level of understanding. The distance that had concerned his classmates, the godly detachment that had begun to define his interactions, gradually dissolved in the face of simple human connection. The true test came unexpectedly. During an outdoor demonstration, a sudden earth tremor, natural, not quirk-induced, shook the facility. Ceiling tiles cracked, and part of the outdoor play structure began to collapse where several children were playing. Izuku's response was immediate and instinctive. In moments of crisis, his divine power typically manifested in dramatic fashion: lightning, thunderous commands, overwhelming force. But here, with frightened children in danger, something different emerged. He moved with supernatural speed but gentle precision, appearing beside the collapsing structure, not in a flash of lightning, but with barely a whisper of displaced air. Rather than summoning Mjolnir to smash the falling debris, he simply positioned himself beneath the heaviest section, supporting it with one hand while calmly guiding children to safety with the other. "It's all right," he assured them, his voice steady and reassuring, not the commanding tone of a god, but the comforting presence of a hero. "Just move this way, carefully. You're doing great." When all children were clear, he lowered the structure carefully to the ground, ensuring no secondary collapse would cause additional danger. Throughout the emergency, not a single bolt of lightning appeared. Not a rumble of thunder marked his actions, just quiet efficiency and genuine concern. Gang Orca approached as the situation stabilized, the children now gathered safely inside the main building. "Interesting choice," he observed. "I've seen the footage from the Shi Hasaikai incident. You could have demolished that entire structure with a thought, created some spectacular display of power." "These children don't need spectacle," Izuku replied. "They needed safety, reassurance, and a controlled response that wouldn't escalate their fear." The hero studied him thoughtfully. "And what did you need, Midoriya?" The question caught him off guard. "I don't understand." "This remedial course isn't just about teaching you to interact with civilians," Gang Orca explained. "It's about reminding you why that interaction matters, why connection with humanity is essential for heroes, especially those with power that sets them apart." His piercing gaze seemed to see through the layers of Izuku's divided nature. "When you walked into my examination, I sensed something beyond normal quirk parameters. The Commission's reports after the Shi Hasaikai incident only confirmed those suspicions. Whatever you are, Midoriya, you're standing at a crossroads." "What do you mean?" Izuku asked, though something in him already understood. Power isolates, Gang Orca stated simply. The more extraordinary your abilities, the greater the distance between you and those you protect. That distance can become a chasm if you allow it, one that transforms protectors into detached observers, or worse, beings who view themselves as above those they were meant to serve. The words resonated on a level beyond Izuku's current existence, touching memories from Thor's long life, times when the god of thunder had indeed grown distant from the mortals of Midgard, viewing their struggles as transient concerns beneath divine consideration. That perspective had ultimately proven hollow, leading to arrogance and mistakes that cost dearly. The greatest heroes, Gang Orca continued, are not those with the most impressive quirks, but those who maintain their connection to humanity despite their exceptional nature. All Might understood this intuitively. His power was matched only by his compassion. Izuku considered the children now watching them from inside, their faces pressed against windows with expressions of curiosity and admiration. Not fear, not awe, but the simple appreciation of someone who had helped them when they were scared. I've been losing perspective, he admitted quietly, allowing the divine aspects of my nature to overshadow the human connections that give heroism meaning. Gang Orca nodded. The Commission doesn't fully understand what you are, Midoriya, though theories abound. What matters is not your origin, but your purpose. Why do you want to be a hero in this world? The question stripped away cosmic considerations and divine perspective, returning Izuku to the fundamental motivation that had defined him before he ever knew about Thor. Before the lightning, before Mjolnir, before the memories of Asgard and Nine Realms. To help people, he answered simply. To save them with a smile, to make them feel safe. Hold to that, Gang Orca advised. Let it anchor you when godhood beckons you toward detachment. Your power makes you exceptional. Your humanity makes you a hero. Later, as the remedial course concluded, Izuku found himself approached by the little girl with oversized glasses who had questioned him about ice cream. She held up a crayon drawing depicting a figure with spiky green hair surrounded by blue lightning, standing protectively beside smaller figures representing children. This is you, she explained unnecessarily, being a hero. Izuku accepted the drawing with genuine appreciation. Thank you. It's excellent. My mom says the thunder god is scary, she continued matter-of-factly, that he can destroy buildings and fight lots of villains at once. But I don't think you're scary. No? Izuku asked, curious about her perception. She shook her head decisively. No, because you listened about ice cream and you were careful with my friend Takeo when he got scared of the earthquake, and you didn't break anything even though you're super strong. Her logic, childish yet profound, concluded, scary people don't do nice things like that. As they departed the facility, Bakugo fell into step beside Izuku, his expression surprisingly thoughtful. The whale face had a point, you know, about distance and power. I know, Izuku acknowledged. I've been allowing the divine aspects of my nature to dominate recently. Yeah, well, knock it off, Bakugo replied with characteristic bluntness. God or not, you're still Deku, the annoying, too nice, hero-obsessed nerd I grew up with. Don't forget that part. The insult-laden reminder, delivered with Bakugo's peculiar brand of aggressive concern, brought a genuine smile to Izuku's face. I'll try to remember, Katsuki. Besides, Bakugo added with a challenging smirk, gods probably don't have to do math homework, and Ectoplasm said your last assignment was adequate at best. Todoroki, walking slightly behind them, observed quietly, it seems divinity doesn't confer mathematical excellence. Even gods have limitations, Izuku agreed, the formal cadence that had crept into his speech receding as he settled back into the balanced integration of his dual nature. Especially when it comes to calculus. That evening, as Izuku meditated in his dorm room, Mjolnir resting beside him, he reflected on Gang Orca's words and the day's experiences. The hammer hummed softly, responding to his thoughts with subtle fluctuations in its electromagnetic field. Balance has always been the challenge, he murmured to the ancient weapon. Even in my previous existence, power without compassion becomes tyranny. Compassion without power becomes ineffectual. The answer lies not in choosing between Thor Odinson and Izuku Midoriya, but in being both simultaneously, divine power guided by human heart. Outside his window, clouds that had gathered unconsciously during his period of divine detachment began to disperse, revealing a clear night sky where stars shone with unobstructed brilliance. The weather, ever responsive to his emotional state, reflected the clarity he had regained. Being a god among mortals was not about rising above humanity, but about using divine perspective to better serve it. That lesson, temporarily obscured by the awakening of his full power during the overhaul incident, had been gently but firmly restored by the simple interactions of a remedial course. Sometimes it seemed even gods required remedial lessons in what truly mattered. "You play bass?" Jiro asked, her expression caught between skepticism and intrigue, as Class 1A discussed their contribution to the upcoming school festival. Izuku nodded, somewhat self-conscious despite everything else his classmates now knew about him. "I started a few years ago. It helps me focus." What he didn't explain was how the deep vibrations of bass strings resonated with the fundamental frequencies of Mjolnir, creating harmonics that helped integrate his divided consciousness. Playing music had become a form of meditation, a way to balance the mortal and divine aspects of his nature through vibration and rhythm. "Well, that settles it," Kaminari declared enthusiastically. "We've got our band. Jiro on lead guitar and vocals, Tokoyami on drums, Momo can play keyboard, and Midoriya on bass. Plus, Bakugo already admitted he can play drums too." "I never agreed to that," Bakugo exploded predictably. "So he can be backup," Kaminari finished, undeterred by the outburst. As class discussion continued, eventually settling on a combination music and dance performance, Izuku found himself genuinely looking forward to the event. The remedial course with Gang Orca had helped realign his perspective, reminding him of the importance of human connection. Participating in something as ordinary as a school festival, especially through music, which transcended linguistic and cultural barriers, felt like an appropriate continuation of that reintegration. Later, during their first practice session in one of UA soundproofed rooms, Jiro handed him a sleek black bass guitar. "Let's see what you've got, Thunder God," she challenged with a small smirk. Izuku accepted the instrument, adjusting the strap and testing the tuning with practiced ease. When Jiro counted them in, he began with a simple bass line, following her lead as she established the melody of the song they'd selected, an energetic rock number that would showcase the class's various talents. As the practice progressed, Izuku found himself increasingly immersed in the music. The vibrations from the bass strings resonated not just through the instrument, but through his connection to natural electromagnetic fields. Without conscious intention, his divine nature began to harmonize with the music, subtle currents of energy flowing through his fingers into the strings. The bass notes deepened, gaining an almost physical presence in the room. The other band members faltered momentarily as they felt the change, not just hearing the music, but experiencing it as a tangible force. "Whoa," Jiro breathed, her sensitive hearing picking up harmonics beyond normal perception. "What are you doing to that bass?" Izuku paused, suddenly aware of the energy he'd unconsciously channeled. "Sorry, sometimes my quirk interacts with vibrations." "Don't apologize," she said quickly. "It's amazing, like the bass is creating its own atmosphere. Can you control it?" He nodded, resuming play with more deliberate modulation of the energy flow. The result was a bass line that seemed to physically support the other instruments, creating depth and resonance beyond what the equipment should have been capable of producing. "This," Kaminari declared when they finished the song, "is going to be the most epic school festival performance in UA history." Over the following days, as preparations for the festival intensified, Izuku divided his time between music practice, regular hero training, and a new commitment, visiting Eri, who had been transferred to UA's care while her quirk was studied and stabilized. The small girl had formed an immediate attachment to Izuku following her rescue from Overhaul. Where she remained hesitant and fearful around most adults, with him she displayed genuine comfort and emerging trust. Recovery Girl had hypothesized that Eri's quirk somehow recognized Izuku's unique nature. Her rewind ability interacting differently with his divine essence created a subconscious sense of safety. "Midoriya-san," she greeted him softly during one visit, her single horn partially hidden beneath growing white hair. "Are you still practicing music?" "I am," he confirmed, sitting beside her bed. Our class is preparing a performance for the school festival next week. Would you like to attend? Aizawa-sensei mentioned you might be well enough by then. Eri's eyes widened with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. A festival with other people? Many other people, Izuku acknowledged, but you wouldn't be alone. Aizawa-sensei would be with you, and I would know you're there. She considered this seriously, fingers fidgeting with her blanket. Will it be loud? Overhaul didn't like loud noises. The innocent question, revealing yet another aspect of her trauma, stirred the now familiar protective instinct that blended Thor's ancient role as defender of realms with Izuku's deeply personal commitment to this child's well-being. Some parts might be loud, he answered honestly, but you could cover your ears, or leave if it becomes too much. The important thing is that festivals are happy places. They're celebrations. Celebrations? The concept seemed foreign to her. Times when people come together to enjoy themselves, to laugh and play, and create memories. Izuku smiled gently. Something I think you haven't experienced enough of yet. After a moment's consideration, Eri nodded tentatively. I'd like to try, if you'll be there. I promise, Izuku assured her, and I keep my promises. 2 days before the festival, as final preparations reached their peak, trouble arrived in the form of intelligence reports from the Hero Network. A villain duo had been spotted near UA, Gentle Criminal and his assistant La Brava, known for elaborate, gentlemanly crimes designed to attract internet attention. Aizawa informed Class 1A during homeroom, his expression characteristically serious. Security has been increased but remain vigilant. These villains specifically target events for maximum publicity. Given recent high-profile incidents involving our school, the festival presents an attractive target. As class dismissed, Izuku found himself approached by Togata, who had become a regular visitor since the joint operation against Overhaul. Midoriya! A word? The perpetually cheerful third-year student led him to a quiet corner of the hallway. It's about Eri-chan. She's been approved to attend the festival, but we're concerned about potential security threats. Given your special connection with her, I wanted to ensure you'd be prepared if something happens. I'm always prepared where Eri's safety is concerned, Izuku assured him, his hand unconsciously drifting to Mjolnir, which remained at his side even in school uniform. Togata nodded, his expression unusually serious beneath his customary smile. I know. That's actually partly why I wanted to talk to you. If these villains do appear, please remember this is a school festival, not a battlefield. Proportional response and all that. The gentle reminder wasn't unjustified. Since the Shihasaikai incident, Izuku had demonstrated increasingly refined control of his abilities during normal training, but situations involving genuine threats, particularly where vulnerable individuals were concerned, still risked triggering more dramatic manifestations of his power. I understand, Izuku assured him. I've been working on maintaining balance. The morning of the festival dawned bright and clear. Suspiciously so, given the meteorological predictions for rain that day. Faculty members familiar with Izuku's influence on weather patterns exchanged knowing glances, but said nothing. If the god of thunder preferred sunshine for a school festival, the atmosphere would comply. As students and visitors filled UA's campus, transforming it from a serious hero academy into a celebration of creativity and community, Izuku found himself genuinely enjoying the atmosphere. After the intensity of recent months, the provisional license exam, the overhaul incident, the ongoing adjustments to his increasingly integrated divine nature, the simple pleasure of a school festival provided welcome normalcy. During final sound check for Class 1A's performance, Jiro made last-minute adjustments to the equipment, while the rest of the class rehearsed their choreographed movements. Izuku tested his bass, carefully modulating the energy he channeled through the strings to enhance resonance without overwhelming the other instruments. This is going to be amazing, Kirishima enthused, practicing his movements. We're going to blow everyone away. Let's hope not literally, Kaminari joked, glancing at Izuku. No actual thunder during the performance, right, Midoriya? Izuku smiled. I'll keep atmospheric disturbances to a minimum. As the audience began filing into the performance hall, Izuku sensed Eri's arrival. Her unique energy signature, the chaotic pattern of a powerful quirk contained within a traumatized child, had become immediately recognizable to his expanded awareness. She entered with Aizawa and Togata, taking a seat near the back where she could exit easily if overwhelmed. The lights dimmed, and Class 1A took their positions. As the music began, Izuku felt the familiar harmony between Mjolnir's energy and the bass vibrations, creating resonance that filled the hall with sound that was simultaneously heard and felt. Jiru's powerful vocals soared above the instrumentation, while their classmates executed dance movements that showcased their various physical abilities. From his position on stage, Izuku spotted Eri in the audience, her eyes wide with wonder at the spectacle, perhaps the first purely joyful event she had ever witnessed. The sight strengthened his resolve to make this performance memorable for her, a foundation for new experiences untainted by fear or pain. The music built toward its climax, each instrument contributing to a harmonious whole that transcended individual parts. As they reached the final chorus, Izuku allowed slightly more divine energy to flow through his bass playing, not enough to be visibly unusual, but sufficient to create an almost transcendent quality to the sound, vibrations that resonated with the audience on a level beyond normal hearing. And then, in that moment of perfect harmony, he sensed the disturbance, unfamiliar energy signatures approaching rapidly from outside the performance hall. One registered as kinetic manipulation focused on elastic properties. The other emitted a distinctive pattern consistent with emotion-based amplification. Gentle Criminal and La Brava had arrived. Without missing a note in his playing, Izuku extended his awareness, tracking their movement around the building perimeter. They weren't heading for the performance hall directly, but toward a service entrance that would allow access to the school's main security systems, a sophisticated approach that suggested careful planning. The question now was how to respond without disrupting the performance or causing unnecessary alarm. In his previous existence as Thor, the answer would have been simple: overwhelming force, a lightning strike to incapacitate the intruders before they became a genuine threat. But Gang Orca's lessons about proportional response and human connection remained fresh in his mind. As the song reached its final notes, Izuku made his decision. During the thunderous applause that followed their performance, he leaned toward Jiro. "Technical issue with my bass. I'll be right back for the encore," he whispered before slipping backstage. Once out of public view, he moved with divine speed, exiting the building through a side door and circling toward the service entrance where he had sensed the villains. Mjolnir hummed at his side, responding to his focused intent. He found them exactly where expected: Gentle Criminal, an elegant man in Victorian-inspired attire, using his elasticity quirk to create a gentle trampoline effect that would allow them to bypass security sensors, while La Brava, a diminutive woman with pink hair, recorded their approach with a specialized camera. "Excuse me," Izuku called politely, causing both villains to freeze in surprise. "I believe you're attempting to enter UA without proper authorization." Gentle Criminal recovered quickly, adjusting his cravat with theatrical flair. My, a student has discovered us. How unexpected yet ultimately inconsequential to our grand design." "Actually," Izuku corrected, "I'm a performer who needs to return for an encore, so I'd appreciate resolving this quickly and without unnecessary dramatics." La Brava stepped forward defiantly. "Do you know who you're talking to? This is Gentle Criminal, the most elegant villain on the internet. Our video of infiltrating UA during their festival will get millions of views." "I'm familiar with your work," Izuku acknowledged, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Creative, relatively nonviolent, focused on exposure rather than harm. That's why I'm offering you the opportunity to leave now, without conflict." Gentle Criminal studied him with sudden recognition. "Wait, green hair, composed demeanor. You're that student, aren't you? The one they've been calling the Thunder God after that business with the Yakuza. How fascinating. La Brava, make sure you're getting this." The camera focused on Izuku, who sighed internally. This was precisely the kind of attention he had hoped to avoid. His actions during the overhaul incident had already generated significant online speculation about his true nature. "I would prefer not to be recorded," he stated firmly, "and I would prefer not to disrupt the festival. There's a child inside experiencing her first celebration after significant trauma. I promised her a day without fear." Something in his tone, the absolute sincerity, the underlying protective resolve, gave Gentle Criminal pause. For all his theatrical villainy, the man possessed a fundamental code of honor. A child's first festival experience is indeed precious, he conceded thoughtfully. However, my dear boy, my plans have been meticulously crafted. To abandon them now would be to betray my very essence as gentle criminal. Then I must insist, Izuku replied, stepping forward. What followed was perhaps the most restrained application of divine power Izuku had ever employed in a confrontation. As gentle criminal activated his elasticity quirk, transforming the air into bouncy barriers that would have launched a normal opponent skyward, Izuku simply adjusted his own electromagnetic field to negate the effect, walking steadily forward as if through normal atmosphere. Impossible, Gentle gasped. My elasticity should have repelled you. Physics becomes negotiable when one understands its fundamental principles, Izuku explained, continuing his advance. Your quirk manipulates molecular bonds to create elastic properties. I'm simply counterbalancing that manipulation with a precisely calibrated electromagnetic field. La Brava, seeing her companion's primary defense neutralized, activated her love quirk, channeling her genuine affection for Gentle into a massive power boost that should have transformed him into an overwhelming force. The energy transfer was visible to Izuku's enhanced perception, a pink aura flowing from La Brava into Gentle, temporarily amplifying his physical capabilities beyond normal human parameters. It was an impressive quirk, one that relied on authentic emotion rather than mere technical application. Remarkable, Izuku commented as Gentle, now powered up, launched himself forward with newfound speed and strength. Your connection is genuine. That's commendable. Rather than countering with divine strength, Izuku sidestepped with precise timing, using Gentle's own momentum to guide him past his intended target. Simultaneously, he extended his hand toward La Brava's camera, sending a gentle electromagnetic pulse that temporarily disrupted its recording function without damaging the device. Your audience will have to wait for another performance, he told her. This one remains private. Gentle recovered quickly, his enhanced state allowing for exceptional agility. You're holding back, he observed perceptively. The thunder god who demolished an entire Yakuza compound could certainly do more than dodge. A festival requires a different approach than a rescue operation, Izuku replied. And besides, your intentions, while misguided, aren't malicious. That deserves consideration. For several more exchanges, they continued this unusual confrontation, Gentle attacking with increasingly creative applications of his elasticity, Izuku responding with minimal counterforce, just enough to prevent progress toward the building while avoiding any spectacular display that might draw attention from the ongoing festival. Finally, as Love's effect began to wane, Gentle Criminal paused, breathing heavily. This is most unusual, he admitted. I find myself simultaneously frustrated by your interference and impressed by your restraint. Most heroes would have resorted to quirk-suppressing handcuffs and called the authorities by now. I'm not technically a professional hero yet, Izuku reminded him, just a student protecting a school festival. He glanced toward the performance hall, where he could sense his classmates preparing for the encore. A festival where I'm currently missing my cue for the final number. Something about the simple statement, the mundane concern amidst what should have been a serious confrontation, struck Gentle Criminal as profoundly amusing. He laughed, a genuine expression of appreciation rather than villainous bravado. A god worried about missing his musical performance. He chuckled. How wonderfully human. The observation, inadvertently echoing Gang Orca's lessons about maintaining connection with humanity, resonated with Izuku. That's rather the point, he acknowledged. Balance between power and purpose. La Brava looked between them in confusion. Gentle, are we giving up? The elegant villain straightened his attire with dignity. Not giving up, my dear La Brava, making a tactical withdrawal in recognition of exceptional circumstances. He bowed slightly toward Izuku. It seems the Thunder God has priorities beyond apprehending villains today. Who am I to interfere with divine scheduling? I appreciate your understanding, Izuku replied sincerely. Perhaps choose a target less connected to children's first festival experiences in the future. As the villainous duo departed, Gentle with theatrical dignity, La Brava with reluctant acceptance, Izuku allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had resolved the situation without violence, without property damage, without even disrupting the festival. Gang Orca would have approved of the proportional response. He returned to the performance hall just as his classmates were beginning to worry about his absence, slipping backstage with subtle application of divine speed that made his temporary disappearance seem briefer than it had been. "Where were you?" Jiru hissed as he reclaimed his base. "We're about to start the encore." "Handling a small security matter," he replied quietly. "Everything's fine now." The encore performance exceeded even their initial success. With the threat neutralized and Eri's joy evident in her wide-eyed appreciation, Izuku allowed himself to fully embrace the experience, channeling divine energy not into combat but into creation, into music that resonated on multiple levels of perception. As the final notes faded and applause filled the hall, something unexpected happened. The electromagnetic resonance created by his bass playing, combined with the emotional intensity of the moment and Eri's unique quirk energy, created a momentary phenomenon that only a few particularly sensitive individuals perceived. For a fraction of a second, the air above the stage shimmered with an impossible image, a glimpse of golden spires against an alien sky, a rainbow bridge stretching across stars unlike any visible from Earth. Asgard, as it had existed in Thor's memories, briefly superimposed upon reality before fading like a mirage. Most dismissed it as a trick of stage lighting or an unexpected effect from the performance. But Eri, whose quirk interacted uniquely with Izuku's divine nature, saw it clearly. A beautiful, impossible place that somehow felt connected to the boy with the bass guitar and the kind smile who had rescued her from darkness. After the performance, when the audience had dispersed and Class 1A was cleaning up, Aizawa approached Izuku with his characteristic direct manner. "There was a security alert at the service entrance during your performance," he stated, eyes narrowed slightly. "Sensors detected unauthorized presence that suddenly disappeared. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" "A minor situation that resolved itself without incident," Izuku replied carefully. Aizawa studied him for a moment before sighing. "One day, Midoriya, we're going to have a very long conversation about appropriate protocols for hero students encountering villains, even divine hero students." "I look forward to it, Sensei," Izuku replied with genuine respect. Later, as he visited Eri before she returned to the medical facility, the small girl looked up at him with wonder still illuminating her face. "I saw a beautiful place," she told him softly, "during the music. A golden city with a rainbow bridge. Was that where you're from?" The innocent question, carrying implications Eri herself couldn't fully comprehend, momentarily took Izuku aback. That she had perceived the momentary dimensional overlap, something even most pro-heroes present had missed, suggested her quirk created unique perceptual abilities where his divine nature was concerned. "In a way," he answered carefully. "It's a place I remember from before. It looked nice," she said simply. "Not scary at all." "No," Izuku agreed, memories of Asgard's glory days filling his mind, before Ragnarok, before the battles that had led to its fall, when it had stood as a beacon of protection across the 9 realms. "It wasn't scary. It was home, once." "Do you miss it?" she asked with a child's directness. The question stirred complex emotions. Thor's ancient connections to Asgard and its people, the responsibilities of a prince and later king, the weight of protecting realms that no longer existed in this universe. Yet alongside those divine memories existed Izuku's human attachments to his mother, his classmates, this world that had become his new home. "Sometimes," he admitted, "but I have a new home now, new people to care about." He smiled gently at her. "New festivals to attend." Eri nodded with the serious consideration children sometimes give to profound statements. "I'm glad you're here instead of there," she declared finally. "Because if you weren't here, who would have saved me?" The simple observation carried weight beyond her understanding. Perhaps that, ultimately, was why Thor's soul had found its way to this realm, to this time, to this particular human child named Izuku Midoriya. Not just cosmic balance or divine purpose, but specific interventions that could change individual lives. Even gods, it seemed, might be guided by something greater than themselves, toward moments where divine power and human compassion could combine to create something neither could accomplish alone. As the festival concluded and UA returned to its normal rhythms, the brief glimpse of Asgard remained a whispered curiosity among those who had perceived it. Most dismissed it as imagination or technical effects, but a few, those with quirks that enhanced perception or sensitivity to energy patterns, began to wonder about the true nature of the student they called the Thunder God. Questions were forming, speculation was growing, and the boundary between Izuku's carefully managed public identity and his divine reality was becoming increasingly thin. Sooner or later, that boundary would dissolve entirely. And when it did, nothing in the world of heroes would remain quite the same. The joint training session with Hawks had not been on anyone's official schedule. The current number 2 hero had simply appeared at UA as campus one afternoon, feathered wings folded casually behind his back, requesting an impromptu demonstration with select students from the hero course. Just curious about the next generation, he explained to an obviously suspicious Aizawa, especially given recent incidents. His eyes had drifted meaningfully toward Class 1A, or more specifically toward Izuku, who stood with his classmates on the training field. The implication was clear. Reports of the Thunder God had reached the highest echelons of the hero community, and Hawks wanted first-hand confirmation of what those reports suggested. Aizawa had reluctantly agreed, but with conditions. Observation only, no combat training without proper protocols. Hawks had smiled his easy, disarming smile. Of course, Eraserhead, wouldn't dream of it. Now, as students demonstrated their quirks under the winged hero's watchful gaze, Izuku could sense the keen intelligence behind Hawks' relaxed exterior. This was not a casual visit, but a deliberate assessment, one likely sanctioned by the Hero Commission itself. When Izuku's turn came, he performed a standard demonstration: controlled electrical discharge, basic weather manipulation, and moderate strength application. Nothing that would trigger the kind of speculation Hawks was clearly here to confirm or disprove. "That's it?" Hawks asked, tone deliberately casual. The footage from the Shihasaikai raid suggested something more, substantial. "That was an emergency situation," Izuku replied evenly. "This is a demonstration." Right. Hawks nodded, feathers rustling slightly. "Mind if I test something?" Before Aizawa could object, the winged hero had plucked 3 feathers and sent them flying toward Izuku at speeds that would have been imperceptible to normal human reflexes. They moved faster than bullets, a test that would force either evasion or quirk activation far beyond what Izuku had just demonstrated. Izuku had options. He could dodge, revealing speed beyond what he'd shown. He could deflect the feathers with an electromagnetic pulse, revealing control beyond normal parameters. Or he could simply allow them to strike him, which would demonstrate durability that would raise even more questions. Instead, he chose a 4th option. With precise timing, he reached out and caught all 3 feathers between his fingers, moving just quickly enough to intercept them, but not so quickly as to appear supernatural. To an observer, it would seem like exceptional but not impossible reflexes, combined with remarkable coordination. Hawks's eyes widened slightly before his casual smile returned. "Nice catch. Most pros couldn't track those, let alone intercept them." "Midoriya has excellent spatial awareness," Aizawa interjected, his tone making it clear the unauthorized test had not been appreciated. "If you're finished with your observations, Hawks, these students have regular training to complete." "Almost finished," Hawks replied, his gaze never leaving Izuku. "One more question, if you don't mind. That hammer you carried during the sports festival, the one that came from the sky, where is it now?" The question hung in the air, its implications clear. Hawks had reviewed the footage carefully, had seen the impossible moment when lightning had struck the stadium and left Mjolnir in Izuku's hand. He wanted confirmation of what many in the hero community suspected, but few had directly confronted. Izuku considered his response carefully. Since the school festival, where the momentary glimpse of Asgard had been witnessed by sensitive observers, speculation about his true nature had increased. Partial truths and careful deflections were becoming less sustainable as evidence accumulated. "Mjolnir is never far from me," he answered finally, holding out his hand. From his dorm room in Heights Alliance, across the UA campus, through walls and training facilities, Mjolnir responded to its wielder's call. Students and teachers alike turned at the distinctive sound of displaced air as the hammer flew toward the training ground, slapping into Izuku's outstretched palm with a crack of thunder that momentarily silenced the field. Hawks stared at the ancient weapon, his casual demeanor briefly dropping to reveal genuine awe. "Well," he said after a moment, "that answers that question." The incident marked a turning point. Hawks' report to the Hero Commission, while classified, triggered a cascade of inquiries and investigations into Izuku's background, abilities, and the increasingly anomalous events surrounding him. Most were conducted discreetly, but their existence signaled growing official interest in the nature of UA's most unusual student. 1 week later, Izuku found himself unexpectedly summoned to a training session with the current #1 hero, Endeavor. The Flame Hero waited in UA's Gamma Gymnasium, his perpetual fire casting harsh shadows across his severe features. Beside him stood his son, Todoroki, whose expression conveyed a complex mixture of resignation and concern. "Midoriya," Endeavor acknowledged curtly as Izuku entered. "I've reviewed your file, or rather, the heavily redacted version the Commission was willing to share." His tone made it clear how little he appreciated the secrecy surrounding Izuku's status. As the top-ranked professional hero, Endeavor was accustomed to having full access to information regarding potential assets or threats. The limitations placed on his knowledge about Izuku clearly ranked as the latter in his assessment. "Todoroki mentioned you helped him overcome his reluctance to use his fire during the sports festival," Endeavor continued. "I want to see exactly what kind of insight you provided." The emphasis on insight carried unspoken questions about the nature of that influence. Questions Izuku had been anticipating since Todoroki had finally embraced his fire quirk after years of rejection. "We're going to spar," Endeavor announced. "All 3 of us. I want to observe your capabilities directly, not through sanitized reports or edited footage." Todoroki shot Izuku an apologetic glance. "I tried to explain this wasn't necessary." "It's all right," Izuku assured him, securing Mjolnir to his belt. "I understand your father's concerns," Endeavor scoffed. My concerns? My concern is that a first-year student somehow possesses power that has the entire Hero Commission in an uproar. My concern is that this same student has been classified as a special asset with a security clearance above my own. My concern, Midoriya, is determining whether you represent an opportunity or a threat." The blunt assessment was characteristic of Endeavor's direct approach. Unlike All Might's careful diplomacy or Hawk's disarming charm, the Flame Hero operated with brutal honesty regarding potential assets and liabilities in the hero community. "I assure you, Endeavor-san, I have no intention of becoming a threat to legitimate hero society," Izuku stated calmly. "Intentions change," Endeavor replied. "Power corrupts. I've seen it happen to heroes with far less ability than what you've reportedly demonstrated." His flames intensified slightly. "Show me what you can do. No holding back." As they moved to opposite ends of the gymnasium, Todoroki approached Izuku briefly. "He's testing you," he warned quietly. "Not just your power, but your control, your judgment. Be careful." Izuku nodded appreciation for the warning. "I understand." When Endeavor gave the signal to begin, he unleashed an immediate inferno. Not the calibrated flames he typically employed in training, but a genuine combat-level assault that filled a quarter of the gymnasium with roaring fire. It was a deliberate escalation, designed to force an equally substantial response. Instead of countering with lightning or divine strength, Izuku simply raised Mjolnir before him. The hammer's enchanted Uru metal, forged in the heart of a dying star, absorbed the thermal energy of Endeavor's attack, glowing faintly but otherwise showing no effect from heat that would have melted conventional materials. "Interesting defense," Endeavor commented, intensifying his flames further. "But passive absorption has limits." In response, Izuku finally took action, not with overwhelming counterforce, but with precise application. He tapped Mjolnir gently against the floor, sending a controlled shockwave that disrupted the air currents feeding Endeavor's flames, temporarily diminishing their intensity without directly attacking the hero himself. Todoroki, observing the exchange with growing concern, entered the fray with a combination attack: ice from his right side to create tactical obstacles, fire from his left to match his father's thermal output. The dual nature assault created a complex battlefield that would have overwhelmed most opponents through sheer environmental control. Izuku responded with fluid adaptation using Mjolnir to manipulate localized weather conditions, creating microcurrents that diverted flames, thermal differentials that weakened ice formations before they could fully form. Every movement was calculated, demonstrating skill and restraint rather than raw power. "Stop dancing around and fight properly," Endeavor demanded, his patience visibly thinning. "I've seen the overhaul footage. I know what you're capable of." The challenge struck at something fundamental: the balance Izuku had been carefully maintaining between his human and divine natures, between the power he possessed and the restraint modern heroics demanded. For a brief moment, he considered continuing the measured response, showing only what was necessary to satisfy professional assessment. Then he reconsidered. Perhaps Endeavor, of all people, needed to understand exactly what he was demanding. "Very well," Izuku said quietly. "A demonstration." What followed was not the unleashed fury he had displayed against Overhaul, but a controlled exhibition of power beyond normal quirk parameters. He raised Mjolnir skyward, and the ceiling of the gymnasium seemed to disappear as storm clouds formed within the enclosed space, a meteorological impossibility that defied conventional physics. Lightning arcsed between these indoor clouds, responding to subtle movements of the hammer. The temperature in the room fluctuated wildly as Izuku manipulated atmospheric conditions with precision that made Endeavor's flame control seem crude by comparison. When Todoroki launched a combined ice-fire attack at maximum output, Izuku simply extended his free hand. The elemental forces, products of one of the most powerful quirks in Japan, stopped midair, held in stasis by an electromagnetic field that separated the very molecules of fire and ice into component energy states. Elemental manipulation, Izuku explained calmly as he held the suspended attack, is fundamentally about energy conversion and molecular excitation. Once you understand the principles at their most basic level, the applications become flexible. With a gentle redirecting gesture, he dispersed Todoroki's attack into harmless particles that dissipated throughout the room. Not countered, not overwhelmed, simply translated into a different energy state. Endeavor stared, his perpetual flames momentarily dimming with unconscious response to what he was witnessing. This wasn't quirk application as he understood it. This was something else entirely: manipulation of natural forces at a level that transcended conventional heroics. "What are you?" he asked finally, the question emerging despite his usual composure. Before Izuku could respond, the gymnasium doors burst open. Best Jeanist, the fiber-controlling hero who had been monitoring the session from outside, entered with visible concern. "The energy readings from this room just spiked beyond measurement capabilities," he announced, his specialized fibers already extending defensively around him. "Endeavor, what's happening here?" The number one hero didn't immediately answer, his gaze still fixed on Izuku as the indoor storm gradually dissipated, returning the gymnasium to its normal state. There was something in his expression beyond professional assessment now, a recognition that had less to do with hero rankings and more to do with fundamental nature. "I've seen this before," Endeavor said finally. Not the specific abilities, but the presence. All Might had it, not just power, but something deeper, something that made you question whether you were dealing with just another human with a strong quirk. Best Jeanist's fibers quivered, responding to his surprise at Endeavor's uncharacteristically philosophical observation. "Are you comparing this student to All Might?" "No," Endeavor replied thoughtfully. "All Might was exceptional, but ultimately human, a man with an extraordinary quirk and matching determination. This, he gestured toward Izuku, who stood calmly with Mjolnir now resting at his side. "This is something else entirely." The assessment, coming from Japan's top hero, carried weight beyond typical professional evaluation. Endeavor had built his entire career attempting to surpass All Might, had studied the former symbol of peace more thoroughly than perhaps anyone else in the hero community. For him to identify something beyond even All Might's exceptional nature represented a significant acknowledgement. "The Commission is right to be concerned," Endeavor continued, his flames returning to their normal intensity as he regained his composure. "Not because you represent a threat necessarily, but because your existence raises questions our current hero system isn't designed to answer." "What kinds of questions?" Best Jeanist asked, his fibers settling as the immediate sense of danger passed. Fundamental ones, Endeavor replied. About the nature of quirks, about the classification of heroes, about power and its regulation. His gaze remained fixed on Izuku, about what happens when someone exists outside established parameters. Todoroki, who had remained silent during the demonstration, finally spoke. My father is saying your powers don't make sense within our understanding of quirks, and that makes you both fascinating and frightening to the hero establishment. Precisely, Endeavor acknowledged. The system requires categorization, regulation, established boundaries. Without those, chaos threatens, or so the Commission believes. The assessment was remarkably perceptive. Beneath his gruff exterior and single-minded ambition, Endeavor possessed keen analytical abilities that had allowed him to rise to the top of the hero rankings despite lacking All Might's natural charisma and public appeal. And what do you believe? Izuku asked. Endeavor considered the question with unexpected seriousness. I believe power must be judged by its application, not merely its nature or scale. All Might understood this intuitively. That's what made him the symbol of peace, rather than simply the strongest hero. He stepped forward, flames casting harsh shadows across his severe features. Whatever you are, Midoriya, whatever your power's source, that same principle applies. It's not what you can do that will ultimately matter to this society, but what you choose to do with those capabilities. The statement contained wisdom that transcended professional heroics, touching on philosophical truths that Thor had encountered across multiple realms and lifetimes. Power without purpose was merely force. Purpose without moral foundation was merely ambition. The integration of all three, power, purpose, and moral clarity, defined true heroes across all worlds and eras. I understand, Izuku acknowledged, and I appreciate your perspective, Endeavor-san. The flame hero nodded curtly before turning to leave. The Commission will want a full report. I'll provide one, though I doubt my descriptions will adequately capture what I've witnessed. He paused at the door. Shoto, a word outside. As father and son departed, Best Jeanist remained, his expression thoughtful behind his distinctive denim face covering. I've been a pro hero for 16 years, he said finally. I've witnessed quirks that defy conventional classification, villains with power that seemed unstoppable, phenomena that stretched the boundaries of what we consider possible. He studied Izuku with professional assessment that somehow avoided feeling invasive. But I've never encountered anyone quite like you, young man. The rumors circulating among the top 10 heroes, they don't do justice to the reality. What rumors? Izuku asked, genuinely curious about how the professional hero community was interpreting his increasingly public displays of power. Best Jeanist hesitated before answering. Some say you're the product of advanced quirk experimentation, perhaps even connected to All for One's legacy of quirk manipulation. Others suggest you might be from outside Japan, perhaps even outside normal human development entirely. A few have proposed more esoteric origins. Such as? Izuku prompted when the fiber hero paused. Such as not being entirely human at all, Best Jeanist finished quietly. Something from beyond our normal understanding of biology and quirk science. The assessment came remarkably close to the truth, though still filtered through the lens of a society that understood exceptional abilities primarily through the framework of quirks, genetic mutations that had transformed human civilization over the past century. What do you believe? Izuku asked, echoing his earlier question to Endeavor. Best Jeanist adjusted his denim collar thoughtfully. I believe we're entering an era where our neat classifications may no longer suffice. Whether you represent the first of many such anomalies or a singular exception, the hero community will need to adapt its thinking. It was a measured, professional assessment that nonetheless acknowledged the profound implications of Izuku's existence within the structured world of professional heroics. Not fear or rejection, but recognition that adaptation would be necessary, a refreshingly pragmatic response. Thank you for your candor, Izuku said sincerely. One more thing, Midoriya, Best Jeanist added as he prepared to leave. Whatever your nature, remember that public perception shapes a hero's effectiveness as much as their actual capabilities. All Might understood this perfectly. His smile reassured people even when facing overwhelming threats. The advice touched on something Izuku had been contemplating since his conversation with Gang Orca during the remedial course, the importance of connecting with those he protected, of being accessible despite exceptional nature. As your powers become more publicly known, Best Jeanist continued, consider how you present them. Even the most beneficial abilities can frighten when misunderstood or displayed without context. It was sound counsel from one of Japan's most media-savvy heroes, a reminder that effectiveness in hero work required not just power but presentation, not just capability but connection. Later that evening, as Izuku meditated in his dorm room, Mjolnir resting beside him, he reflected on the day's interactions. The professional hero community was beginning to take direct interest in his nature and capabilities, moving beyond speculation to active assessment. The careful balance he had maintained, revealing enough to satisfy immediate questions while concealing the full truth of his divine origin, was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. A soft knock at his door interrupted his contemplation. He opened it to find All Might standing outside, his gaunt form somehow more diminished than usual. Young Midoriya, the former symbol of peace, greeted him. "I heard about your session with Endeavor today. May I come in?" Izuku welcomed his mentor, noting the unusual solemnity in All Might's typically positive demeanor. Something had disturbed the former #1 hero, something beyond a simple training demonstration. "Endeavor called me," All Might explained once they were seated. "That alone was unprecedented. We've maintained a professional rivalry for years, rarely communicating directly outside official hero business." "What did he say?" Izuku asked, though he suspected the answer. "He asked me point blank if I knew what you really were." All Might's sunken eyes held uncharacteristic concern. "When I hesitated, he said, 'Whatever he is, Toshinori, it's beyond anything we've classified before, even beyond you at your peak.'" The assessment, coming from Endeavor, carried significant weight. The Flame Hero had dedicated his entire career to surpassing All Might, had studied the former symbol of peace more thoroughly than perhaps anyone else in the hero community. For him to identify something beyond even All Might's exceptional nature represented a meaningful threshold. The professional hero community is beginning to recognize certain truths, Izuku acknowledged. Truths that will eventually extend to the public. "That's what concerns me," All Might admitted. "Not for my sake, but for yours. Society has structured itself around the understanding of quirks, inherited genetic abilities with scientifically explainable mechanisms, even when those mechanisms stretch conventional understanding." He leaned forward, his expression unusually grave. "But you, young Midoriya, you represent something outside that framework entirely, divine reincarnation, powers that transcend physical laws rather than merely bending them. These concepts challenge the fundamental assumptions upon which our current hero society is built." The assessment was perceptive. As Thor, Izuku had witnessed similar transitions across multiple civilizations, moments when established worldviews encountered evidence that required fundamental reconsideration. Such transitions were rarely smooth, often accompanied by denial, fear, and occasionally violent rejection before new understanding could emerge. "I've been considering this since the sports festival," Izuku replied. "Perhaps even before that, when Mjolnir first returned to me. Complete concealment is no longer sustainable, nor would it serve the greater good. The question becomes how to introduce these truths in ways that expand understanding rather than triggering fear." All Might nodded thoughtfully. "My mentor once told me stories, legends really, about a time before quirks when beings of great power walked the earth. Gods, some called them, though she believed they were simply entities from beyond our normal understanding, interpreted through the mythological frameworks available to early humans." "There is truth in that perspective," Izuku acknowledged. "Asgardians were not gods in the sense of being omnipotent or omniscient. We were simply beings with lifespans, lacked capabilities, and technology so advanced that human civilizations of that era interpreted us through religious frameworks. And yet," All Might continued, "you speak of divine essence, of worthiness, of powers that transcend normal physical laws. That suggests something beyond merely advanced alien biology." The observation touched on the complex reality of Asgardian existence, simultaneously technological and magical, scientific and spiritual, material and divine. It was a duality that had been easier to integrate in earlier human eras, when the boundaries between science and spirituality remained more permeable, than in the current age of quirk science and heroic materialism. The truth encompasses both perspectives, Izuku explained. Asgardians existed as physical beings with advanced capabilities, but also as entities connected to cosmic forces beyond normal material existence. That duality was easier for ancient cultures to accept than for modern scientific frameworks. All Might considered this thoughtfully. And now you exist within our modern world, bringing that ancient duality into a society structured around quirk science and heroic regulation. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. The challenge lies not in the revelation itself, but in how that revelation is integrated into existing understanding. A heavy silence fell between them as both contemplated the implications. Society had structured itself around the understanding of quirks as the primary exceptional force in human experience. The introduction of divine power, genuine divine power, not merely extraordinary quirk manifestation, would necessarily challenge those established frameworks. The Commission is forming a special task force, All Might said finally, officially designated to assess emergent anomalous phenomena beyond standard quirk parameters. Unofficially, it's about you, young Midoriya, about determining exactly what your existence means for hero society. The development wasn't unexpected. Institutions naturally sought to categorize and contain exceptions to their operational models, not necessarily from malicious intent, but from the fundamental need for organizational coherence. And you, All Might, what do you think my existence means for hero society? The former symbol of peace considered the question with unexpected solemnity. I think it means we're entering a new phase, one where our understanding must expand beyond the comfortable parameters we've established. Just as the emergence of quirks transformed a quirkless world, perhaps your presence signals the beginning of something beyond quirks entirely. The assessment showed remarkable foresight for someone whose heroic career had been defined by pragmatic action rather than philosophical contemplation. All Might, despite his straightforward public persona, possessed wisdom beyond his professional acumen. Whatever comes, Izuku said with quiet certainty, I will continue to protect this world and its people. That purpose transcends classifications, regulations, or institutional concerns. All Might smiled, a genuine expression that momentarily transformed his gaunt features into something resembling his heroic aspect. That, young Midoriya, is why I believe you truly are worthy of whatever power you possess, divine or otherwise. As All Might departed, Izuku returned to his meditation, though his thoughts now centered on the approaching transition. The professional hero community had begun to recognize his true nature, and that recognition would inevitably extend to broader society. The careful balance he had maintained, revealing enough to satisfy immediate questions while concealing the full truth of his divine origin, could not be sustained indefinitely. Soon, the world would know that the God of Thunder walked among them once more. The question was whether that world was prepared for what such knowledge would mean, not just for hero society, but for humanity's understanding of its place in a cosmos far more complex than most had imagined. Above you, A's campus, clouds gathered and dispersed in patterns that meteorologists would later classify as anomalous atmospheric phenomena, the physical manifestation of divine contemplation as Thor Odinson, reborn as Izuku Midoriya, prepared for revelations that would transform the world he had sworn to protect. The specialized training ground designated for the joint exercise between classes 1A and 1B stretched before them, an expansive facility designed to accommodate multiple quirk types and combat styles. As Aizawa and Vlad King outlined the parameters of the training session, Izuku could sense the anticipation building among students from both classes. This exercise will test your combat capabilities, tactical thinking, and teamwork, Aizawa explained, his tone carrying its usual blend of boredom and intensity. You'll be divided into teams of 4, with each team facing an equivalent group from the other class. Vlad King stepped forward, his blood manipulation quirk giving his presence an imposing quality. Class 1B has been working hard to close the experience gap that formed after your encounters with real villains. Don't expect the same outcomes as the sports festival. As team assignments were announced, Izuku found himself grouped with Uraraka, Ashido, and Sero, a well-balanced combination of mobility, ranged capabilities, and tactical versatility. Their opponents from Class 1B would be Monoma, Tsunotori, Shishida, and Kuroiro, a team specifically designed with quirks that could potentially counter 1A's abilities. Before the matches began, a late addition to the exercise was introduced. Shinso Hitoshi, the general studies student whose brainwashing quirk had nearly defeated Izuku during the sports festival. He would participate with both classes, testing his developing combat capabilities alongside his unique mental manipulation abilities. One final note, Aizawa added, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Izuku. This exercise will be observed by representatives from the Hero Commission's Special Assessment Division. Their presence is routine evaluation of training methodologies, nothing more. The transparent falsehood hung in the air. Everyone present understood that the observers, professional heroes and government officials visible in the monitoring station above, were primarily interested in assessing Izuku's capabilities in a controlled environment. In other words, Bakugo muttered nearby, they want to see the Thunder God in action without having to admit they're scared shitless of what he might do. The blunt assessment wasn't entirely inaccurate. Since the demonstration with Endeavor and Best Jeanist, interest from official channels had intensified. This routine training exercise represented the Hero Commission's attempt to gather data while maintaining institutional dignity. As teams prepared for their matches, Monoma approached Izuku with his characteristic smirk. "The famous Midoriya," he said, voice dripping with theatrical disdain. "Class 1A's secret weapon. I wonder if you're really as exceptional as everyone claims, or just benefiting from favorable publicity after a few lucky encounters." The provocation was clearly deliberate, Monoma's standard psychological tactic, amplified by genuine curiosity about Izuku's capabilities. Behind the bravado lay calculation. The copy quirk user wanted to assess whether Izuku's abilities could be duplicated through his own power. "I suppose we'll find out during the exercise," Izuku replied evenly. Monoma's smirk widened. "Indeed, we will. I'm particularly interested in getting a closer look at that quirk of yours. So much speculation, so little concrete information." The implication was clear. Monoma intended to copy Izuku's abilities during their confrontation. The prospect raised interesting questions about the nature of divine power versus quirk-based abilities, questions that would soon be answered in practical demonstration. The first two matches proceeded with impressive displays from both classes. Teams led by Todoroki and Bakugo secured victories for 1A, though not without significant challenge from their 1B counterparts. Shinso demonstrated remarkable progress in both tactical thinking and combat application of his brainwashing quirk, earning respect from students who had previously dismissed him as a one-trick specialist. When Izuku's team was called for the third match, he could sense the heightened attention from the observation deck. The air literally tingled with electromagnetic fluctuations from active scanning equipment, technology deployed by the Commission to measure and analyze quirk output beyond standard training parameters. "They're really not being subtle, are they?" Uraraka commented as they entered the urban simulation zone designated for their match. "The Commission rarely prioritizes subtlety when gathering intelligence," Izuku replied, "especially concerning phenomena they don't fully understand." Ashido bounced nervously beside them. "So what's the plan? Are you going full Thunder God on them, or keeping it low-key?" The question reflected the evolving awareness among his classmates about the nature of his restraint during previous training exercises. Since the overhaul incident and subsequent revelations, most of Class 1A had come to understand that what Izuku displayed in training represented a fraction of his actual capabilities. "The purpose of this exercise is teamwork," he reminded them. "We'll approach it accordingly." As the starting signal sounded, they moved through the simulated cityscape with coordinated efficiency, Uraraka providing aerial reconnaissance through controlled application of her zero-gravity quirk, Siro establishing tape networks between buildings for rapid movement options, Ashido preparing acid pools at strategic choke points, and Izuku monitoring electromagnetic disturbances to track their opponents' positions. "They're splitting into pairs," he informed his teammates. Monoma and Tsunotori are circling toward the eastern sector. Shishida and Kuroiro are approaching directly, likely as a distraction. Siro whistled appreciatively. "How can you tell all that?" I can barely see 2 buildings ahead in this layout. Electrical impulses from nervous systems create distinctive patterns, Izuku explained simply. Their movement disrupts the natural electromagnetic field of the environment. Before further explanation was necessary, Shishida burst through a nearby wall in his beast form, a massive, fur-covered transformation that enhanced his strength and speed to levels rivaling professional heroes. Beside him, Kuroro melted into the shadows of the debris, his black quirk allowing him to travel through darkened surfaces with ghost-like efficiency. "Ambush positions," Uraraka called, implementing their pre-planned defensive formation. Sero launched tape barriers to restrict Shishida's movement options, while Ashido created acid pools to limit Kuroro's shadow pathways. Izuku held his position, Mjolnir secured at his belt but not yet drawn. The tactical situation didn't yet warrant divine intervention. His teammates were handling the initial assault with impressive coordination. The real challenge arrived moments later. As Monoma and Tsunotori descended from above, the latter's horn cannon quirk allowing her to launch projectiles while carrying her teammate into optimal position for his copy quirk. "I've been looking forward to this, Midoriya," Monoma called, his hand extending toward Izuku with clear intent. "Let's see what happens when I copy the famous Thunder God's power." The moment of contact was brief but consequential. Monoma's fingers brushed against Izuku's exposed forearm, activating his copy quirk with practiced precision. Under normal circumstances, this would have granted him 5 minutes of access to Izuku's abilities, creating a potentially dangerous situation for Team 1A. What happened instead defied everyone's expectations, including, apparently, Monoma's own. The copy quirk user staggered backward, his expression transforming from confident anticipation to shock, and then to something approaching reverence. Blue energy crackled briefly around his body before dissipating like water droplets on hot stone, unable to maintain coherence within a vessel not designed to channel divine power. What are you?" Monoma gasped, his theatrical demeanor completely abandoned. "That's not a quirk. That's... He couldn't finish the sentence, overwhelmed by the momentary connection to something beyond his conceptual framework. The brief touch of Thor's divine essence, even the echo of it accessible through his copy quirk, had provided Monoma with direct insight that transcended intellectual understanding. Izuku regarded him with genuine sympathy. "Are you all right?" "I saw. I felt." Monoma struggled to articulate the experience. "Asgard, Valhalla, the 9 realms. Thousands of years of memories. You're not human, are you?" "Not entirely." The observation, spoken aloud in the midst of what should have been a straightforward training exercise, created a moment of profound silence. Even Shishida and Kuroiro paused their assault, sensing that something significant had just occurred. From the observation deck, the monitoring equipment suddenly registered massive energy fluctuations. Not from Izuku himself, who remained outwardly calm, but from Monoma, whose nervous system was attempting to process the residual divine energy his quirk had briefly accessed. "I think perhaps we should conclude this match," Izuku suggested gently, concerned for Monoma's well-being. The copy quirk user appeared physically unharmed, but psychologically shaken by whatever glimpse of divine consciousness he had experienced. Before Aizawa could respond through the communication system, Tsunotori made a tactical decision. Interpreting Monoma's distress as an opening, she launched a barrage of horn projectiles toward Team 1A, simultaneously carrying her still-dazed teammate to safety. The attack was well executed, horns approaching from multiple angles, some directly targeting team members, while others were aimed to ricochet off surrounding structures for unpredictable trajectories. Against normal opponents, it would have been devastatingly effective. Izuku responded with casual precision. Without drawing Mjolnir, he extended one hand toward the incoming projectiles. A subtle electromagnetic pulse disrupted their momentum, causing each horn to gently drift to the ground like leaves falling in autumn, their kinetic energy completely neutralized without any visible exertion. "I believe," he said quietly, "we should attend to Monoma first. This exercise can continue afterward." The calm statement, delivered without dramatic flourish or obvious display of power, nonetheless carried authority that transcended normal student parameters. Even Shishida, still in his imposing beast form, found himself unconsciously deferring to the implicit command. From the communication system, Aizawa's voice finally emerged. Team 1B, withdraw and bring Monoma to Recovery Girl for assessment. Team 1A, hold position until further notice. As their opponents retreated, Uraraka turned to Izuku with undisguised concern. What happened to Monoma? He looked like he'd seen, well, a ghost doesn't seem like the right comparison. He glimpsed something beyond his normal perception, Izuku explained carefully. My abilities aren't a quirk in the conventional sense. His copy quirk attempted to replicate something it wasn't designed to contain. Is he going to be okay? Ashido asked, her usual exuberance subdued by the unexpected development. I believe so, Izuku assured her. The experience was overwhelming but not harmful, like trying to pour an ocean into a drinking glass. The container remains intact, but cannot hold the content. The analogy, while simplified, conveyed the essential truth. Monoma's copy quirk functioned by temporarily replicating the genetic expression of another person's ability, a process that worked perfectly well with conventional quirks. Divine Essence, however, transcended genetic parameters, existing simultaneously within and beyond physical expression. 15 minutes later, the exercise was officially suspended. Classes 1A and 1B gathered in the central monitoring station, where Vlad King and Aizawa conferred with the Hero Commission representatives who had witnessed the incident. Monoma had been taken to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl reported his condition as physically stable but experiencing significant cognitive disruption. Would someone, Vlad King finally asked, turning to face the assembled students, explain exactly what happened out there? All eyes turned to Izuku, who had remained quietly contemplative since the incident. The question represented a turning point, an opportunity for more complete disclosure or continued partial concealment. Given Monoma's direct experience and the Commission's obvious interest, the latter option seemed increasingly unsustainable. Monoma's copy quirk interacted with my abilities in an unexpected way, Izuku began carefully. What he attempted to copy isn't a conventional quirk, but something more fundamental to my nature. And what exactly is your nature, Midoriya? One of the Commission representatives stepped forward, a severe-looking woman with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. Because the readings we collected during that brief interaction registered energy patterns unlike anything in our database. The direct question, posed in front of both classes, created a moment of decision. Aizawa's subtle nod conveyed permission to proceed with greater disclosure than previously authorized. I am Izuku Midoriya, he stated, his voice carrying quiet certainty. But I am also Thor Odinson, god of thunder, reborn into this world when my previous existence ended. What Monoma's quirk briefly contacted wasn't genetic expression, but divine essence, a soul and consciousness that has existed for thousands of years across multiple realms. The statement, delivered without dramatic flourish yet with undeniable authenticity, created profound silence. Students from Class 1B who had heard rumors but lacked direct confirmation stared with expressions ranging from disbelief to awe. Even his own classmates, most of whom had accepted the general concept of his divine nature, seemed struck by the direct acknowledgement in such an official context. You expect us to believe? The Commission representative began, her tone skeptical despite the readings on her monitoring equipment, that you're the literal Norse god Thor, reincarnated as a Japanese teenager? I expect you to consider the evidence before you, Izuku replied calmly. The hammer that responds only to me. The control over lightning and weather that exceeds any registered electrokinesis quirk. The physical capabilities that remain consistent regardless of erasure quirk application. He gestured toward the monitoring equipment, still displaying readings from Monoma's interaction with his power. And now, direct neurological evidence of consciousness and memories beyond normal human parameters. The representative's expression remained skeptical, though something in her eyes suggested she was less dismissive than her tone implied. These could all be explained by an exceptionally complex quirk, perhaps even a cluster of related abilities that present as a single manifestation. Perhaps, Izuku acknowledged, but there's a simpler explanation, even if it challenges conventional understanding. Shinso, who had remained silent during the exchange, suddenly spoke. During the sports festival, I tried to brainwash him. It worked for approximately 1.2 seconds before something pushed me out. not his conscious mind, which is what usually breaks my quirk's hold. Something else, something that felt... He hesitated, searching for the right word. Ancient. The observation added another dimension to the growing body of evidence. Shinso's brainwashing quirk operated by overriding normal neurological patterns of consciousness and volition, a process that worked consistently on conventional human minds. That it had failed against Izuku suggested consciousness operating on parameters beyond standard human neurological function. "I've seen him in actual combat," Todoroki added unexpectedly. During the overhaul incident, what he displayed there wasn't quirk application as we understand it. It was... He paused, heterochromatic eyes searching for adequate description. It was like watching laws of nature being rewritten rather than merely bent. One by one, other students who had witnessed various aspects of Izuku's power offered their observations. Uraraka describing his flight capabilities during the license exam, Jiru detailing the impossible harmonics he had created during music practice, Tokoyami explaining how Dark Shadow reacted to his presence with instinctive recognition of something beyond normal human parameters. Throughout these testimonials, Izuku remained quietly composed, neither encouraging nor discouraging the accumulating evidence. The truth was emerging organically, through direct observation and experience rather than mere assertion, precisely as he had hoped it might. "If what you're claiming is true," the commission representative said finally, "it raises profound questions about our understanding of quirks, heroism, and perhaps reality itself." "Yes," Izuku acknowledged simply, "it does." A younger commission member stepped forward, a man with analytical eyes and a quirk that manifested as glowing circuit patterns across his skin. "I'd like to propose a direct demonstration, something that cannot be explained through conventional quirk parameters." "What did you have in mind?" Izuku asked. "Eraserhead's quirk temporarily nullifies the activation of target quirks by disrupting the mechanisms that allow them to manifest," the analyst explained. "If your abilities truly transcend quirk expression, they should remain unaffected regardless of erasure attempt." Aizawa, who had remained characteristically reserved throughout the discussion, stepped forward. "I've already tested this during Midoriya's initial assessment at UA. My quirk had no effect on his baseline capabilities." "With respect, Eraserhead, we'd like to verify under controlled conditions," the representative insisted. After receiving a subtle nod of permission from Izuku, Aizawa activated his erasure quirk, eyes glowing red, hair lifting with the manifestation of his ability. The effect was directed specifically at Izuku, who stood calmly at the center of attention. "Demonstrate something," the analyst instructed, "something unambiguous." Without breaking eye contact with Aizawa, Izuku extended his hand. Mjolnir, which had been secured at his belt, floated upward seemingly of its own accord, hovering above his palm without physical contact. Simultaneously, small arcs of lightning danced between his fingers, illuminating the monitoring station with blue-white light. The analyst's quirk, apparently designed for direct perception of energy patterns, caused the circuit-like markings on his skin to glow with increasing intensity. "Impossible," he whispered. "There's no disruption in the energy flow. Nothing for erasure to target or neutralize." "Because it's not a quirk," Izuku explained quietly. "It's my nature, what I am, not merely what I can do." Aizawa deactivated his quirk, eyes returning to their normal tired state. "Satisfied?" he asked the commission representatives with undisguised irritation. The senior representative studied Izuku with recalibrated assessment, no longer merely professional evaluation of an unusual student, but recognition of something that existed outside their established frameworks entirely. "The commission will need to establish new protocols," she said finally. "This situation is unprecedented." "Not entirely," Izuku corrected gently. "Thor walked this earth before, millennia ago. Humanity called us gods then, lacking the scientific framework to understand otherwise. Now you have different words, quirks, anomalies, metahuman phenomena, but the essential reality remains unchanged." The perspective spanning thousands of years of human development highlighted the transient nature of classification systems against the continuity of experience. Labels changed while underlying reality remained consistent, a truth that transcended any particular era's attempt to categorize and contain. Whatever terminology proves most useful, Izuku continued, my purpose remains constant, to protect this world and its people. Whether that protection is classified as divine intervention or specialized heroics is ultimately semantic rather than substantive. The statement, delivered without grand proclamation yet with quiet certainty, seemed to resonate even with the skeptical representatives. Purpose, after all, transcended classification, a truth recognized by heroic organizations despite their institutional need for categorization. We'll need to continue this discussion in a more formal setting, the senior representative concluded. For now, I believe we've interrupted the training exercise long enough. As the commission members withdrew to compile their observations, the students of classes 1A and 1B remained in a state of collective processing. The direct confirmation of what many had suspected but few had articulated created a momentary suspension of normal social dynamics. It was Kaminari who finally broke the silence with characteristic directness. So, we've literally been going to school with the god of thunder. That's cool, right? I mean, definitely unexpected, but cool? The awkward question, delivered with genuine confusion rather than mockery, somehow dispelled the tension. Several students laughed, and conversations erupted across the monitoring station. Questions, observations, attempts to reconcile this new information with their existing understanding of their classmate. Vlad King eventually regained control of the situation. Whatever Midoriya's unique circumstances, this remains a training exercise. We'll resume with adjusted team configurations given Monoma's absence. As they prepared to return to the simulation zone, Izuku found himself approached by Kendo, the class representative of 1B. Her expression conveyed thoughtful consideration rather than the shock or awe displayed by many of her classmates. Midoriya, she began carefully, or should we call you something else now? Midoriya is fine, he assured her. It's who I am in this existence. She nodded, accepting the clarification. I just wanted to say, regardless of where your power comes from, what matters is how you use it. And from everything I've seen and heard, you're using it to become a hero. That's what counts, ultimately. The assessment, straightforward yet profound, reflected a wisdom beyond her years, an understanding that source and application represented separate ethical considerations, with the latter holding greater moral significance. Thank you, Izuku replied sincerely. That perspective means more than you might realize. As the training exercise resumed with adjusted parameters, Izuku found himself partnered with Shinso for the final match, a deliberate pairing orchestrated by Aizawa, who recognized the unique opportunity for both students to explore the interaction between their unusual abilities. So, Shinso began as they moved through the simulation zone. Literal god, huh? That's gotta complicate career counseling. The unexpected humor, delivered in Shinso's characteristically dry tone, startled a genuine laugh from Izuku. It does present certain classification challenges, he acknowledged. I've been wondering, Shinso continued, his expression turning more serious. During the sports festival, when my brainwashing quirk partially worked on you, was that because you weren't fully integrated? Like, was the human part of you temporarily susceptible while the god part pushed me out? The question demonstrated remarkable insight. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. The consciousness that is Izuku Midoriya briefly responded to your quirk before THOR'S essence recognized the external influence and neutralized it. The integration between those aspects of myself has become more seamless since then. Shinso nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. It felt like I had control for a moment, then something woke up and simply removed me from the equation. Not violently, just inevitably. As they continued through their match, ultimately securing victory through an impressive combination of Shinso's tactical misdirection and Izuku's controlled power application, the conversation developed into a deeper exploration of consciousness, identity, and the nature of self that transcended the immediate context of the training exercise. Do you remember everything? Shinso asked during a quiet moment between engagements. From before, I mean, all those thousands of years as Thor? Not continuously, Izuku explained. The memories emerge gradually, integrating with my experiences as Izuku. Some remain more vivid than others, significant battles, meaningful relationships, profound realizations. Others exist more as general knowledge or instinctive understanding. That sounds overwhelming. It can be, Izuku acknowledged. Reconciling millennia of experience with 15 years of human development creates certain cognitive dissonances. Perspectives that seem obviously true from one vantage point appear naive from another. The conversation revealed aspects of Izuku's experience that he rarely articulated: the genuine challenge of integrating divine consciousness with human development, ancient wisdom with modern context, cosmic perspective with immediate concerns. Shinso listened with remarkable empathy for someone whose own life had been defined by isolation due to his villainous quirk. You know, Shinso observed as they secured their victory, it's strangely comforting to know that even gods struggle with identity issues. Makes my own problems seem more contextually appropriate. The observation contained wisdom beyond its superficial humor. Recognition that existential challenges scaled with consciousness rather than disappearing at some arbitrary threshold of power or knowledge. Even divine beings wrestled with questions of purpose, belonging, and integration of seemingly contradictory aspects of self. As the joint training exercise concluded and students gathered for final assessment, Izuku noticed a subtle shift in how others interacted with him. The direct confirmation of his divine nature had created a momentary distance, an unconscious recalibration of relationship dynamics based on this new understanding. Some students seemed more formal in their interactions, others more hesitant, as if suddenly uncertain how to relate to someone they had previously treated as a peer, if an exceptional one. Aizawa, perceptive as always, addressed this emerging dynamic directly during his closing remarks. Whatever Midoriya's origin or capabilities, within UA, he remains a student in the hero course, subject to the same expectations, evaluations, and development goals as the rest of you. I suggest you all remember that going forward. The blunt reminder, delivered with Aizawa's characteristic lack of sentimentality, helped restore something resembling normal classroom dynamics. As students began dispersing toward changing rooms and afternoon classes, conversations gradually shifted from the revelation itself to its implications for future training, potential applications in hero work, and inevitable questions about Norse mythology's accuracy. Bakugo, characteristically, cut through remaining awkwardness with explosive directness. So you're officially a god now. Doesn't change the fact that you still suck at algebra. I saw your last test score. The deliberately mundane criticism, delivered with Bakugo's unique blend of aggression and backhanded concern, somehow normalized the situation more effectively than any careful diplomatic approach could have achieved. Several students laughed, tension visibly dissipating as they recognized the fundamental truth beneath Bakugo's abrasive delivery. Divine or not, Izuku remained their classmate with all the ordinary strengths and weaknesses that entailed. Later that evening, as Izuku meditated in his dorm room, processing the day's events and their implications, a soft knock interrupted his contemplation. He opened the door to find Uraraka standing outside, her expression conveying determination mixed with uncertainty. "Can we talk?" she asked simply. He welcomed her in, noting the slight nervousness in her posture as she took a seat opposite him. For several moments, she seemed to gather her thoughts, fingers fidgeting in the way they did when she felt unsure about how to approach a difficult subject. "Today was a lot to process," she began finally. "I mean, we've known, or at least suspected, that you weren't exactly normal. But hearing it stated so directly, with the commission there and everything, made it feel more official." "I understand," Izuku acknowledged. "It changes how people perceive me." "That's just it," she continued, her expressive eyes meeting his directly. "I don't want it to change how we see you, but I keep thinking about what it means. You've lived for thousands of years. You've seen civilizations rise and fall. You've probably forgotten more than I'll ever know." The concern touched on something fundamental, the inevitable distance created by vastly different experiential baselines. It was a challenge Izuku had anticipated since his divine nature began emerging more publicly, particularly with those closest to him. "Uraraka," he said gently, "the memories and experiences that came with Thor's essence are part of me, but they don't diminish or replace what I've experienced as Izuku Midoriya. The friendships I've formed at UA, the challenges we've faced together, these aren't less meaningful because of what came before." She considered this thoughtfully. Is it strange, having all those ancient memories while also just being a high school student in modern Japan? Sometimes, he admitted with a small smile. Particularly when studying historical events I actually witnessed, or when contemporary concerns seem trivial compared to cosmic-scale threats. But that's precisely why human connections remain so valuable. They anchor divine perspective in immediate reality. Human connections, she repeated, something unspoken lingering in her expression. So you still see us, your classmates, your friends, as important? Even though we must seem so temporary from your perspective. The question revealed the heart of her concern, not just the intellectual gap created by different experiential baselines, but the emotional implications of divine perspective on human relationships. If Izuku perceived time on a scale of millennia rather than decades, how could ordinary human connections retain significant meaning? In my previous existence, he explained carefully, I learned that transience doesn't diminish value, it often enhances it. The limited lifespan of mortals makes their courage, their compassion, their determination all the more remarkable. His expression softened with genuine emotion. Your lives burn brighter precisely because they don't last forever. Something in his tone, the sincere appreciation, the absence of condescension, seemed to reassure her. So being friends with humans isn't just, I don't know, a temporary distraction while you're stuck here? Quite the opposite, Izuku assured her. These connections are why I'm here at all. Thor didn't randomly incarnate into this world. His soul sought purpose, meaning, connection. The opportunity to protect, to belong, to make difference that matters. He hesitated, then added with unusual vulnerability, in some ways, this existence has offered greater fulfillment than my previous one. Being Izuku Midoriya, with friends, family, goals, and yes, limitations, has provided perspective that thousands of years as Thor Odinson sometimes lacked. The admission seemed to complete some internal reconciliation for Uraraka. Her expression cleared, the uncertainty replaced by something warmer, more confident. I'm glad, she said simply. Because, divine or not, you're still one of us. Still our friend. Still Deku. The affirmation, offered with straightforward sincerity, represented exactly the kind of anchoring connection Izuku had described, immediate, authentic human relationship that contextualized divine perspective within lived experience rather than abstract contemplation. As she left, promising to help explain things to their more confused classmates, Izuku returned to his meditation with renewed appreciation for the unique balance his current existence provided. The day's events had accelerated the inevitable public recognition of his divine nature, creating new complications but also new opportunities for integration of his dual identity. Outside his window, stars shone with unusual clarity. The natural atmospheric interference that typically obscured their light, temporarily harmonized by unconscious divine influence. Among them, patterns that once formed constellations visible from Asgard aligned briefly with Earth's night sky. A cosmic reminder of connections that transcended individual realms or lifetimes. The god of thunder, reborn as a hero student in modern Japan, continued his unique journey, simultaneously divine and human, ancient and adolescent, cosmic and immediate. The path forward would undoubtedly bring new challenges as the wider world adjusted to his revealed nature, but today had demonstrated something essential. Truth, properly contextualized, could strengthen rather than disrupt meaningful connections. That lesson alone made the accelerated revelation worthwhile. The Endeavor Agency stood as a testament to its namesake's personality, efficient, imposing, and unapologetically focused on results rather than aesthetics. As Izuku entered alongside Todoroki and Bakugo for their work-study assignment, he noted the practical design of the facility, where every element served a specific purpose in the business of professional heroics. You're late, Endeavor stated without preamble, his perpetual flames casting harsh shadows across his severe features. 3 minutes, unacceptable for heroes in training. Bakugo bristled visibly at the criticism, while Todoroki maintained his characteristic stoic expression. Izuku simply nodded acknowledgement, recognizing the flame hero's approach as consistent with his fundamental philosophy. Excellence required discipline, discipline required standards, and standards meant nothing without consequences. Apologies, Endeavor-san, he offered respectfully. It won't happen again. The number one hero studied him with narrowed eyes, not merely professional assessment, but something more personal, more probing. Since their demonstration session at UA and the subsequent official confirmation of Izuku's divine nature, Endeavor had exhibited increased interest in the God of Thunder reborn as a hero student. Todoroki, Bakugo, report to Burning for patrol orientation, Endeavor instructed. Midoriya, remain here. We have matters to discuss. As the others departed, Bakugo with obvious reluctance, Todoroki with a questioning glance at his father, Endeavor gestured toward a private conference room adjacent to the main operations center. Inside, monitors displayed hero activity across Endeavor's jurisdiction, while a separate screen showed data that Izuku recognized as his own performance metrics from previous training sessions. The Hero Commission has established a new classification, Endeavor began without preamble once the door closed behind them. Category T, Transcendent, officially defined as entities demonstrating capabilities beyond conventional quirk parameters, operating within heroic frameworks while maintaining origins or nature outside standard human development. He activated a holographic display showing official documentation with commission seals and authorization codes. Congratulations, you're the first and currently only individual assigned to this category. The development wasn't entirely unexpected. Institutional systems inevitably created new classifications when existing frameworks proved inadequate, not necessarily from malicious intent, but from the fundamental need for organizational coherence. I assume this classification comes with specific protocols, Izuku observed. Extensive ones, Endeavor confirmed, scrolling through the documentation. Monitoring requirements, deployment limitations, jurisdictional considerations, crisis response parameters. His perpetual flame intensified slightly. In essence, they've created an entirely new regulatory framework around your existence. The Flame Hero's tone suggested professional assessment rather than personal judgment, recognition of institutional response to unprecedented phenomena rather than individual opinion about Izuku's nature. And your perspective on this development, Izuku inquired. Endeavor considered the question with uncharacteristic thoughtfulness. Professionally, it represents necessary adaptation. Institutions require classification systems to function effectively. Personally, he paused, flame briefly shifting color with some internal consideration. Personally, I find it somewhat ironic. Ironic? Throughout my career, I pursued power single-mindedly, Endeavor explained, his gaze shifting toward the city visible through reinforced windows. Trained relentlessly, pushed my quirk beyond normal limitations, even arranged a quirk marriage to produce offspring with optimal genetic potential. He gestured toward the monitor displaying Izuku's capabilities. And now, as I finally achieve the number one position, I find myself confronted with power that exists entirely outside the framework I dedicated my life to mastering. Power that cannot be developed through training or breeding or technological enhancement. Power that simply is. The assessment demonstrated remarkable self-awareness from someone whose public persona suggested little capacity for introspection. Beneath Endeavor's harsh exterior and single-minded ambition lay genuine analytical ability, not just regarding tactical situations or combat parameters, but concerning fundamental questions of power, purpose, and legacy. If it provides any context, Izuku offered, in my previous existence, I faced similar realizations. Despite being born to extraordinary privilege and power as Prince of Asgard, I encountered beings whose capabilities transcended even divine parameters, entities who simply existed on different cosmic scales. And how did you respond to such encounters? Endeavor asked, genuine curiosity evident beneath his gruff demeanor. Initially with frustration, occasionally with arrogance, eventually with perspective, Izuku admitted. I learned that meaningful achievement isn't measured against absolute scales of power, but against the application of whatever capabilities one possesses toward worthy purposes. Something in the response seemed to resonate with Endeavor on an unexpected level. The Flame Hero studied Izuku with recalibrated assessment, not merely professional evaluation of an unusual student, but recognition of wisdom that transcended the apparent youth of its vessel. You speak from experience far beyond your apparent years, he observed. That perspective isn't merely academic, it's lived wisdom. It is, Izuku acknowledged. though integrating ancient memories with present experience creates its own challenges. Endeavor nodded thoughtfully. I imagine so. He gestured toward the operational monitors. Which brings me to the purpose of this conversation. Your presence at my agency isn't coincidental. The Commission specifically requested your placement here. For evaluation? Izuku asked, though he suspected the answer was more complex. Partially, Endeavor confirmed, but primarily because we need to understand how to properly integrate someone of your nature into modern heroics. There are no protocols for gods walking among us, Midoriya. The straightforward acknowledgement of his divine nature, spoken without sensationalism or skepticism, carried significance beyond the words themselves. Endeavor, for all his flaws, dealt in pragmatic realities rather than comforting illusions. That integration has been my goal since awakening to my true nature, Izuku explained. Modern heroics provides structure for exceptional power, a framework for applying capabilities that might otherwise become destructive or detached. Endeavor's expression shifted with unexpected understanding. You're using the hero system to anchor yourself. Precisely, Izuku confirmed, impressed by the insight. The principles of heroism, protection, proportional response, legal oversight, provide boundaries that divine perspective might otherwise lack. In my previous existence, Thor's interventions sometimes caused as much disruption as the threats they addressed. Modern heroics offers refinement. Something in this explanation resonated deeply with Endeavor, whose flames momentarily stabilized into a steadier, more contemplative pattern. A system of constraints that channels power toward constructive application rather than mere force, he murmured, almost to himself. Something I might have benefited from understanding earlier. The tacit acknowledgement of his own developmental flaws revealed depth beneath Endeavor's harsh exterior, capacity for self-reflection that his public persona rarely displayed. Before their conversation could continue, alarms blared throughout the facility. Operational monitors shifted to emergency protocols as Burnin burst through the door, her fiery hair flaring with urgency. Sir, multiple reports of an advanced Nomu attack downtown. Casualties already confirmed. Endeavor's demeanor transformed instantly from contemplative to commanding. Deployment Protocol 7. Alert all available heroes in sectors 3 through 6. Hawks is nearest to the location. Establish communication immediately. As Burnin relayed orders through her comm device, Endeavor turned to Izuku. This presents an immediate test case for Category T integration. You'll accompany me to the scene, operating under my direct authority. Understood, Izuku acknowledged, Mjolnir already humming at his side in response to the emerging threat. One stipulation, Endeavor added as they moved toward the deployment bay. The Commission recommends gradual public introduction to your true nature. Today, operate as a hero student with an exceptionally powerful quirk, not as a god among mortals. The distinction was meaningful, recognition that society required time to adjust to paradigm-shifting revelations, particularly those that fundamentally altered understanding of reality itself. I'll maintain appropriate restraint, Izuku assured him. As they departed the agency, Endeavor propelling himself through the air on jets of controlled flame, Izuku accompanying him with Mjolnir's flight capabilities, they received updated intelligence from field units. The attacking entity wasn't merely another Nomu, but something classified as high-end, an advanced artificial human with multiple integrated quirks and unprecedented combat intelligence. This is different from previous Nomu iterations, Endeavor explained as they approached the devastation zone. These specimens retain cognitive function alongside enhanced physical capabilities. They can strategize, adapt, even communicate. Izuku nodded, his divine senses already detecting the unnatural energy signature ahead, a chaotic amalgamation of quirk factors that shouldn't coexist within a single entity, forced into unstable harmony through scientific intervention. The result radiated wrongness on a fundamental level, like discordant notes in a cosmic symphony. When they arrived at the scene, the extent of destruction became immediately apparent. Several buildings had sustained significant structural damage, emergency vehicles struggled to reach trapped civilians, and professional heroes already on site appeared overwhelmed by the high-end Nomu's capabilities. Hawks was engaged in direct combat, his feathers deployed in defensive formations around injured civilians, while simultaneously launching precision attacks against the creature. Despite his exceptional skill and reaction time, he was clearly fighting defensively, containing rather than defeating the threat. The Nomu itself defied conventional biological parameters, a massive humanoid with exposed brain matter, multiple limbs that regenerated almost instantly when damaged, and capacity to release destructive energy blasts from specialized organs throughout its body. As Endeavor had warned, it displayed tactical intelligence beyond mindless aggression, deliberately targeting infrastructure to maximize chaos while avoiding attacks that might neutralize its primary advantages. "Hawks, status report," Endeavor called as they descended into the combat zone. The winged hero glanced toward them, blood streaking one side of his face from a laceration above his eye. Regeneration, strength enhancement, energy projection, at least 6 confirmed quirks, he reported. It's adapting to our attack patterns, already neutralized Backdraft and Snatch, both alive but severely injured. Endeavor immediately launched into action, unleashing a precisely calibrated fire attack that forced the Nomu to shift its attention from civilian targets. "Midoriya, evacuation assistance while I assess its capabilities." Izuku complied, recognizing the tactical wisdom in Endeavor's approach. Before engaging an opponent with unknown parameters, securing civilian safety established both moral and strategic priorities. He directed his attention toward a partially collapsed commercial building, where multiple life signatures remained trapped beneath rubble. Using precisely controlled application of strength, Izuku began extracting civilians from the damaged structure, lifting concrete slabs that would have required specialized equipment, creating safe evacuation paths through unstable debris, and occasionally using Mjolnir to neutralize secondary hazards, like gas leaks or electrical fires. Throughout this process, he maintained conscious restraint, presenting his actions as exceptional but theoretically within quirk parameters. When reporters arrived at the perimeter, their cameras captured impressive heroics rather than overtly divine intervention. Meanwhile, Endeavor engaged the high-end Nomu in increasingly intensive combat, his tactical experience evident in how he systematically tested the creature's capabilities, identifying regeneration limits, reaction patterns, and quirk activation sequences. Hawks provided aerial support, his feathers creating temporary openings for Endeavor's more destructive attacks. As the last civilians cleared the immediate danger zone, Izuku observed a critical shift in the battle dynamic. The Nomu, having analyzed Endeavor's attack patterns, suddenly accelerated beyond previous parameters, moving with speed that even Hawks struggled to track as it launched a devastating counteroffensive. "It's evolving mid-battle," Hawks warned, barely evading a strike that would have severed his wings. Endeavor attempted to compensate with increased flame output, but the Nomu had adapted to thermal attacks, developing heat-resistant tissue that minimized damage from even his most intense flames. Worse, it now demonstrated coordinated quirk application, combining strength enhancement with pinpoint energy projection to create combination attacks that threatened to overwhelm even the #1 hero's defenses. When the Nomu landed a direct hit that sent Endeavor crashing through a building's support structure, Izuku recognized the situation had escalated beyond conventional heroic response. Hawks was overextended protecting civilians, backup heroes remained minutes away, and the high end was actively evolving beyond their current containment capabilities. The decision point arrived with clarity: maintain artificial limitations to preserve societal comfort, or intervene with capabilities commensurate to the threat. For Thor Odinson, god of thunder, the answer had always been clear. "Endeavor," Izuku called, moving to position between the advancing Nomu and the recovering flame hero. Permission to exceed recommended operational parameters? Through blood-streaked vision, Endeavor assessed the situation with professional clarity. "Situation warrants exceptional response," he confirmed. "Do what needs to be done." With that authorization, Izuku released the conscious restraint he had maintained throughout the evacuation process. He raised Mjolnir skyward, and the atmospheric response was immediate and dramatic. Storm clouds materialized within seconds, not gradually forming as weather patterns naturally developed, but simply appearing as if the sky itself had been rewritten. Lightning struck Mjolnir with concussive force, but instead of damaging the surrounding area, the energy channeled through Izuku in controlled circulation. His school uniform, inadequate for containing divine power at full manifestation, began to transform, molecular structure rearranging into armor reminiscent of Asgardian battle gear, though adapted to modern aesthetic. Reporters at the perimeter, who had been filming what appeared to be conventional heroics, suddenly found themselves documenting something beyond standard parameters. Their live broadcasts captured the transformation in real time. The storm materialization, the lightning convergence, the physical metamorphosis from student to warrior. The high-end Nomu, displaying tactical intelligence that justified its classification, immediately recognized the escalating threat. It abandoned its attack on the injured Endeavor and launched toward Izuku with all available quirks activated simultaneously. Regeneration accelerating, strength enhancement maximized, energy projection primed for devastation. What happened next defied conventional combat physics. Izuku met the Nomu's charge not with evasion or defensive posturing, but with direct confrontation. Mjolnir connected with the creature's primary attack limb, and the resulting impact created a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks in every direction. Instead of being thrown backward by the Nomu's superior mass and momentum, Izuku remained perfectly stationary, an immovable object encountering what had previously seemed an unstoppable force. "Unnatural existence," Izuku stated, his voice carrying both judgment and compassion. "Your suffering ends today." The Nomu responded with increased aggression, its exposed brain matter pulsing as it activated multiple quirks simultaneously. Energy beams fired from specialized organs throughout its body, regeneration accelerated beyond previous parameters, and its physical structure began adapting in real time, developing countermeasures to lightning-based attacks. Izuku responded with precisely calibrated divine intervention. Rather than overwhelming force that might have leveled city blocks, he applied targeted electromagnetic manipulation, disrupting the neural patterns controlling the Nomu's quirk activations while simultaneously containing the creature within a localized electrical field. "You were created through violation of natural law," he continued, addressing the creature with dignity despite its monstrous nature, "forced into existence through suffering. I offer release, not destruction." With those words, Izuku extended his free hand toward the Nomu's exposed brain matter. Lightning arced between his fingers, not wild or destructive, but precisely controlled at the molecular level. The energy penetrated the creature's neural structure, systematically deactivating the artificial connections that maintained its unstable existence while preserving the fundamental consciousness at its core. The high-end Nomu's struggles gradually subsided, not through destruction or overwhelming force, but through something resembling healing on a fundamental level. Its chaotic energy signature stabilized, multiple quirk factors separating into distinct patterns rather than the forced amalgamation that had created its suffering. Within moments, what had been a rampaging destruction engine collapsed into inert biological material. The quirk factors neutralized without destroying the organic vessel that had contained them. The threat had been eliminated without the explosive devastation that typically accompanied such high-level confrontations. As the lightning field dissipated and the immediate danger passed, Izuku turned to find Endeavor staring at him with an expression beyond professional assessment or tactical evaluation. The number one hero had witnessed something that fundamentally challenged his understanding of power, intervention, and perhaps reality itself. "That wasn't quirk application," Endeavor stated, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "What I just saw was divine intervention," Izuku confirmed quietly, returning unnatural creation to natural order. Hawks landed beside them, his wings partially damaged but functional, expression combining professional assessment with barely concealed awe. "The Commission's Category T classification seems inadequate," he observed, glancing toward the neutralized Nomu. "That was something else entirely." Media drones circled above, capturing footage that would soon dominate news cycles worldwide. The transformation had been too public, too dramatic to maintain the fiction of exceptional quirk application. The God of Thunder had revealed himself to modern society, Not through planned disclosure or carefully managed introduction, but through authentic intervention when circumstances demanded nothing less. Endeavor seemed to recognize the significance of this threshold crossing. "The world just changed," he stated simply. "Everything we thought we understood about quirks, about the limits of heroic intervention, has been recontextualized," Izuku acknowledged. "Not invalidated, but placed within larger framework." As emergency services secured the area and medical teams tended to injured heroes, Endeavor studied Izuku with recalibrated assessment. "You could have done this at any time," he observed. "Against the League of Villains, against Overhaul, you've been holding back." "Integration requires measured revelation," Izuku explained. "Societies adapt better to gradual paradigm shifts than sudden cosmic revelations." A ghost of something resembling humor crossed Endeavor's severe features. "That approach seems obsolete now," he noted, gesturing toward the media presence documenting every aspect of the aftermath. "Perhaps it's time," Izuku acknowledged. "Some truths can only be contained temporarily." As they departed the scene, emergency protocols established, media held at appropriate distance, commission representatives already en route to manage the inevitable questions, Endeavor made one final observation that revealed unexpected depth beneath his harsh exterior. "My entire life," he said quietly, "I pursued power believing it existed on a linear scale, that with enough training, enough development, enough selective breeding, the ultimate quirk could be achieved." His flames momentarily dimmed with introspection. "Today I witnessed something that existed entirely outside that paradigm, power that wasn't developed or earned or inherited, but simply was." The assessment demonstrated remarkable self-awareness from someone whose public persona suggested little capacity for philosophical reflection. "Does that realization disturb you?" Izuku asked. Endeavor considered the question with unexpected thoughtfulness. "It should," he acknowledged. "It invalidates much of what I believed about power, about achievement, about legacy." His gaze shifted toward the horizon where his agency headquarters stood among modern skyscrapers. "Instead, I find it strangely liberating." "How so?" "If power exists beyond our conventional understanding, if gods walk among us as students and heroes, then perhaps achievement isn't measured by power acquisition at all, but by something more fundamental." Endeavor's expression reflected genuine reconsideration of principles that had guided his entire career. Perhaps what matters isn't the scale of one's capabilities, but the wisdom with which those capabilities are applied. The insight demonstrated growth beyond professional assessment or tactical evaluation, a fundamental shift in perspective that transcended hero rankings or quirk classifications. Endeavor, for all his flaws and past mistakes, possessed capacity for genuine evolution. That wisdom, Izuku offered, is something divine power doesn't automatically confer. It must be earned through experience, through failure, through connection with those we protect. As they returned to the agency, where Todoroki and Bakugo awaited with questions about the incident already dominating news feeds, Endeavor made a final observation that suggested his recalibration extended beyond abstract philosophy to personal application. "Perhaps," he said with uncharacteristic vulnerability, "I have something to learn from both my sons. One born of my blood who rejected my methods, and one born of divinity who chose heroism despite having power that transcends our entire system." The statement, though cryptic, contained recognition of parallel developmental paths, Todoroki finding his own heroic identity despite Endeavor's controlling influence, and Izuku choosing structured heroics despite divine capabilities that could have operated beyond human systems entirely. "We all have something to learn from each other," Izuku replied. Divine or mortal, hero or villain, parent or child, growth comes through connection, not isolation. As they entered the Agency Operations Center, screens displayed breaking news coverage worldwide. God of Thunder revealed, UA student confirmed as divine entity, and Beyond Quirks, Hero Commission acknowledges non-human operative, and mythology becomes reality, Thor reborn as Japanese hero student. The world had indeed changed, not through planned disclosure or careful integration, but through authentic intervention when circumstances demanded nothing less than truth. The Age of Gods among mortals had officially begun. 3 weeks after the high-end Nomu incident, Izuku stood alone on a mountainside far from urban centers, storm clouds gathering above him in response to his troubled contemplation. Media saturation had been immediate and relentless. His divine nature analyzed, debated, celebrated, and feared across every platform globally. Religious organizations issued contradictory proclamations, governments convened emergency sessions to discuss metaphysical security implications, and quirk scientists published competing theories attempting to reconcile divine existence with materialist frameworks. Throughout this global recalibration, All for One watched from the shadows with calculated interest. "Fascinating development," the ancient villain observed to his doctor. "Not merely another powerful quirk user, but something outside our paradigm entirely." "The readings are unlike anything we've recorded," Dr. Ujiko confirmed, analyzing data from the Nomu incident. "Energy signatures that defy conventional parameters. If the mythological connection is accurate, it presents both threat and opportunity," All for One concluded. "A divine entity represents an existential challenge to our operations, but also potential beyond conventional quirk acquisition." In his chamber connected to countless life support systems, the villain who had survived centuries through quirk accumulation contemplated a new category of power, one potentially beyond his established collection methods. "Adjust our operational parameters," he instructed. "The god of thunder requires specialized attention." Meanwhile, at UA's emergency faculty meeting, the implications of Izuku's public revelation dominated discussion. Principal Nezu, whose high-spec intelligence quirk allowed him to process complex scenarios with exceptional clarity, outlined the situation without hyperbole. "We face unprecedented circumstances," the anthropomorphic principal stated, "not merely a public relations challenge or security concern, but fundamental recalibration of societal understanding. Mr. Midoriya's nature transcends our established frameworks for exceptional individuals." Aizawa, characteristically direct, cut through theoretical considerations. "The practical question is security. Now that Midoriya's divine nature is public knowledge, he becomes primary target for everything from villain attacks to religious zealots to governmental research initiatives. The Commission has already proposed transferring him to specialized containment for mutual protection," All Might added, his gaunt form seeming particularly diminished compared to the cosmic implications under discussion. "I intervened, but their concerns aren't entirely unreasonable. Midoriya's presence affects everything from international relations to theological discourse." Midnight, whose expression reflected the faculty's collective concern, posed the question directly. "Can we actually protect a god? Should we even try? Perhaps Midoriya no longer belongs in conventional educational settings." The question hung in the air, highlighting the fundamental tension between institutional responsibility and cosmic reality. Before consensus could emerge, an alert sounded throughout the facility, perimeter breach detected at multiple points simultaneously. Security feeds displayed coordinated intrusions, specialized Nomu variants testing defensive systems, while what appeared to be modified villain operatives established strategic positions. This wasn't merely another attack on UA, but carefully orchestrated infiltration designed specifically to reach one target. "They're after Midoriya," Aizawa stated unnecessarily. Deployment Protocol 7. All faculty to defensive positions. As heroes mobilized to protect their students, Izuku himself became aware of the developing situation through senses that transcended conventional security systems. From his dormitory, where he had been attempting normal study, despite global upheaval, he perceived the approaching threat with divine clarity. Not merely physical intrusion, but coordinated effort directed by intelligence that had survived centuries through quirk accumulation and adaptation. All for One had made his move. What followed demonstrated why divine intervention existed outside conventional heroic parameters. Rather than waiting for protection or following evacuation protocols, Izuku simply appeared at the primary infiltration point, not through conventional movement, but through localized manipulation of space-time that allowed instantaneous transition between locations. The specialized Nomu unit, designed specifically for capture rather than combat, found itself confronting not a student under protection, but a divine entity operating without institutional constraints. Artificial creations, Izuku addressed them directly, Mjolnir manifesting in his hand without conscious summoning. Your suffering ends today. Similar to the high-end incident, but with even greater precision, he systematically neutralized the invading forces, not through destruction or conventional combat, but through fundamental realignment of the unnatural quirk factors forced into unstable coexistence. Within moments, what had been coordinated assault collapsed into inert biological material. The modified villain operatives, witnessing this demonstration, retreated with tactical discipline that confirmed centralized command. They had achieved their primary objective, not capturing the divine student, but confirming his response parameters when directly threatened. All for One had his data. Hours later in Nezu's office, faculty and commission representatives reviewed the incident with growing concern. Security footage showed not merely exceptional quirk application, but something that fundamentally altered understanding of intervention possibilities. Izuku had neutralized a threat designed specifically to challenge multiple pro-heroes without apparent effort and without conventional combat. This confirms our assessment, the senior commission representative stated. Midoriya represents capabilities beyond institutional containment. For his safety and societal stability, specialized protocols must be implemented. Izuku, who had maintained respectful silence during operational review, finally spoke. Your concerns are valid from institutional perspective, he acknowledged, but they misunderstand fundamental dynamics. All for One isn't targeting me as student or hero. He recognizes divine existence as existential challenge to his operational model. Meaning? Aizawa prompted, his expression suggesting he already anticipated the answer. Meaning my presence endangers everyone around me, Izuku explained quietly. Not through direct action, but by making this institution primary target for forces seeking either neutralization or acquisition of divine capabilities. The implication hung in the air, recognition that conventional protection protocols couldn't address cosmic-scale targeting. UA could neither adequately safeguard a god nor protect its other students from those attempting to reach him. What are you suggesting, young Midoriya? All Might asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. That integration through conventional channels has become untenable, Izuku replied. My presence within structured heroics creates vulnerability for the system itself. Perhaps what's needed now isn't institutional adaptation, but operational independence. The commission representative leaned forward with narrow-eyed assessment. Are you proposing to operate outside established heroic frameworks? Because that classification already exists, we call it vigilantism, and it remains illegal regardless of one's metaphysical status. I'm proposing recalibration, Izuku corrected gently. Not rejection of heroic principles, but application appropriate to current circumstances. All for One targets this institution because I remain within it. Remove that connection, and you remove immediate vulnerability. Nezu, whose intelligence allowed him to project complex scenarios with remarkable accuracy, nodded with reluctant understanding. You're suggesting temporary separation to redirect targeting away from the student body. A tactical retreat rather than permanent dissociation. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. All for One adapts to patterns. Present him with new operational parameters, and his approach must recalibrate accordingly. The discussion continued for hours, exploring implications, contingencies, and communication protocols for what would effectively become divine intervention operating adjacent to, rather than within, conventional heroic frameworks. By dawn, a complex agreement had been established, not officially sanctioned independent operation, but tacitly acknowledged, separation with established communication channels and provisional oversight. The God of Thunder would operate alone, redirecting existential threats away from vulnerable institutions while addressing emerging situations beyond conventional response capabilities. Izuku departed UA that morning without announcement or ceremony, simply collecting essential items from his dormitory before leaving a handwritten note for his classmates. By the time they discovered his absence, he had already established operations from a remote location, using divine senses to monitor developments while maintaining tactical distance from those he sought to protect. His classmates' reactions ranged from disbelief to anger to profound concern. Bakugo characteristically expressed his response through explosive property damage, while Uraraka attempted multiple communications that received no immediate response. Todoroki, perhaps understanding better than most the complex intersection of power and responsibility, simply nodded with quiet acknowledgement when informed of Izuku's decision. For 3 months, the God of Thunder operated independently, intervening in situations beyond conventional heroic response capabilities, while systematically dismantling villain networks connected to All for One's operations. His approach demonstrated precision beyond conventional combat parameters, not merely defeating opponents, but addressing root causes with divine perspective that transcended immediate tactical considerations. Underground weapons smuggling operations found their supplies transmuted into harmless materials without apparent physical intervention. Quirk enhancement drug manufacturing facilities discovered their compounds molecularly rearranged into inert substances. Specialized Nomu development laboratories faced neutralization beyond technological countermeasures. Their unnatural creations returned to natural equilibrium through fundamental realignment of forced quirk factors. Throughout these interventions, Izuku maintained operational discipline that reflected his hero training, minimizing collateral damage, prioritizing civilian safety, and coordinating with legitimate authorities when circumstances permitted. This wasn't rejection of heroic principles, but application at scale beyond conventional parameters. Media coverage attempted to track the divine vigilante, though his interventions often defied conventional documentation. Religious organizations proclaimed conflicting interpretations of his activities. Governments issued increasingly concerned statements about extrajudicial metaphysical intervention, and public opinion polarized between those who welcomed divine protection and those who feared power operating beyond institutional constraint. All for One watched with calculated reassessment, analyzing patterns to identify operational vulnerabilities in divine intervention. Every manifestation, every application of power beyond quirk parameters provided data for potential countermeasures, not through direct confrontation, but through increasingly sophisticated adaptation. Meanwhile, Class 1A refused to accept their classmates' self-imposed exile. Led by unexpected alliance between Bakugo and Uraraka, they conducted their own investigation into Izuku's activities, correlating reported interventions, analyzing electromagnetic anomalies, and gradually constructing operational profile that suggested pattern rather than random manifestation. He's systematically targeting All for One's infrastructure, Todoroki observed, studying their compiled data. Not just responding to immediate threats, but dismantling support networks that enable larger operations. With zero fucking regard for his own safety, Bakugo added, anger barely concealing genuine concern. The idiot thinks being a god means operating without backup or support structure. Uraraka, whose analytical capabilities had developed significantly since joining the hero course, identified the crucial pattern. He's maintaining geographic distance from anyone connected to UA or his personal life. These intervention points form perimeter around areas he deliberately avoids. Self-imposed isolation, Tokoyami concluded, his dark shadow manifestation seeming particularly agitated by the realization. He believes his presence endangers those he cares about, so he maintains tactical separation while continuing his mission. The assessment catalyzed collective decision. Class 1A would not allow their classmate to face cosmic threats alone, regardless of his divine nature or self-sacrificial intentions. With coordination that would have impressed their teachers, they developed operation beyond their normal academic parameters, not reckless vigilantism, but calculated intervention designed to reconnect divine isolation with human support structure. Their opportunity arrived during Izuku's confrontation with specialized villain team assembled specifically to test divine response parameters. The engagement, taking place in abandoned industrial complex far from civilian populations, represented All for One's most sophisticated attempt yet to gather operational data on divine capabilities. The villain team, each member selected for quirks that theoretically countered aspects of documented divine intervention, had established elaborate containment scenario designed not to defeat the God of Thunder, but to measure precise limitations of his manifestation under controlled circumstances. What they hadn't anticipated was intervention from Class 1A. As Izuku systematically neutralized the specialized opposition, adapting divine application to each unique quirk parameter, he suddenly detected familiar energy signatures, approaching with tactical coordination that reflected their training. His classmates had found him, despite his careful operational separation. "Damn it, Deku!" Bakugo's voice carried across the industrial complex, explosive quirk clearing path through remaining opposition. "Did you seriously think we'd just let you disappear into some self-righteous divine exile?" Before Izuku could respond, Uraraka, Todoroki, Kirishima, and others appeared with coordinated support formation that demonstrated their continued development as heroes in training. They weren't merely emotional reinforcement, but tactical assistance operating with professional discipline. Class 1A, Izuku acknowledged, divine senses confirming All for One's observation team had already retreated with collected data. "You shouldn't be here. Your presence creates vulnerability." "Save it," Bakugo interrupted, confrontational as always, despite addressing literal divinity. "We've been tracking your operation for weeks. You think you're protecting us by staying away? All you're doing is facing everything alone like some martyred deity with hero complex." Uraraka approached more gently, though her expression conveyed similar determination. "Izuku," she said, using his given name with deliberate intimacy, "being a god doesn't mean you stop needing connection. It doesn't mean you should face everything alone." The simple statement, delivered without theological complexity or cosmic perspective, somehow penetrated divine isolation more effectively than sophisticated argumentation could have achieved. In his determined effort to protect through separation, Izuku had unconsciously reinforced the very distance between divine nature and human connection that his reincarnation had sought to bridge. "I thought," he began, divine composure momentarily giving way to vulnerability more characteristic of the student than the god. "I calculated that operational separation would redirect targeting away from vulnerable associates." "Calculated?" Todoroki repeated with uncharacteristic sharpness. "Did your calculations include what it would do to those who care about you? To your mother, who's been told her son is operating as some divine vigilante? To our class, who lost not just a classmate, but a friend?" The questions penetrated deeper than physical confrontation could have achieved, reaching aspect of divine consciousness that transcended tactical considerations or cosmic perspective, the fundamental emotional reality that had drawn Thor's soul to human reincarnation in the first place, the need for connection beyond divine isolation. Izuku faltered, Mjolnir lowering to his side as storm clouds gathered above the industrial complex in unconscious reflection of emotional turbulence. "I believed I was protecting you. By deciding for us?" Uraraka challenged gently. "By assuming we couldn't accept the risks of being connected to you? That's not protection, Izuku. That's not even respect." The criticism, delivered with compassion rather than condemnation, created space for genuine reconsideration rather than defensive response. Throughout his independent operation, Izuku had maintained tactical discipline and strategic focus, but had he unconsciously recreated the very divine detachment that his human incarnation had sought to transcend? "Perhaps," he acknowledged finally, "I've been operating from flawed premise. Tactical separation doesn't actually neutralize targeting. It merely redirects it while simultaneously removing support structures that provide both practical assistance and..." He hesitated, divine certainty giving way to human vulnerability and emotional grounding. In other words, Bakugo summarized with characteristic bluntness, "You've been an idiot. God or not, you're still Deku, overthinking everything and trying to carry burdens alone instead of trusting your friends." The assessment, harsh yet fundamentally accurate, somehow bridged divine perspective and human connection more effectively than theological discourse or philosophical consideration could have achieved. In his determined effort to protect through isolation, Izuku had unconsciously reinforced the cosmic loneliness that had drawn Thor's soul to human incarnation in the first place. Thunder rumbled overhead as Mjolnir responded to emotional recognition deeper than tactical recalibration. Rain began falling, not dramatic storm manifestation, but gentle precipitation that seemed to release accumulated tension in both atmosphere and divine consciousness. "I've been alone," Izuku admitted, divine certainty giving way to human vulnerability. operating beyond institutional frameworks, beyond team structures, beyond connection. I told myself it was tactical necessity, but perhaps it was unconscious recreation of divine isolation I experienced before this incarnation. Uraraka stepped forward, rains soaking her uniform as she reached toward him without hesitation or fear. "You don't have to be alone," she said simply. "God or human or something in between, you still need people who see you, not just what you can do or what you represent." If the statement contained wisdom beyond its apparent simplicity, recognition that divine existence without meaningful connection created power without purpose, capability without context, intervention without understanding. Thor had experienced that isolation across multiple realms and centuries. Izuku need not recreate it in misguided attempt at protection. "I'm sorry," he said finally, accepting Uraraka's offered hand with careful restraint of divine strength. "I believed operational independence would protect those I care about. Instead, it merely recreated the isolation I sought to transcend through human incarnation." As Class 1A gathered around their divine classmate in the rain-soaked industrial complex, something fundamental shifted in Izuku's divine human integration. Not rejection of cosmic responsibility or divine capability, but recognition that meaningful intervention required connection with those affected by it. "So what now?" Kirishima asked practically. "You coming back to UA, or do we need to keep tracking you across Japan while you play solo divine hero?" The question addressed immediate tactical considerations rather than abstract philosophical realignment, exactly the kind of grounding perspective divine consciousness required when operating within human context. "Institutional reintegration requires careful approach," Izuku acknowledged. "All for One's targeting parameters haven't changed, and conventional protective measures remain inadequate against cosmic-scale threats. So we adapt," Todoroki stated with simple clarity. "Create new operational model that maintains connection without centralizing vulnerability. Distance when tactically necessary, proximity when functionally beneficial." The proposal demonstrated sophisticated understanding of balance between protection and connection, recognition that meaningful integration required adaptive approach rather than rigid institutional parameters or complete operational independence. Distributed operation with established communication protocols and regular physical integration, Izuku translated, divine analysis recognizing sound tactical foundation beneath straightforward proposal. Not conventional attendance, but not complete separation either. Bakugo snorted with characteristic impatience. "In normal human language, you stop hiding from everyone who cares about you, check in regularly and show up when it actually matters, like a fucking exchange student with divine responsibilities." The crude but effective summary somehow bridged cosmic considerations and practical implementation more effectively than sophisticated protocols could have achieved. Not rejection of divine nature or cosmic responsibility, but integration that acknowledged human connection as essential rather than incidental to meaningful intervention. That, Izuku agreed with first genuine smile since departing UA, sounds like functional compromise. As they departed the industrial complex, Class 1A surrounding their divine classmate with formation that represented both tactical awareness and emotional solidarity, the rain gradually subsided. Storm clouds dispersed, revealing clear sky that suggested atmospheric harmony restored alongside divine human integration. All for One, reviewing observation data from safe distance, recognized significant operational recalibration. "Interesting development," he noted to his doctor. "The divine entity reestablishes human connection despite tactical vulnerability it creates." "Weakness we can exploit?" Dr. Ujiko suggested, analyzing energy readings from the interaction. "Perhaps," All for One acknowledged, "or recognition that divine intervention operates most effectively through meaningful connection rather than isolated manifestation." His tone suggested calculation beyond immediate tactical considerations. Integration creates vulnerability, yes, but isolation creates detachment that may ultimately prove more significant limitation. The ancient villain, who had survived centuries through quirk accumulation and adaptation, understood fundamental principle that transcended specific operational parameters. Meaningful power required context to direct its application. Perhaps divine isolation represented opportunity rather than obstacle to his long-term objectives. Meanwhile, as Izuku re-established connection with his classmates, something fundamental shifted in his divine-human integration. Not rejection of cosmic responsibility or divine capability, but recognition that meaningful intervention required grounding in the very humanity it sought to protect. The god of thunder had fallen to earth not merely through physical incarnation, but through emotional reconnection with what made human existence meaningful, despite its transience and vulnerability. That recognition would prove essential in confrontations to come, particularly when facing individuals whose power approached divine parameters through very different evolutionary paths. America's greatest hero arrived in Japanese airspace with atmospheric disturbance that reflected her exceptional capabilities. Kathleen Bate, Star and Stripe, manifested power beyond conventional quirk parameters. Her New Order ability allowing reality manipulation through verbal rule establishment that fundamentally altered physical laws within defined parameters. She had come in response to international intelligence suggesting imminent evolution of threat classified as beyond conventional containment capability. Shigaraki Tomura, already dangerous through his decay quirk's development, was undergoing transformation that combined All for One's accumulated power with unique evolutionary pathway that transcended normal quirk development. The resulting entity approached parameters previously classified as exclusive to Category T, transcendent capabilities beyond conventional quirk expression. Star and Stripe had specific mission parameters: neutralize evolving threat before manifestation reached completion, potentially with assistance from Japan's Category T operative. The entity classified as Thor incarnate operating in coordination with Hero Society while maintaining operational independence from conventional structures. Their initial meeting occurred at stratospheric altitude, America's symbol of freedom, hovering through atmospheric manipulation that approached divine weather control, while Izuku arrived through Mjolnir's flight capabilities that transcended conventional physics rather than merely bending them. Kathleen Bate, Izuku acknowledged, divine senses perceiving the remarkable energy signature emanating from her New Order quirk, something that approached cosmic parameters despite originating from conventional quirk expression. America's strongest hero, Thor Odinson, she replied with professional respect unmarred by theological reverence or scientific skepticism. Or Midoriya Izuku, depending on context, Earth's only confirmed divine operative. Her direct acknowledgement, free from either worship or dismissal, demonstrated perspective balance between acceptance and pragmatism. America's approach to the divine revelation had been characteristically practical, incorporating new information into operational parameters without allowing theological implications to override tactical considerations. "You're here about Shigaraki," Izuku stated, divine perception allowing awareness of developments beyond conventional intelligence gathering. His evolution approaches completion. The resulting entity will transcend normal quirk classification. Star and Stripe nodded, her expression reflecting professional assessment rather than personal concern despite the implications. Our analysts classify it as approaching Category T from alternate evolutionary pathway, not divine in origin but potentially equivalent in manifestation parameters. The assessment demonstrated sophisticated understanding of distinction between origin and capability, recognition that transcendent parameters could develop through multiple pathways despite conventional quirk science suggesting otherwise. "Your New Order ability approaches similar threshold," Izuku observed, divine perception recognizing unique properties in her energy signature that transcended normal quirk limitations. Reality manipulation beyond conventional physical laws, approaching cosmic principle alteration rather than merely physical parameter adjustment. Something like professional appreciation flickered across her features. Recognition from entity capable of truly understanding what her quirk represented beyond tactical classification or power rating. It evolved beyond initial parameters through rigorous application and developmental focus, she acknowledged, much like All Might's progression from strong enhancement to something approaching conceptual embodiment. The symbol of peace, Izuku nodded, understanding the parallel. All Might had indeed transcended conventional power classification through application that approached archetypal manifestation rather than merely exceptional quirk utilization. Physical capability elevated through conceptual alignment with fundamental principle. Exactly, Star and Stripe confirmed. Some quirks contain developmental pathways that approach metaphysical parameters when aligned with clear conceptual foundation. All Might embodied protection elevated beyond physical intervention. My new order embodies freedom expressed through reality adjustment. The conversation occurring miles above Earth's surface between entities operating beyond conventional human parameters represented exchange beyond tactical coordination or strategic alignment, recognition of parallel evolutionary pathways toward transcendent manifestation, whether through divine incarnation or exceptional quirk development. And Shigaraki? Izuku prompted, divine senses already detecting the chaotic energy signature emanating from hidden laboratory where forced evolution continued toward completion. His conceptual alignment appears fundamentally destructive, decay elevated beyond physical deterioration toward conceptual negation. That's our assessment, Star and Stripe confirmed grimly. Not merely enhanced destruction capability, but evolution toward embodiment of negation itself. Anti-existence expressed through physical vessel with accumulated quirk factors designed to enable conceptual manifestation. The analysis transcended conventional threat assessment, recognizing metaphysical implications beyond tactical considerations. Shigaraki wasn't merely becoming stronger villain or more dangerous quirk user, he was evolving toward conceptual opposition to existence itself, embodiment of negation that threatened fundamental cosmic principles, rather than merely physical structures or individual lives. Containment protocols have been authorized at maximum parameter, Star and Stripe continued, her expression reflecting recognition of what such authorization truly meant, permission to utilize New Order at scales normally restricted by international agreement and her own ethical constraints. I'm authorized to establish reality adjustments beyond normal operational limitations. I understand, Izuku acknowledged, recognizing the exceptional authorization for what it represented. International recognition that conventional response parameters had been exceeded by emerging threat. Coordination parameters? Before detailed tactical discussion could develop, both entities detected significant energy disruption emanating from location. Their separate intelligence had identified as Shigaraki's evolutionary chamber. Divine perception and enhanced quirk sensitivity simultaneously recognized fundamental shift in development timeline. Evolution toward completion had accelerated beyond predicted parameters. Something's changed, Star and Stripe stated unnecessarily, her uniform responding to unconscious activation of New Order's preliminary adjustment phase. Evolutionary completion estimated at minutes rather than hours. Tactical intervention window closing, Izuku confirmed. Mjolnir already humming with activation beyond weather manipulation toward fundamental energy response. Coordinated approach or parallel intervention tracks. The question addressed practical operational consideration rather than abstract tactical philosophy. Recognition that entities operating at their respective levels required clear parameters to avoid interference patterns that might reduce overall effectiveness. Parallel primary with established convergence points, Star and Stripe suggested, demonstrating tactical thinking that justified her position as America's greatest hero. My new order establishes containment parameters, while your divine intervention addresses fundamental energy stability, convergence at critical evolutionary thresholds. The approach represented sophisticated operational model that recognized their respective capabilities without attempting forced integration that might create inefficiency through misalignment. Not conventional teamwork as understood by standard hero operations, but parallel intervention with established coordination points appropriate to transcendent capabilities. They moved toward the identified location with speed beyond conventional transportation parameters. Star and Stripe, through atmospheric manipulation that approached teleportation in practical effect. Izuku through divine transition that temporarily aligned physical location with conscious intention rather than requiring conventional movement through intervening space. What they encountered exceeded even their adjusted expectations. The facility, supposedly secured laboratory designed for controlled evolution, had been transformed into manifestation zone where physical structure deteriorated around central figure suspended between physical and conceptual existence. Shigaraki's body remained recognizable, but the energy emanating from it transcended conventional quirk parameters, approaching reality distortion field rather than merely enhanced decay activation. Evolution 97% complete. Star and Stripe assessed, her enhanced perception allowing detailed analysis despite chaotic environmental conditions. Conceptual alignment establishing priority over physical limitations. Fundamental negation preparing for unrestricted manifestation. Izuku confirmed, divine senses perceiving aspects beyond even her enhanced analysis capabilities. Not merely quirk activation or physical transformation, but conceptual embodiment approaching completion. What happened next demonstrated why their respective classifications transcended conventional heroic parameters. Without verbal coordination or tactical planning, both entities initiated containment protocols appropriate to their unique capabilities, operating with intuitive alignment that reflected shared recognition of threat parameters despite vastly different power origins. Star and Stripe established primary containment field through precise verbal commands. The atmosphere within 50 meters of target solidifies into progressive density gradient, approaching absolute barrier at 3-meter perimeter. The resulting effect wasn't merely atmospheric manipulation as conventional quirk application might achieve, but fundamental reality adjustment that transformed conceptual properties of space surrounding Shigaraki's evolving form. Simultaneously, Izuku established secondary containment through divine intervention beyond weather manipulation or electrical control, fundamental electromagnetic field that addressed quantum probability functions rather than merely physical parameters, stabilizing reality fluctuations emanating from Shigaraki's evolution toward conceptual negation. The resulting double-layered containment represented intervention beyond conventional heroic capability, approaching cosmic-scale reality preservation rather than merely powerful quirk application or tactical engagement. Not combat in traditional sense, but fundamental opposition to conceptual manifestation that threatened existence beyond individual lives or physical structures. For several moments, their combined intervention appeared successful. Evolution temporarily stabilized at pre-completion parameters, conceptual manifestation contained within layered fields that prevented unrestricted expansion. Star and Stripe prepared secondary containment protocols that would establish more permanent restrictions on Shigaraki's evolved capabilities, while Izuku directed divine energy toward fundamental realignment that might redirect evolutionary pathway away from pure negation toward more balanced expression. Then everything changed. From within the containment field, Shigaraki's distorted form spoke words that shouldn't have been possible through conventional physical means, his voice bypassing atmospheric solidification through conceptual communication rather than sound wave propagation. New order. I claim you. The statement, simple yet profound in its implications, targeted Star and Stripe's quirk directly, not her physical form or conscious control, but the metaphysical expression that allowed her reality manipulation. Something in Shigaraki's evolved state had identified her quirk's fundamental operational principle and attempted direct acquisition beyond conventional parameter transfer or forced activation. Star and Stripe recognized the existential threat immediately, her expression shifting from tactical focus to fundamental defense. New Order rejects all external acquisition attempts, she countered, establishing reality adjustment that should have protected her quirk's integrity from outside influence regardless of vector or mechanism. Under normal circumstances, even against exceptional opponents, such defense would have proved adequate. But Shigaraki's evolution had progressed beyond conventional quirk parameters toward conceptual manifestation that operated on similar metaphysical level to New Order itself, negation opposing reality adjustment in fundamental conceptual confrontation rather than merely quirk versus quirk. Izuku perceived the metaphysical struggle beyond physical manifestation, conceptual principles in direct opposition, neither fully embodied in physical reality, but both influencing it through their respective vessels. Divine intervention at this juncture required delicate application rather than overwhelming force, not opposing either principle directly, but establishing harmonic resonance that might preserve fundamental cosmic balance, threatened by their unmediated confrontation. He raised Mjolnir not as weapon, but as conduit, channeling divine energy that predated conceptual manifestation itself, fundamental creative principle that had existed before dichotomies of order, chaos, or creation-destruction emerged as distinct concepts rather than unified cosmic expression. Both exist within greater balance, he stated. Divine authority carried through words that operated beyond conventional communication, addressing metaphysical principles directly rather than merely their physical expressions. Neither negation nor order claims absolute priority within cosmic harmonic. The resulting intervention created momentary equilibrium, not victory for either manifesting concept, but temporary balance that prevented immediate catastrophic resolution through mutual negation or absolute dominance. Within this equilibrium, Star and Stripe recognized opportunity for decisive action beyond conventional tactical response. Her expression shifted from desperate defense to transcendent acceptance, recognition that New Order's fundamental principle could be preserved even if its current vessel could not. With clarity beyond tactical calculation, she established final reality adjustment that would define her legacy beyond physical survival. New Order establishes self-dissolution protocol upon unauthorized acquisition attempt, she declared, conceptual authority flowing through words beyond their literal meaning. Upon foreign control, quirk factor separates into constituent energy rather than transferring functional capability. The declaration represented sacrifice beyond conventional heroic parameters, not merely risking physical safety for others' protection, but establishing fundamental self-negation protocol that would prevent her remarkable capability from becoming instrument of the very negation it had opposed. Shigaraki's evolved form sensed the metaphysical trap immediately, his conceptual negation attempting to neutralize her declaration before implementation. But within the equilibrium Izuku had established, the balance permitted her final act of free determination to manifest without external override. What followed transcended conventional quirk application or combat resolution. As Shigaraki's acquisition attempt penetrated New Order's outer defenses, the quirk initiated self-dissolution as established by Star and Stripe's final command. Instead of transferring intact capability to its new controller, New Order separated into constituent energy, reality adjustment potential without operational framework to direct its application. The resulting metaphysical cascade created shockwave beyond physical parameters, conceptual dissolution manifesting in physical reality as massive energy release that overwhelmed even the layered containment fields they had established. Star and Stripe's physical form began deteriorating as her quirk's dissolution removed the very adjustments that had enhanced her baseline human capabilities beyond conventional limitations. Divine perception allowed Izuku to recognize what was happening beyond apparent physical destruction, not merely quirk deactivation or energy release, but fundamental realignment of conceptual balance that would have cosmic implications beyond immediate tactical situation. New Order wasn't simply disappearing, but redistributing its fundamental principle throughout reality's baseline structure, sacrificing concentrated manifestation to strengthen cosmic order against conceptual negation's evolving threat. In her final moments of consciousness, Star and Stripe looked toward Izuku with expression beyond tactical assessment or personal fear, recognition between entities who understood what transcendent sacrifice truly meant beyond conventional heroic narrative. Worth it, she stated simply, words carrying meaning beyond their apparent simplicity. Freedom preserved through choice rather than force. Tell them, I chose this ending. Before Izuku could respond, the energy cascade reached critical threshold. With divine speed beyond conventional reaction parameters, he extended Mjolnir's protective field around Star and Stripe's deteriorating form, not attempting to prevent the inevitable dissolution, but ensuring her sacrifice completed according to her established parameters rather than chaotic environmental factors. The resulting explosion transcended conventional energy release, approaching reality recalibration rather than merely physical destruction. When environmental stability returned sufficiently for normal perception, Star and Stripe's physical form had disappeared completely. Not destroyed in conventional sense, but transformed into pure energy that had redistributed throughout fundamental reality structure according to her final command. Shigaraki remained, though significantly altered from his near-completed evolution. The conceptual negation had been temporarily disrupted by New Order's dissolution cascade, forcing partial reversion to more conventional physical parameters. His expression combined rage beyond tactical frustration with recognition beyond strategic calculation, awareness that something fundamental had occurred beyond merely losing potential quirk acquisition. "What did she do?" he demanded, voice distorted through partial conceptual manifestation rather than merely physical damage. This wasn't merely quirk destruction, something fundamental changed. "She chose freedom's ultimate expression," Izuku replied. "Divine perception, recognizing changes beyond apparent physical parameters. Subtle strengthening in reality's fundamental structure, conceptual order reinforced against negation through distributed integration rather than concentrated opposition. Sacrificing individual manifestation to preserve fundamental principle throughout cosmic structure." The explanation, though accurate, clearly meant little to Shigaraki's evolved consciousness, still fundamentally oriented toward negation despite his remarkable intelligence and tactical awareness. His expression shifted from confusion to renewed determination, physical form already beginning to readjust toward continued evolution despite temporary setback. "It changes nothing," he declared, decay spreading through surrounding environment with increasing conceptual influence beyond mere physical deterioration. Evolution continues. Negation manifests regardless of temporary setback. "Perhaps," Izuku acknowledged, divine assessment recognizing truth in the statement despite its apparent arrogance. Conceptual manifestation, once initiated through suitable vessel, tended toward completion regardless of temporary disruption or external opposition. But completion parameters have fundamentally changed. The balance shifted through sacrifice beyond your conceptual framework. Without further discussion, he departed the deteriorating facility, not through tactical retreat or strategic withdrawal, but recognition that immediate confrontation would serve neither cosmic balance nor immediate protection priorities. Star and Stripe's sacrifice had created opportunity beyond conventional tactical advantage. Fundamental realignment that required divine assessment beyond immediate combat resolution. As international response teams converged on the facility, conventional heroes and specialized containment units establishing perimeter around evolving threat, Izuku communicated directly with coordination centers through methods beyond standard protocols. His assessment, delivered with divine certainty, beyond tactical estimation, established new operational parameters for response to threat that had evolved beyond conventional classification. Shigaraki approaches conceptual manifestation beyond quirk evolution, he explained to assembled response coordinators, including representatives from Japan's Hero Commission and international oversight agencies. Not merely enhanced decay quirk or accumulated power factors, but fundamental negation-seeking physical embodiment through suitable vessel. The assessment created momentary silence even among experienced crisis managers, recognition that conventional response protocols remained inadequate despite their sophisticated development and operational flexibility. "And Star and Stripe?" the American representative asked finally, professional composure barely concealing genuine concern for their greatest hero. "Sacrificed individual manifestation to preserve fundamental principle," Izuku replied, divine perception allowing complete understanding beyond apparent physical dissolution. Not merely tactical intervention or strategic sacrifice, but conceptual preservation through distributed integration rather than concentrated opposition. The explanation, though accurate, clearly required translation into parameters more immediately accessible to conventional understanding. In practical terms, he continued, recognizing their need for operational clarity beyond metaphysical implications, her quirk's fundamental nature has been integrated into reality's baseline structure, rather than remaining concentrated in individual vessel. The resulting distribution strengthens cosmic order against conceptual negation at fundamental level, rather than through direct opposition. "She's gone?" the representative clarified, seeking confirmation beyond metaphysical explanation. "Her physical form, yes," Izuku confirmed gently. "But her essence, what made Star and Stripe transcendent beyond merely powerful, continues through distributed influence rather than concentrated manifestation. Not conventional survival, but continuation beyond individual parameters." The distinction, though meaningful from cosmic perspective, provided little comfort to those who had known Kathleen Bate as colleague, hero, and friend rather than merely conceptual vessel or metaphysical principle. Their expressions reflected genuine grief despite professional composure, recognition that regardless of cosmic implications, someone they valued had been lost in meaningful ways despite continuation beyond conventional parameters. Izuku, perceiving their emotional response beyond intellectual understanding, recognized opportunity for connection beyond tactical assessment or metaphysical explanation. Drawing on Izuku Midoriya's human perspective rather than merely Thor's divine awareness, he addressed their grief directly rather than merely their operational concerns. "She wanted you to know she chose this ending," he said simply, repeating her final words without cosmic contextualization or divine interpretation. Freedom preserved through choice rather than force. Her final act embodied the very principle she represented throughout her career: self-determination expressed through sacrifice freely chosen rather than externally imposed. The straightforward communication delivered with compassionate directness rather than divine detachment seemed to reach them more effectively than sophisticated metaphysical explanation could have achieved. Several nodded with quiet acknowledgement, professional composure momentarily giving way to genuine emotional response before tactical considerations necessarily resumed priority. As operational planning continued, containment protocols established, evacuation parameters defined, response teams deployed with updated threat assessment, Izuku maintained presence beyond mere tactical contribution. His divine perception allowed awareness of subtle changes throughout reality's fundamental structure. New orders distributed integration, strengthening cosmic balance in ways that conventional instruments couldn't detect, but metaphysical sensitivity could perceive. Star and Stripe's sacrifice had created opportunity beyond immediate tactical advantage, fundamental realignment that altered evolutionary parameters for threats approaching conceptual manifestation through physical vessels, not prevention of such manifestation, but adjustment of baseline conditions within which such evolution occurred. Shigaraki would continue his development toward conceptual negation. That pathway, once initiated through suitable vessel, tended toward completion, regardless of temporary disruption or external opposition. But the conditions of that manifestation had fundamentally changed through sacrifice beyond his conceptual framework. The resulting confrontation would occur within altered parameters that subtly favored cosmic balance rather than unrestricted negation. As he departed the Coordination Center, international response protocols established, containment operations initiated, evacuation procedures implemented, Izuku carried awareness beyond tactical considerations or strategic planning. Star and Stripe's sacrifice represented confirmation beyond theoretical understanding or theological consideration, recognition that transcendent capability found meaningful expression not through detached manifestation or overwhelming application, but through connection that justified sacrifice beyond individual continuation. The God of Thunder, reborn as hero student in modern Japan, carried that awareness into preparations for confrontation that would ultimately determine whether conceptual negation could manifest unrestricted within physical reality, or whether cosmic balance maintained priority through distributed integration rather than concentrated opposition. The coming war wouldn't merely determine hero society's survival or villain dominance, it would establish fundamental parameters for reality itself within this realm of existence. Not merely physical conflict or quirk confrontation, but conceptual alignment expressed through worthy vessels on both sides of cosmic dichotomy that predated human civilization or even Asgardian influence. Gods would indeed collide, not merely through direct opposition, but through fundamental principles manifesting through chosen vessels within physical reality. The resulting resolution would determine far more than immediate tactical victory or strategic advantage. It would establish whether existence itself maintained priority over negation within this realm of cosmic expression. Divine perception operated beyond conventional detection parameters, not merely enhanced observation or exceptional analytical capability, but fundamental awareness that transcended normal sensory limitations or cognitive processing. While human consciousness perceived reality through filtered information processed sequentially, divine awareness operated through simultaneous comprehension across multiple perceptual dimensions. This fundamental difference explained why Izuku identified Yuei's infiltration issue within moments of focused attention, while conventional security protocols and professional investigation had failed to detect the anomaly despite sophisticated methodology and dedicated application. Aoyama Yuga, he stated simply during private meeting with Principal Nezu and select faculty members. His actions display subtle energetic inconsistency beyond conscious control, autonomic responses that briefly manifest when receiving external communication or preparing coded transmission. The statement, delivered without dramatic revelation or accusatory emphasis, nevertheless created profound silence within the secure conference room. Aizawa's expression shifted from professional attention to focused intensity, while All Might's gaunt features reflected complex emotional response beyond simple tactical concern. "You're certain?" Nezu inquired, his high-spec intelligence quirk already processing implications beyond immediate security considerations. "Absolute confirmation rather than probabilistic assessment?" "I am," Izuku confirmed, "divine certainty beyond conventional evidence parameters or deductive conclusion." Though important contextual factors require consideration beyond binary classification as willing traitor versus loyal member, his involvement appears fundamentally coercive rather than ideological, participation maintained through family vulnerability rather than genuine alignment with All for One's objectives. The assessment demonstrated perception beyond mere identification, recognition of complex motivational factors and psychological dynamics that conventional investigation might have overlooked in focus on establishing basic loyalty parameters or operational security breach. "Explain," Aizawa prompted, his expression combining professional detachment with genuine concern for student under his protection despite potential security implications. His parents face continuous threat leveraged through quirk-based vulnerability. Izuku elaborated, divine perception allowing awareness beyond physical observation or conventional intelligence gathering. All for One established control during childhood through targeted intervention that simultaneously created physical dependency and psychological leverage. Aoyama's actions reflect desperate compliance rather than willing betrayal, attempts to minimize harm while unable to escape fundamental coercion. The explanation recontextualized apparent betrayal beyond simplistic categorization or immediate security response. Not exoneration of actions with genuine harmful impact, but recognition of complex causality beyond individual moral failure or ideological alignment. If confirmed through conventional investigation, Nezu observed thoughtfully, this presents opportunity beyond mere security containment or punitive response. Potential triple-agent scenario with controlled information flow serving counterintelligence objectives while addressing underlying vulnerability. "Precisely," Izuku acknowledged, appreciating the principal's sophisticated analytical approach beyond immediate security reaction. Though successful implementation requires delicate intervention, addressing both practical leverage factors and psychological trauma underlying compromised behavior patterns. What followed demonstrated institutional response calibrated beyond binary security parameters or simplistic moral judgment. Rather than immediate confrontation or punitive measures, UA established sophisticated counterintelligence operation, identifying communication methods, tracking information flow, and gradually implementing controlled disclosure strategy that simultaneously protected critical security parameters while establishing foundation for potential rehabilitation rather than mere punishment. Throughout this process, Izuku maintained careful operational distance. Divine intervention would have immediately alerted All for One to compromised communication channel, potentially triggering contingency protocols that might have endangered Aoyama's family before protective measures could be implemented. Instead, he provided perceptual confirmation beyond conventional verification methods, while allowing institutional response to proceed through established channels. The eventual confrontation occurred under carefully controlled circumstances. Secure location, established with multiple contingency protocols, Aoyama's parents safely extracted from vulnerability points, communication channels monitored for potential activation of deadman switch protocols or automated response systems. Aoyama's expression upon entering the secure conference room reflected immediate recognition beyond verbal confirmation or explicit accusation, awareness that his circumstances had been discovered despite careful operational discipline and genuine attempt to minimize harmful impact while operating under coercion. He stated simply, characteristic flamboyance entirely absent from voice that conveyed resignation beyond mere defeat. How long? Long enough to extract your parents from immediate danger, Aizawa replied, his tone professional without unnecessary harshness or performative condemnation. Though comprehensive security extraction remains ongoing, contingency protocols established throughout potential vulnerability network. Aoyama's composure briefly shattered, genuine emotion breaking through performance mask, maintained through years of desperate compliance and continuous psychological pressure. They're safe? Truly? His voice conveyed hope beyond tactical consideration or personal concern, primary motivation finally addressed after years of compromised action maintained through fundamental vulnerability. They are, Izuku confirmed, divine perception allowing absolute certainty beyond conventional security assessment or intelligence verification. Though comprehensive protection requires your complete disclosure beyond information already identified through counterintelligence operation. The directness of divine confirmation, delivered without qualification or tactical ambiguity, seemed to reach Aoyama more effectively than sophisticated security assurances or institutional guarantees could have achieved. His expression transformed from desperate hope to profound relief, years of accumulated tension visibly releasing through physical manifestation beyond conscious control. "I'll tell you everything," he promised, voice steadying with determination beyond immediate emotional response. "Every communication method, every information request, every contingency protocol I'm aware of. I never wanted." His voice briefly faltered before professional composure reasserted control. "I never wanted to betray anyone. They didn't give me choice." "We understand," All Might assured him, his diminished physical presence somehow carrying moral authority beyond institutional position or former heroic status. Choices made under coercion reflect circumstantial constraint rather than fundamental character. Your actions to minimize harm while operating under impossible parameters demonstrate core integrity despite compromised behavior. The affirmation, offered without minimizing actual harm caused through compromised security or information disclosure, created space for rehabilitation beyond mere punitive response or security containment. Not dismissal of genuine consequences or institutional vulnerability, but recognition of complex causality beyond simplistic moral categorization or binary loyalty assessment. What followed was exhaustive debriefing beyond conventional intelligence gathering or security assessment. Comprehensive disclosure that revealed sophisticated operational methodology and complex contingency protocols established by organization that had survived centuries through adaptation and anticipatory planning rather than merely reactive response. Throughout this process, Izuku observed more than participated, divine perception allowing verification beyond conventional confirmation methods while maintaining operational distance that preserved potential counterintelligence opportunities. All for One's centuries of existence had created paranoia beyond normal security consciousness or tactical awareness. Divine intervention detected too early might collapse potential advantage before comprehensive exploitation could be established. The debriefing's most significant revelation came unexpectedly through seemingly minor disclosure regarding communication confirmation protocols. Aoyama described peculiar sensory experience during direct communication with All for One, subtle perception beyond normal auditory processing or visual confirmation that suggested connection transcending conventional communication methods. "It feels different," he explained, struggling to articulate experience beyond conventional descriptive parameters. Not merely voice or message content, but sensation beyond normal perception, like he's somehow present beyond physical proximity or technological transmission. The description immediately triggered divine recognition beyond tactical assessment or security analysis. What Aoyama described wasn't merely psychological intimidation or sophisticated communication technology, but fundamental connection operating on metaphysical level approaching conceptual manifestation rather than merely physical transmission. All for One wasn't simply communicating through technological means or quirk-based enhancement, but establishing connection through conceptual alignment that approached divine perception in operational parameters, if not fundamental nature. His centuries of quirk accumulation and continuous evolution had created capability beyond conventional quirk expression, approaching transcendent parameters through alternative evolutionary pathway. He's evolving beyond conventional parameters, Izuku stated, divine certainty informing assessment beyond theoretical consideration or speculative analysis, not merely accumulating quirks or enhancing existing capabilities, but fundamentally transforming operational nature toward conceptual manifestation rather than merely physical expression. The observation created momentary silence even among experienced professionals accustomed to exceptional threats or unprecedented developments. Aizawa's expression reflected tactical recalibration beyond immediate security concerns, while All Might's features demonstrated recognition beyond professional assessment, awareness that confirmed theoretical concerns he had carried since his final confrontation with ancient nemesis. Like Shigaraki's evolution, All Might observed quietly, but through different pathway. Not sudden transformation through external intervention, but gradual development through accumulated capability and continuous adaptation. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. Both approaching transcendent parameters from different evolutionary trajectories. Shigaraki through concentrated external modification, directing rapid development towards specific manifestation parameters, all for one through gradual accumulation and integrated adaptation across centuries of continuous evolution. The assessment established operational context beyond immediate security considerations or tactical response planning, recognition that conventional heroic frameworks remained fundamentally inadequate against threats evolving beyond established parameters toward conceptual manifestation rather than merely enhanced quirk expression. Can they be stopped? Aizawa asked directly, professional focus maintaining priority over philosophical consideration or existential concern. Practical countermeasures rather than theoretical assessment. Yes, Izuku replied without qualification or unnecessary elaboration. Divine certainty informed response beyond speculative analysis or probabilistic assessment. Recognition of fundamental cosmic principles that transcended individual manifestation regardless of evolutionary pathway or conceptual alignment. The straightforward affirmation delivered without tactical qualification or strategic caveat somehow provided reassurance beyond detailed operational planning or comprehensive countermeasure development. Not false comfort through ignorance or denial, but genuine confidence through understanding that transcended immediate circumstances or apparent power imbalance. As the debriefing concluded and comprehensive counterintelligence operation established operational parameters, Aoyama remained behind when others departed for implementation planning and security protocol development. His expression conveyed question beyond tactical consideration or personal concern, fundamental inquiry that transcended immediate circumstances or individual situation. Midoriya, he began hesitantly, characteristic flamboyance entirely absent from demeanor that reflected genuine vulnerability beyond performative presentation. May I ask something, beyond operational considerations or security parameters? Of course, Izuku replied, recognizing opportunity for connection beyond tactical interaction or professional assessment. When you discovered my situation, Aoyama struggled to find appropriate terminology for compromised position maintained through coercion rather than willing betrayal. Why didn't you simply expose me immediately, report to security personnel, or confront directly? You had absolute certainty while others required investigation and verification. The question revealed concern beyond immediate circumstances or personal vulnerability, fundamental uncertainty about divine judgment versus human understanding, cosmic perspective versus immediate compassion. Because certainty of action doesn't equate to certainty of context, Izuku explained gently. Divine perception confirmed your compromised position, but also the coercive circumstances and continuous efforts to minimize harm while operating under impossible constraints. So you understood? Even before investigation confirmed details or debriefing established complete operational picture? Aoyama's expression reflected wonder beyond mere relief or tactical appreciation, recognition of perception that transcended conventional judgment or binary moral assessment. I perceived, Izuku clarified. Understanding requires context beyond mere observation or factual confirmation. Your complete disclosure provided that context for others. Divine perception allowed preliminary assessment that justified investigative approach rather than immediate confrontation or punitive response. Aoyama considered this thoughtfully, expression reflecting reconsideration beyond immediate circumstances or personal concern. The myths, stories about gods I learned as child, they often portray divine judgment as absolute, immediate. Thunderbolts striking wrongdoers without consideration for circumstances or context. Myths simplify for human understanding, Izuku explained, smile reflecting integration between divine wisdom and human compassion, rather than merely cosmic detachment or theological pronouncement. Divine perception doesn't preclude compassion or contextual understanding. It enhances capacity for comprehensive assessment beyond binary categorization or simplistic moral judgment. Then you don't condemn me, despite genuine harm caused through my actions, regardless of coercive circumstances or attempts to minimize negative impact. Aoyama's question revealed vulnerability beyond tactical concern or professional assessment, fundamental uncertainty about moral standing beyond immediate security implications or operational consequences. Condemnation requires authority I don't claim despite divine nature, Izuku replied thoughtfully. I perceive actions and consequences beyond conventional limitations, yes, but judgment requires context that transcends mere outcome or immediate impact. Understanding that encompasses intention, circumstance, constraint, and genuine effort toward harm reduction despite impossible parameters. The response provided reassurance beyond simple absolution or dismissive forgiveness, recognition of complex moral reality beyond binary categorization or simplistic ethical assessment. Not removal of responsibility or negation of genuine harm, but contextual understanding that allowed rehabilitation beyond mere punishment or permanent condemnation. Thank you, Aoyama said simply, genuine gratitude beyond tactical appreciation or professional acknowledgement. Not merely for protection or security intervention, but for seeing me, beyond compromised actions or betrayal classification, for perceiving person beneath impossible circumstances rather than merely traitor defined by coerced behavior. The expression of gratitude, offered without performative demonstration or excessive elaboration, somehow conveyed more genuine connection than sophisticated communication or elaborate explanation could have achieved. Simple human acknowledgement of being truly seen beyond superficial assessment or conventional categorization, recognition that transcended immediate circumstances or operational classification. As they departed the secure conference room, counterintelligence operation established, rehabilitation protocols implemented, security parameters recalibrated beyond immediate vulnerability, something fundamental shifted in both divine perception and human understanding. Not merely tactical advantage against evolving threat or security enhancement through compromised channel identification, but deeper recognition of connection that transcended conventional categorization or simplistic moral assessment. The God of Thunder, reborn as hero student in modern Japan, carried awareness beyond immediate operational parameters or tactical considerations. Divine judgment hadn't manifested through immediate condemnation or cosmic retribution, but through perception that allowed contextual understanding beyond binary classification or simplified moral categorization. True justice transcended simplistic punishment or immediate consequence. It required comprehensive assessment that considered circumstance, intention, constraint, and genuine effort toward harm reduction, despite impossible parameters. Not divine detachment operating beyond human concern, but integrated perception that enhanced compassionate understanding rather than merely enabling cosmic pronouncement or absolute judgment. That understanding would prove essential in confrontation to come. Facing entities evolving toward conceptual manifestation through different pathways but similar destructive potential. Not merely combat between powerful opponents or conflict between opposing ideologies, but fundamental alignment between cosmic principles manifesting through chosen vessels within physical reality. The final war approached, not merely for hero society's survival or villain dominance, but for establishment of fundamental parameters within which reality itself would continue developing in this realm of existence. cosmic balance versus conceptual negation, integrated manifestation versus destructive dissolution, connection versus isolation beyond immediate physical confrontation or tactical resolution. Ragnarok approached once more, not merely conclusion of specific civilization or particular divine pantheon, but fundamental realignment determining whether existence maintained priority over negation within this realm of cosmic expression. The confrontation that would determine hero society's survival began conventionally enough. Coordinated villain offensive against multiple strategic targets, simultaneous infrastructure attacks designed to overwhelm response capabilities, systematic targeting of key defensive positions through specialized assault teams. But beneath apparent tactical operations lay fundamental shift beyond conventional conflict parameters, conceptual manifestation approaching completion through vessels that had evolved beyond quirk expression toward metaphysical embodiment. Not merely powerful individuals with exceptional abilities, but physical anchors for cosmic principles seeking manifestation within material reality. All for One and Shigaraki had completed parallel evolutionary pathways toward transcendent parameters, the former through centuries of accumulated capability and continuous adaptation, the latter through concentrated external modification, directing rapid development toward specific manifestation profile. Their combined presence created reality distortion beyond conventional measurement capabilities, fundamental negation-seeking unrestricted expression through suitable vessels operating in coordinated alignment rather than merely powerful villains with complementary abilities. Conventional heroes responded with tactical discipline and operational coordination that demonstrated professional excellence beyond individual capability or specific quirk application. Endeavor led defensive operations with strategic brilliance that transcended his former single-minded combat focus. Hawks coordinated information flow with efficiency that optimized response deployment across multiple engagement zones, and specialized teams implemented containment protocols designed specifically for threats beyond standard classification parameters. But conventional response, regardless of tactical excellence or operational discipline, remained fundamentally inadequate against threats that had evolved beyond established parameters toward conceptual manifestation rather than merely enhanced quirk expression. Physical laws themselves began deteriorating around primary engagement zones, decay spreading beyond material structures toward fundamental principles governing reality's baseline stability. Within this escalating crisis, Izuku maintained operational discipline beyond immediate intervention or reactive response. Divine perception allowed comprehensive assessment transcending conventional battlefield awareness or tactical observation, recognition that coordinated villain offensive represented distraction beyond strategic objective or immediate target acquisition. The true purpose behind apparently conventional attack methodology wasn't territorial control or infrastructure destruction, but creation of specific engagement conditions that would facilitate unrestricted conceptual manifestation beyond remaining physical limitations or metaphysical constraints. All for One had identified final evolutionary threshold, complete integration between accumulated capability and conceptual alignment that would transform physical vessel from merely exceptional individual into unrestricted manifestation channel for fundamental negation. This threshold crossing required specific environmental parameters, reality distortion beyond conventional physical limitations, electromagnetic field disruption approaching quantum destabilization, and metaphysical boundary erosion sufficient to permit unrestricted conceptual flow between abstract principle and material expression. Coordinated villain offensive wasn't merely tactical operation, but reality engineering project designed to create perfect manifestation conditions for evolution completion beyond remaining constraints or limitations. Izuku communicated this assessment to primary response coordinators through methods beyond conventional communication protocols. Divine awareness transmitted directly to key operational decision makers without technological mediation or information processing delay. Not tactical suggestion or strategic recommendation, but fundamental understanding beyond conventional battlefield assessment or threat evaluation. Their objective isn't territorial control or conventional victory. he explained to assembled response coordinators, including representatives from Japan's Hero Commission and international support agencies. They're creating specific environmental conditions, facilitating final evolutionary threshold crossing. Not merely powerful quirk activation or enhanced capability demonstration, but unrestricted conceptual manifestation through suitable vessels operating in coordinated alignment. The assessment created momentary silence even among experienced crisis managers, recognition that conventional response protocols remained inadequate despite sophisticated development and operational flexibility. Endeavor broke silence with characteristic directness, flames reflecting internal intensity despite controlled external manifestation. Translation for those without divine perception, he requested, professional focus maintaining priority over philosophical confusion or existential concern. Operational implications rather than metaphysical assessment. They're transforming physical battlefield into manifestation zone, where conventional physical laws become increasingly optional rather than mandatory, Izuku clarified, recognizing need for practical application beyond theoretical explanation. Within these conditions, their evolution completes transformation from enhanced individuals to physical anchors for cosmic-scale negation seeking unrestricted expression within material reality. And countermeasures? Hawks prompted, professional composure maintained despite clear recognition of threat beyond conventional response capabilities. Practical intervention rather than merely improved understanding. Conventional response remains essential for secondary objective achievement. Civilian protection, infrastructure preservation, villain operative containment, Izuku explained. Divine tactical assessment complementing human strategic planning rather than merely replacing it. But primary threat requires intervention beyond conventional heroic parameters. Not merely enhanced quirk application or exceptional combat capability, but fundamental opposition at conceptual level rather than merely physical confrontation. You're saying only you can address the primary threat, Endeavor translated. Expression reflecting professional assessment beyond personal pride or institutional hierarchy. While conventional heroes maintain secondary objective focus despite increasingly hostile environmental conditions. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. Though effective implementation requires coordinated approach rather than parallel operations without integration points. Divine intervention addresses conceptual manifestation directly, while conventional heroic response maintains physical battlefield stability and civilian protection parameters. The proposed operational model demonstrated sophisticated integration between divine capability and human response, not merely separate intervention tracks operating independently, but coordinated approach that optimized respective strengths while addressing fundamental limitations or vulnerable parameters. Not divine detachment operating beyond human concern, but integrated response that enhanced conventional effectiveness while addressing threats beyond established containment capabilities. With tactical understanding established beyond philosophical confusion or existential concern, coordinated response initiated comprehensive implementation across multiple engagement zones. Conventional heroes maintained operational discipline despite increasingly hostile environmental conditions. Specialized teams established containment parameters around primary manifestation zones, and support personnel implemented civilian protection protocols beyond standard evacuation procedures or infrastructure preservation methodologies. Meanwhile, Izuku prepared intervention beyond conventional heroic parameters, not merely enhanced quirk application or exceptional combat capability, but fundamental opposition at conceptual level rather than merely physical confrontation. This preparation required integration beyond tactical consideration or strategic planning, complete alignment between divine essence and human vessel, cosmic awareness and immediate perception, transcendent capability and focused application. As he centered himself for coming confrontation, Mjolnir humming with activation beyond weather manipulation toward fundamental energy response, Izuku sensed familiar presences approaching with tactical coordination that reflected their continued development as heroes in training, despite extraordinary circumstances. Class 1A had arrived at perimeter establishing boundary between conventional operational zone and primary manifestation area, not through reckless intervention or undisciplined enthusiasm, but coordinated response operating within established command structure and tactical integration protocols. They had deployed under Aizawa's direct authority as specialized support team assigned specific operational parameters rather than merely enthusiastic students seeking involvement beyond appropriate response limitations. Deku, Uraraka called, her voice carrying determination beyond personal concern or emotional distress. We're assigned perimeter stabilization under Aizawa-sensei's tactical command, environmental conditions deteriorating beyond conventional measurement capabilities. Bakugo, characteristically direct despite professional discipline, demonstrated through controlled deployment rather than individual intervention, cut through tactical communication with personal observation beyond operational parameters. You're going in alone, aren't you? Against both of them simultaneously, while they're evolving into whatever metaphysical bullshit you've been trying to explain to conventional response coordinators. The assessment, crude but fundamentally accurate, demonstrated perception beyond tactical understanding or operational awareness, recognition of divine responsibility beyond conventional heroic response or established intervention protocols. Yes, Izuku confirmed simply, divine certainty beyond tactical qualification or strategic caveat. Their evolution approaches completion threshold beyond conventional containment capabilities. The resulting manifestation requires opposition at conceptual level rather than merely physical confrontation. Will you return? Todoroki asked directly, heterochromatic gaze reflecting concern beyond tactical assessment or operational consideration. Not merely teammate inquiring about mission parameters, but friend recognizing potential sacrifice beyond conventional heroic risk or professional hazard. The question created momentary pause even within divine certainty, recognition of genuine human connection beyond cosmic responsibility or metaphysical obligation. These weren't merely teammates or professional colleagues, but friends who had accompanied divine incarnation through developmental journey integrating cosmic awareness with human experience, transcendent capability with focused application, divine perspective with immediate connection. I intend to, Izuku replied finally, human determination complementing divine certainty rather than merely reflecting it. Not false reassurance through tactical misdirection or emotional manipulation, but genuine commitment to return despite confrontation beyond conventional parameters or established response protocols. You better, Bakugo stated, explosive quirk manifesting controlled demonstration beyond emotional reaction or tactical intimidation. Because if you sacrifice yourself through some dramatic cosmic bullshit, instead of coming back, I'll figure out how to reach whatever afterlife or divine realm you end up in just to kick your metaphysical ass. The threat, absurd on literal level, yet profound in emotional authenticity, somehow conveyed connection beyond tactical appreciation or professional acknowledgement. Not merely operational concern or mission-focused consideration, but genuine human relationship transcending cosmic implications or metaphysical significance. I understand, Izuku acknowledged, smile reflecting integration between divine wisdom and human connection, rather than merely cosmic detachment or theological pronouncement. I wouldn't expect anything less. With final communication establishing emotional grounding beyond tactical coordination or strategic alignment, Izuku turned toward primary manifestation zone, where reality itself deteriorated around evolving entities approaching completion threshold beyond remaining physical limitations or metaphysical constraints. Divine perception allowed awareness beyond conventional observation capabilities, recognition of fundamental principles in direct opposition, conceptual alignment seeking physical expression through suitable vessels, cosmic scale negation approaching unrestricted manifestation within material reality. He raised Mjolnir not as weapon but as conduit, channeling divine energy that predated conceptual manifestation itself, fundamental creative principle that had existed before dichotomies of order, chaos, or creation-destruction emerged as distinct concepts rather than unified cosmic expression. Lightning responded not merely from atmospheric conditions but from reality's fundamental electromagnetic structure, energy beyond conventional physical parameters, converging through ancient weapon forged in dying star's heart toward vessel worthy of containing divine essence within human form. The resulting transformation transcended mere appearance change or capability enhancement, complete integration between divine essence and human vessel, cosmic awareness and immediate perception, transcendent capability and focused application. Not merely enhanced individual with exceptional abilities, but fundamental alignment between cosmic principle and physical manifestation, divine incarnation fully expressed through worthy vessel rather than merely powerful hero with unusual origins. As he entered primary manifestation zone, reality distortion increasing beyond conventional measurement capabilities, physical laws becoming increasingly optional rather than mandatory, metaphysical boundaries eroding beyond structural integrity maintenance, Izuku perceived his opponents with clarity beyond tactical assessment or strategic evaluation. All for one, and Shigaraki had indeed completed parallel evolutionary pathways toward transcendent parameters, their physical forms remaining recognizable but energy signatures transcending conventional quirk expression toward conceptual manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability demonstration. Not merely powerful villains with complementary abilities, but physical anchors for cosmic scale negation seeking unrestricted expression within material reality. The divine student arrives, all for one observed, voice-carrying distortion beyond physical damage or communication interference, conceptual negation affecting sound wave propagation through fundamental reality alteration rather than merely atmospheric manipulation. Or perhaps, we should address you by your true identity, Thor Odinson, god of thunder, reborn into modern era through remarkable cosmic coincidence or predetermined manifestation pattern. Fascinating theological question with limited practical relevance, Izuku replied, divine composure maintained despite provocative inquiry or metaphysical implication. Though I suspect your interest transcends philosophical curiosity or academic speculation. Indeed, all for one acknowledged, physical form shifting beyond conventional biological parameters toward manifestation profile optimized for conceptual alignment rather than merely enhanced combat capability. Divine essence represents acquisition opportunity beyond conventional quirk collection or capability accumulation, not merely exceptional ability or unusual manifestation, but fundamental connection to cosmic principles beyond quirk science or evolutionary development. The statement revealed objective, beyond immediate tactical advantage or strategic position, recognition of divine essence as acquisition target, rather than merely powerful opponent or exceptional adversary, not conventional combat with victory conditions, established through physical dominance or territorial control, but fundamental attempt to absorb divine essence within accumulated capability profile that had evolved beyond conventional limitations toward conceptual manifestation through suitable vessel. You misunderstand fundamental dynamics, Izuku explained. Divine certainty informing assessment beyond theoretical consideration or speculative analysis. Divine essence isn't quirk factor subject to acquisition protocols or transfer methodologies. It represents cosmic principle manifesting through worthy vessel, rather than merely exceptional capability contained within biological structure or genetic expression. Perhaps, all for one conceded, artificial eyes conveying analytical assessment beyond visual perception or conventional observation. Though centuries of quirk acquisition and continuous adaptation suggest established limitations often prove more flexible than initially apparent. Worthiness requirements may represent parameters subject to redefinition rather than absolute constraints beyond manipulation capability. The assessment demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond villainous arrogance or delusional overestimation, recognition of potential vulnerability within divine manifestation despite apparent absolute parameters or established operational constraints. Not mere hubris through ignorance or denial, but calculated evaluation based on centuries of limitation, circumvention, and established constraint neutralization. Before further philosophical exchange could develop, Shigaraki initiated physical confrontation with attack beyond conventional combat parameters or established quirk application. His evolved decay spread not merely through physical contact or proximate activation, but through conceptual connection beyond material transmission or energy propagation, fundamental negation targeting existence itself rather than merely physical structure or material composition. Divine intervention required immediate application beyond conventional defensive protocols or established countermeasure implementation. Izuku channeled lightning beyond atmospheric manipulation or electrical control, fundamental electromagnetic field addressing quantum probability functions rather than merely physical parameters, stabilizing reality fluctuations emanating from Shigaraki's conceptual negation, attempting unrestricted manifestation. The resulting confrontation transcended conventional combat description or tactical analysis, cosmic principles in direct opposition, conceptual alignment seeking physical expression through suitable vessels, fundamental creative principle opposing cosmic scale negation within material reality framework, increasingly subject to direct manipulation rather than established physical laws. Physical environment responded with deterioration beyond conventional structural failure or material decomposition. Reality itself trembled under opposed conceptual influences, attempting simultaneous manifestation within increasingly unstable framework. Mountains crumbled not through applied force or directed energy, but through fundamental existence parameters becoming temporarily optional rather than mandatory. Atmospheric conditions shifted beyond weather pattern disruption or environmental manipulation, approaching complete phase transition beyond established stability thresholds or conventional manifestation parameters. From observation positions beyond primary manifestation zone, conventional heroes witnessed confrontation beyond tactical understanding or operational comprehension, power demonstration transcending established measurement capabilities or analytical frameworks. Not merely exceptional combat between powerful opponents, but fundamental opposition between cosmic principles manifesting through chosen vessels within physical reality, increasingly subject to direct conceptual influence rather than established physical laws. That's not combat, Endeavor observed, professional assessment transcending personal reaction or emotional response. That's something else entirely. Reality engineering, Hawk suggested, enhanced perception, allowing observation beyond conventional visual confirmation or standard monitoring capabilities. Fundamental principles in direct opposition rather than merely powerful individuals with conflicting objectives. Gods and monsters, Aizawa stated simply, erasure quirk completely ineffective against manifestations operating beyond conventional quirk parameters or established activation methodologies. Mythology becoming reality before our direct observation, rather than merely metaphorical narrative or allegorical representation. Within primary manifestation zone, confrontation escalated beyond conventional power demonstration or capability enhancement. All for one activated accumulated quirk factors simultaneously, not through sequential application or tactical combination, but integrated manifestation approaching unified expression beyond individual ability parameters or specific quirk limitations. The resulting attack transcended conventional energy projection or physical transformation. Reality itself warped around manifestation approaching conceptual expression rather than merely enhanced quirk application. Not destruction through applied force or directed energy, but fundamental negation targeting existence parameters beyond physical structure or material composition. Izuku responded with divine intervention beyond weather manipulation or electrical control, cosmic principle manifestation opposing conceptual negation through fundamental reality stabilization rather than merely countering specific attack vector or neutralizing particular ability demonstration. Mjolnir channeled energy beyond conventional physical parameters, not merely powerful artifact or exceptional weapon, but conduit between cosmic awareness and material reality, transcendent capability and focused application. The resulting confrontation created shockwave beyond physical energy release or conventional explosive detonation, reality ripple propagating through fundamental structure beyond immediate environment or proximate location. Observers kilometers from primary manifestation zone experience temporal distortion beyond conventional measurement capabilities, moments stretching beyond normal duration parameters, causality briefly fluctuating between established sequence requirements, and temporary optionality beyond standard operational limitations. What's happening? Uraraka asked, genuine concern transcending professional composure or tactical discipline. This isn't just powerful quirk activation or exceptional combat demonstration. Reality itself destabilizing under opposed conceptual influences, Todoroki suggested, Heterochromatic gaze reflecting understanding beyond tactical assessment or operational analysis. Fundamental principles attempting simultaneous manifestation within framework, increasingly unable to maintain structural integrity under contradictory expressions. In normal human language, Bakugo translated with characteristic directness despite genuine concern beyond confrontational demeanor or aggressive communication style. The universe is freaking out because gods and monsters are having metaphysical fistfight inside it. The crude but effective summary somehow conveyed essential truth beyond sophisticated explanation or technical analysis. Recognition that confrontation transcended conventional combat parameters or established conflict resolution methodologies. Not merely powerful opponents with exceptional abilities, but fundamental principles in direct opposition beyond physical manifestation or material expression. Within primary manifestation zone, confrontation approached critical threshold beyond conventional resolution parameters or established conclusion methodologies. All for One and Shigaraki initiated coordinated manifestation beyond individual expression or separate application. Unified conceptual alignment approaching complete integration beyond remaining physical limitations or metaphysical constraints. The resulting manifestation transcended conventional villain presentation or established threat parameters. Physical forms temporarily dissolving into energy configuration approaching pure conceptual expression beyond material vessel limitations or biological structure constraints. Not merely powerful individuals with exceptional abilities, but fundamental negation seeking unrestricted manifestation within reality framework, increasingly unable to maintain structural integrity under conceptual opposition beyond established parameters. Divine perception allowed Izuku to recognize critical threshold beyond tactical evaluation or strategic assessment. Confrontation approaching resolution point that would determine fundamental reality parameters beyond immediate conflict outcome or specific engagement conclusion. Not merely victory or defeat in conventional combat sense, but establishment of priority between opposed cosmic principles manifesting through chosen vessels within physical reality framework. This recognition catalyzed response beyond conventional heroic intervention or established countermeasure implementation. Complete integration between divine essence and human vessel, cosmic awareness and immediate perception, transcendent capability and focused application. Not merely enhanced capability demonstration or exceptional power utilization, but fundamental alignment between vessel worthiness and cosmic principle seeking appropriate expression within material reality. He raised Mjolnir toward manifesting conceptual negation, approaching complete integration beyond remaining physical limitations or metaphysical constraints. Divine authority flowed through words beyond their literal meaning or conventional significance, addressing metaphysical principles directly rather than merely their physical expressions or material manifestations. This realm stands protected, he declared. Divine certainty establishing reality parameter beyond conventional declaration or established proclamation. Existence maintains priority over negation within cosmic balance, governing manifestation within material framework. The statement represented more than mere assertion or conventional declaration, divine authority establishing fundamental parameter beyond negotiable position or contestable claim. Not opinion subject to debate or perspective open to interpretation, but cosmic principle manifesting through worthy vessel with authority beyond conventional heroic status or established societal position. Lightning responded beyond atmospheric conditions or environmental manipulation. Reality itself resonating with declaration that established fundamental parameter rather than merely expressing personal perspective or individual determination. Not conventional weather phenomenon or enhanced quirk application, but cosmic principle manifestation beyond physical limitations or material constraints. The resulting intervention transcended conventional combat resolution or established conflict conclusion, fundamental reality stabilization beyond specific opponent neutralization or particular threat containment. Divine energy flowed through Mjolnir, not as weapon directing destructive force, but as conduit channeling cosmic principle toward reality framework, requiring fundamental stabilization beyond conventional repair methodologies or established restoration protocols. All for One and Shigaraki experienced consequence beyond conventional defeat or established neutralization. their unified conceptual manifestation encountering opposition beyond tactical countermeasure or strategic response. Not merely powerful opponent with superior capabilities, but fundamental cosmic principle establishing priority parameters beyond negotiable position or contestable limitation. The resulting resolution transcended conventional victory condition or established conclusion parameter, conceptual negation, finding expression contained within appropriate limitations, rather than unrestricted manifestation beyond established constraints. Not complete destruction or absolute elimination, but fundamental realignment, restoring cosmic balance beyond immediate conflict resolution or specific engagement conclusion. Physical vessels remained, All for One and Shigaraki returning to recognizable forms beyond temporary energy configuration or conceptual expression. But fundamental change beyond conventional defeat or established neutralization had occurred at metaphysical level beyond immediate observation or direct perception. Their connection to conceptual negation realigned within appropriate limitations rather than approaching unrestricted manifestation beyond established constraints. As reality stabilized around resolution point, beyond conventional combat conclusion or established conflict termination, Izuku maintained divine manifestation beyond immediate intervention requirement or specific application necessity. Not merely tactical decision or strategic consideration, but recognition of transition requirement beyond immediate situation or specific circumstance. Reality framework needed continued stabilization beyond initial intervention or preliminary adjustment. Conventional heroes approached primary manifestation zone with caution beyond professional discipline or tactical consideration. Awareness that confrontation had concluded beyond established parameters or conventional indicators. Not merely combat termination or conflict suspension, but fundamental resolution beyond immediate circumstance or specific engagement. Is it over? Hawks asked. Enhanced perception allowing observation beyond conventional visual confirmation or standard monitoring capabilities. Resolution beyond temporary cessation or strategic withdrawal. Yes, Izuku confirmed, divine certainty beyond tactical qualification or strategic caveat. Though not through destruction or elimination beyond existence continuation. Cosmic balance restored through appropriate limitation establishment rather than absolute opposition or complete negation. Translation for those without divine perception. Endeavor requested. Professional focus maintained despite obvious exhaustion beyond physical limitation or energy depletion. Practical implication rather than metaphysical assessment. They remain alive but fundamentally changed, Izuku explained, like recognizing need for practical understanding beyond theoretical explanation or philosophical consideration. Their connection to conceptual negation realigned within appropriate limitations rather than approaching unrestricted manifestation beyond established constraints. Not harmless or completely neutralized, but contained within parameters appropriate to cosmic balance maintenance within material reality. The explanation provided practical understanding beyond metaphysical implication or theological consideration, recognition that threat had been addressed through fundamental realignment rather than merely conventional neutralization or established containment methodology. Not complete elimination, removing all future concern, but appropriate limitation establishment maintaining cosmic balance within material reality framework. As specialized containment teams established security protocols beyond conventional villain imprisonment or established criminal detention, All for One and Shigaraki requiring monitoring beyond standard parameters or typical limitations, Izuku gradually shifted from complete divine manifestation toward integrated expression, balancing cosmic awareness with human perspective, transcendent capability with focused application, divine essence with vessel consciousness. Class 1A approached with expressions reflecting wonder beyond tactical appreciation or professional acknowledgement, recognition that they had witnessed cosmic intervention beyond conventional heroic response or established quirk application. Not merely powerful classmate with exceptional abilities, but divine manifestation addressing fundamental threat beyond established containment capabilities or conventional response methodologies. You actually did it, Bako stated, genuine admiration briefly overriding characteristic confrontational demeanor or aggressive communication style. without some dramatic cosmic sacrifice or metaphysical bullshit requiring divine funeral or interdimensional memorial service. The crude but sincere acknowledgement somehow conveyed connection beyond tactical appreciation or professional recognition, genuine relationship, transcending cosmic implications or metaphysical significance. Not merely classmate or teammate, but friend whose return mattered beyond operational success or mission accomplishment. "I made promise," Izuku reminded him with smile, reflecting integration between divine wisdom and human connection, rather than merely cosmic detachment or theological pronouncement. "Divine or not, I keep my word, especially to friends who threaten interdimensional pursuit for posthumous confrontation, should I fail to return as committed." The response, combining divine certainty with human humor, somehow bridged potential distance created through transcendent manifestation beyond conventional heroic parameters or established operational limitations. Not divine entity operating beyond human connection or cosmic being detached from immediate relationships, but integrated existence valuing personal bonds beyond metaphysical implications or theological significance. As reality continued stabilizing around resolution point beyond conventional combat conclusion or established conflict termination, physical laws reasserting priority over temporary optionality, metaphysical boundaries reestablishing integrity beyond erosion or deterioration, Izuku maintained awareness beyond immediate situation or specific circumstance. This confrontation, while resolved beyond immediate threat parameters or specific manifestation requirements, represented merely preliminary engagement rather than comprehensive conclusion. All for One and Shigaraki had been contained within appropriate limitations rather than completely eliminated beyond existence continuation. Their fundamental nature realigned rather than absolutely negated or entirely destroyed. And beyond immediate opponents or specific adversaries, cosmic awareness allowed recognition of broader implications beyond current resolution or particular conclusion. This realm existed within larger multiverse beyond conventional understanding or established comprehension. Cosmic principles operating across dimensional boundaries beyond material limitation or physical constraint. The god of thunder, reborn as hero student in modern Japan, had re-established appropriate balance within this particular reality framework. But divine perception allowed awareness beyond immediate resolution or specific conclusion, recognition that cosmic principles operated across multiversal parameters beyond particular manifestation or specific expression. What had concluded wasn't merely villain conflict or society-threatening confrontation, but preliminary engagement within broader cosmic narrative beyond immediate circumstance or specific situation. Not final resolution establishing permanent parameters, but appropriate balance restoration maintaining fundamental stability within particular reality framework. Ragnarok had been addressed through divine intervention beyond conventional heroic response or established containment methodology. But cosmic cycles continued beyond particular manifestation or specific expression, fundamental principles operating across multiversal parameters rather than merely within individual reality framework or specific dimensional boundary. For now, this realm stood protected beyond immediate threat parameters or specific manifestation requirements. The god of thunder had fulfilled responsibility beyond conventional heroic obligation or established professional requirement, cosmic principle, maintaining appropriate priority within material reality framework through worthy vessel, demonstrating integrated manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability or exceptional ability. But divine awareness extended beyond immediate resolution or specific conclusion, recognition of responsibility continuing beyond particular intervention or individual manifestation, not burden, creating isolation or obligation establishing separation, but purpose providing meaning beyond transient circumstance or temporary situation. As he returned to friends waiting beyond primary manifestation zone, conventional heroes establishing recovery protocols beyond standard parameters or typical limitations, Izuku carried awareness beyond immediate resolution or specific conclusion. Divine or human, god or student, cosmic entity or individual person, integration between seemingly contradictory aspects created something greater than separate manifestation or isolated expression could achieve. The final war had concluded beyond conventional combat parameters or established conflict resolution. But the journey continued. Divine incarnation within human vessel, cosmic awareness through immediate perception, transcendent capability with focused application. The god of thunder walked among mortals once more, not through detached observation or isolated manifestation, but integrated expression valuing connection beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. This realm stood protected through divine intervention beyond conventional heroic response or established containment methodology. And whatever came next, whether conventional recovery beyond standard parameters or cosmic threat beyond established classification, would find worthy vessel prepared through integrated manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability or exceptional ability. Divine essence within human form, cosmic awareness through immediate perception, transcendent capability with focused application. This was merely chapter conclusion rather than narrative completion. Appropriate balance restoration maintaining fundamental stability within particular reality framework, while cosmic principles continued operating across multiversal parameters beyond specific manifestation or individual expression. The god of thunder had returned home, not to Asgard beyond physical reach or divine realm, beyond material access, but to connections that provided meaning beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. Friends who threatened interdimensional pursuit should promise remain unfulfilled, classmates who witnessed divine manifestation while maintaining personal relationship beyond theological reverence or scientific skepticism, society adapting to cosmic reality beyond conventional understanding or established comprehension. Ragnarok had risen and fallen once more, cosmic cycle addressed through divine intervention beyond conventional response parameters or established containment methodologies. But life continued beyond mythological conclusion or narrative resolution, integration between seemingly contradictory aspects, creating something greater than separate manifestation or isolated expression could achieve. Divine and human, cosmic and immediate, transcendent and focused, balance maintained through worthy vessel, demonstrating integrated manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability or exceptional ability. The god of thunder walked among mortals once more, and this realm stood better for his integrated presence beyond divine detachment or cosmic isolation. 1 year after confrontation that media outlets had designated the reality crisis, despite official attempts to establish less dramatic classification, society continued adaptation beyond initial reaction or preliminary response. Divine existence had been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt or credible denial, Thor incarnate operating within heroic framework, while maintaining nature beyond conventional parameters or established limitations. Institutional response demonstrated remarkable flexibility beyond initial resistance or preliminary confusion. Category T classification expanding beyond single individual toward comprehensive framework, addressing transcendent manifestation through multiple potential vectors or various possible origins. Not merely divine incarnation within human vessel, but evolutionary pathway beyond conventional correlament or established enhancement methodology. The Hero Commission established specialized integration department addressing transcendent manifestation beyond conventional quirk classification or established regulatory parameters. Not rejection through fear or control through isolation, but adaptive incorporation recognizing potential contribution beyond immediate capability or specific application. Metaphysical Implementation and Developmental Guidance Association, the official designation read, though operational personnel quickly established more practical terminology through inevitable acronym adaptation. MIDGA coordinates transcendent capability integration within established heroic frameworks while addressing unique developmental requirements or specialized operational parameters. UA naturally established educational leadership beyond conventional curriculum development or established training methodology. Specialized program addressing transcendent capability integration within next-generation hero development beyond immediate application or specific manifestation. Beyond quirk development, integrated manifestation and responsible application became required course for advanced hero students, curriculum addressing metaphysical implications beyond tactical application or strategic implementation. Not merely enhanced capability utilization or exceptional power management, but fundamental responsibility beyond conventional heroic parameters or established operational limitations. Izuku himself maintained balanced integration beyond initial adjustment or preliminary adaptation, divine essence within human vessel, cosmic awareness through immediate perception, transcendent capability with focused application. Not separate aspects requiring conscious management or distinct components demanding deliberate coordination, but unified existence expressing integrated nature beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. His continued attendance at UA represented choice beyond institutional requirement or societal expectation, recognition that development continued beyond initial manifestation or preliminary expression. Not merely power management or capability enhancement, but relationship cultivation beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. Class 1A adjusted beyond initial wonder or preliminary reverence, accepting divine classmate through genuine relationship rather than theological significance or scientific classification. Not detached observation or isolated interaction, but authentic connection beyond cosmic implications or metaphysical considerations. Pass the calculations, Thunder God. Bakugo demanded during study session, addressing advanced physics beyond standard curriculum or typical educational requirement. Divine or not, you're still taking the same exam as the rest of us mere mortals. The casual integration of cosmic acknowledgement within ordinary interaction somehow demonstrated adaptation beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization, acceptance without either dismissal through familiarity or elevation through reverence. Not ignoring divine nature or continuously emphasizing transcendent significance, but incorporating complete reality within authentic relationship beyond simplistic categorization or reductive classification. Society beyond immediate educational environment demonstrated similar adaptation pattern despite varying implementation speeds or diverse integration methodologies. Religious organizations adjusted theological frameworks, accommodating confirmed divine existence beyond abstract concept or theoretical proposition. Scientific institutions established specialized research departments, addressing metaphysical manifestation beyond conventional physical parameters or established material limitations. Governmental agencies developed regulatory frameworks incorporating transcendent capability beyond established classification systems or conventional jurisdictional boundaries. But perhaps most significant development beyond institutional adjustment or organizational adaptation occurred through cultural integration beyond immediate reaction or preliminary response. Divine existence shifted from sensational revelation toward accepted reality, extraordinary but confirmed component within diverse world already accommodating exceptional manifestation through conventional quirk expression or established enhancement methodology. Media coverage evolved beyond initial sensationalism or preliminary exaggeration. God among students headlines gradually replaced by more substantive analysis, addressing metaphysical implications beyond immediate circumstances or specific manifestations. Thoughtful documentaries explored theological considerations beyond simplistic categorization or reductive classification, while educational programs addressed historical context beyond contemporary understanding or modern interpretation. Mythological frameworks reconsidered historical divine intervention through contemporary perspective, became popular academic course beyond specialized institutions or particular educational environments. General interest reflecting adjustment beyond initial shock or preliminary disorientation. Within this evolving societal framework, Izuku established development beyond immediate application or specific manifestation. New Asgard conceptualized not as physical location separate from existing society or isolated community, distinct from established civilization, but fundamental approach toward integrated existence beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. The original Asgard represented more than merely physical location or particular civilization. He explained during international symposium addressing metaphysical integration beyond conventional societal parameters or established cultural frameworks. Its essential nature manifested through specific values beyond geographical boundaries or architectural structures, protection responsibility beyond immediate community or particular territory, knowledge cultivation beyond practical application or specific utilization, connection appreciation beyond individual benefit or personal advantage. The explanation provided conceptual framework beyond literal interpretation or physical implementation. New Asgard representing approach toward existence rather than merely location designation or territorial classification. Not reconstruction attempting historical recreation or restoration seeking past replication, but essential principle manifestation through contemporary expression beyond specific architectural features or particular cultural elements. Practical implementation began through educational initiative beyond conventional curriculum development or established training methodology, Asgardian integration program established at UA before expanding toward additional institutions beyond particular location or specific environment. The program addressed metaphysical principles beyond immediate application or specific manifestation, fundamental approach toward balanced existence rather than merely enhanced capability utilization or exceptional power management. Not divine worship or theological indoctrination, but essential value integration beyond religious significance or spiritual categorization. Protection represents responsibility beyond capability application or power utilization. Izuku explained during introductory session, addressing fundamental principles beyond practical implementation or specific methodology. Not merely intervention capacity or opposition capability, but fundamental commitment toward beneficial stability beyond personal advantage or individual benefit. Students from diverse backgrounds demonstrated remarkable receptivity beyond initial skepticism or preliminary reservation, recognizing valuable perspective beyond religious significance or theological categorization. Not divine instruction demanding unquestioning acceptance or cosmic wisdom requiring reverent implementation, but thoughtful consideration offering meaningful perspective beyond conventional understanding or established comprehension. International interest developed beyond initial curiosity or preliminary investigation, recognition that transcendent perspective offered valuable contribution beyond particular culture or specific society. Representatives from various nations established collaborative framework addressing metaphysical integration beyond conventional international relations or established diplomatic protocols. The Transcendent Perspective Initiative became formal designation beyond practical terminology or operational classification, global cooperative addressing integrated development beyond specific national interest or particular cultural significance, not merely enhanced capability utilization or exceptional power management, but fundamental approach toward balanced existence beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. Throughout these developments beyond immediate application or specific manifestation, Izuku maintained balanced integration between divine essence and human vessel, cosmic awareness and immediate perception, transcendent capability, and focused application. Not separate aspects requiring conscious management or distinct components demanding deliberate coordination, but unified existence expressing integrated nature beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. His continued development at UA approached graduation beyond conventional educational completion or established curriculum fulfillment, professional hero designation awaiting formal certification beyond institutional acknowledgement or organizational recognition. Not merely enhanced individual with exceptional abilities, but integrated existence demonstrating balanced manifestation beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. Have you decided on hero name? Uraraka asked during preparation addressing professional transition beyond educational environment or academic classification. Something acknowledging both aspects beyond separate identification or distinct categorization. The question addressed practical consideration beyond philosophical implication or theological significance. Professional identity establishing public designation beyond personal recognition or individual classification. Not merely marketing consideration or branding element, but fundamental representation addressing integrated existence beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. Thor, Izuku replied simply, divine certainty complementing human determination rather than merely reflecting cosmic detachment or theological pronouncement. Not separate designation from original identity or distinct classification from previous existence, but continuous manifestation through worthy vessel beyond particular incarnation or specific expression. The straightforward response demonstrated integration beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization, recognition that fundamental identity transcended particular manifestation or specific expression. Not divided existence requiring distinct designations or separate classifications, but unified reality expressing continuous nature beyond arbitrary distinction or unnecessary complication. Just Thor? Kirishima clarified, genuine curiosity beyond practical consideration or professional assessment, not something incorporating both aspects or acknowledging dual nature. Thor encompasses both through continuous manifestation rather than separate designation. Izuku explained, smile reflecting integration between divine wisdom and human connection, rather than merely cosmic detachment or theological pronouncement. The god of thunder manifests through worthy vessel designated Izuku Midoriya within this particular incarnation or specific expression, but fundamental identity remains continuous beyond separate classification or distinct categorization. The explanation provided understanding beyond immediate practicality or specific implementation, recognition that integrated existence transcended artificial separation or imposed categorization, not distinct components requiring separate acknowledgement or different designations, but unified reality expressing continuous nature beyond arbitrary distinction or unnecessary complication. As professional transition approached beyond educational completion or curriculum fulfillment, Izuku maintained awareness beyond immediate circumstance or specific situation. Divine perception allowed recognition extending beyond particular manifestation or individual expression, cosmic principles operating across multiversal parameters rather than merely within specific reality framework or particular dimensional boundary. This awareness catalyzed preparation beyond conventional readiness or established anticipation that future developments might include threats beyond current classification parameters or existing containment methodologies. Not merely enhanced villains with exceptional abilities or powerful opponents with unusual capabilities, but potential manifestations approaching transcendent parameters through various evolutionary pathways or different developmental vectors. You're expecting something, Todoroki observed during quiet moment beyond formal training or official preparation. His heterochromatic gaze reflected perceptiveness beyond tactical assessment or operational analysis, genuine understanding developed through authentic relationship rather than merely professional association or educational connection. Divine perception allows awareness beyond immediate circumstance or specific situation, Izuku acknowledged, appreciating relationship permitting honest communication beyond artificial limitation or imposed restriction. This realm exists within larger multiverse beyond conventional understanding or established comprehension. What manifested here through my particular incarnation suggests potential parallel development through various vectors or different pathways. Meaning other gods might appear, Todoroki translated, practical interpretation beyond philosophical implication or theological significance, or similar manifestations through different origins or alternative sources. Perhaps, Izuku confirmed, divine certainty informing assessment beyond theoretical consideration or speculative analysis. Though specific manifestation remains unpredictable beyond general possibility or fundamental potential, what matters isn't particular expression or individual appearance, but prepared response beyond reactive implementation or improvised methodology. The conversation demonstrated relationship beyond professional association or educational connection, authentic communication permitting honest exchange beyond artificial limitation or imposed restriction. Not merely classmate or teammate, but friend sharing genuine understanding beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. As graduation ceremony approached, formal recognition beyond educational completion or curriculum fulfillment, Izuku reflected upon journey beyond initial manifestation or preliminary integration. Divine incarnation within human vessel had created opportunity beyond cosmic existence or immortal continuation, authentic connection beyond detached observation or isolated manifestation. The god of thunder walked among mortals not through condescension beyond genuine appreciation or temporary visitation beyond meaningful participation, but integrated existence valuing relationship beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. Not separate from humanity through divine nature or distinct from society through transcendent capability, but fundamentally connected through shared experience beyond particular classification or specific categorization. New Asgard existed not as physical location separate from established civilization or isolated community distinct from existing society, but a fundamental approach toward integrated existence beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. Its essential nature manifested through specific values beyond geographical boundaries or architectural structures. Protection responsibility beyond immediate community or particular territory, knowledge cultivation beyond practical application or specific utilization, connection appreciation beyond individual benefit or personal advantage. As professional hero designation awaited formal certification beyond institutional acknowledgement or organizational recognition, Thor prepared for continued service beyond conventional parameters or established limitations, not merely enhanced individual with exceptional abilities, but integrated existence demonstrating balanced manifestation beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. Divine essence within human vessel, cosmic awareness through immediate perception, transcendent capability with focused application, integration between seemingly contradictory aspects, creating something greater than separate manifestation or isolated expression could achieve. The god of thunder walked among mortals once more, and this realm stood better for his integrated presence beyond divine detachment or cosmic isolation. Whatever came next, whether conventional challenge beyond standard parameters or cosmic threat beyond established classification, would find worthy vessel prepared through integrated manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability or exceptional ability. Divine and human, cosmic and immediate, transcendent and focused, balance maintained through worthy vessel, demonstrating integrated manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability or exceptional ability. New Asgard had begun beyond physical location or territorial designation, and its essential nature would continue manifesting through worthy vessels beyond particular incarnation or specific expression. The god of thunder had returned home, not to realm beyond physical reach or dimension beyond material access, but to connections providing meaning beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. And that perhaps represented most significant development beyond initial manifestation or preliminary integration. Recognition that divinity found greatest expression not through detached observation or isolated existence, but integrated presence, valuing connection beyond cosmic implication or metaphysical significance. Thor had been reborn not merely through cosmic cycle or divine continuation, but through fundamental recognition that worthy vessel required genuine connection beyond powerful capability or exceptional ability. The hammer had found its wielder, and the wielder had found his purpose beyond cosmic responsibility or divine obligation, authentic connection valuing relationship beyond transcendent capability or metaphysical significance. The god of thunder walked among mortals once more. And both divinity and humanity stood enriched through integrated existence beyond artificial separation or imposed categorization. New Asgard had begun, and its essential nature would continue manifesting through worthy vessels beyond particular incarnation or specific expression. Integration between seemingly contradictory aspects, creating something greater than separate manifestation or isolated expression could achieve. Divine and human, cosmic and immediate, transcendent and focused, balance maintained through worthy vessel demonstrating integrated manifestation rather than merely enhanced capability or exceptional ability. Thor had returned, and the journey continued beyond initial manifestation or preliminary integration. Divine essence within human vessel, cosmic awareness through immediate perception, transcendent capability with focused application. The god of thunder walked among mortals once more, and this realm stood protected through integrated presence beyond divine detachment or cosmic isolation.
Before we close, I want to give a huge thank you to the legends who keep these stories alive. to the symbols of peace, Samuel Segilola, Hassassin 24, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert Edejumo, Carlos Terry, Rafael Turan, and Kevin Hall. Your support lights the path forward. And to the hopes of the universe, Major and Colsey, your strength pushes this channel to even greater heights. Every name here is part of the reason these what-if movies exist, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you for believing in the vision, and thank you for being part of this journey.
So, what did you think of God-tier Deku? Which moment blew your mind the most? Drop your favorite scene in the comments. And if you want more crazy crossovers like this, hit that like button and subscribe. I've got more wild what-if stories coming that'll change how you see your favorite characters. Thanks for watching.